Having hailed a taxi, Bai Wen discovers that he has traversed into the world of Demon Slayer, only to find a malevolent demon before him. In a state of profound terror, Bai Wen activates the kaleidoscope. Chapter 1. Encountering a demon right from the start. Where am I? Bai Wen opens his eyes, realizing he is not in the familiar confines of his room, but rather in an unfamiliar wilderness. Suddenly, a figure lunges towards Bai Wen, emitting a bizarre cry. Startled, Bai Wen quickly dodges. As he gains clarity on the figure before him, he is rendered utterly bewildered. Before him stands a person with a single horn protruding from its head, blood-red pupils, and a strange cry, faintly uttering words such as rare blood and eat in Japanese. Bai Wen possesses knowledge of the Japanese language, having studied it specifically to enjoy anime from the island nation. Upon hearing these words, Bai Wen promptly deduces, based on the scant information available, that he has likely been transported into an anime entitled Demon Slayer. However, even with this knowledge of his transmigration, it proves utterly futile, for he may now be facing a demon, alone in the wilderness at the dead of night, with no means to vanquish it. A wave of overwhelming dread washes over him. He has just arrived in this new world and has no desire to perish. Curiously, the reason for his transmigration is quite absurd, stemming from his taxi ride. After finishing his third year of junior high and preparing for summer vacation, Bai Wen had declared, "Driver, take me to Chuanyu. You wish to traverse?" "Yes, I wish to go to Chuanyu." And thus, he was transported. Reflecting on his fear, he senses an immense power gathering in his eyes, a crimson glimmer appearing as his pupils turn blood-red. Black stars materialize within his blood-red irises, manifesting the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Subsequently, a surge of memories floods into Bai Wen's mind through his eyes. After assimilating this newfound memory, which occurs in an instant, he slowly raises his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Could this be his golden finger? The kaleidoscope Sharingan. The demon lunges at Bai Wen once more, yet he is able to effortlessly perceive its movements thanks to his enhanced dynamic vision. In a flash, a silver-white lance materializes before the demon, piercing through its abdomen. The demon stares in confusion at the lance protruding from its belly, the pain slightly rousing it from its stupor, yet it is soon overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of rare blood. The lance then twists grotesquely, darting toward the demon's neck, and with a sickening sound, the demon's head falls to the ground, its body gradually disintegrating into ash. This eerie lance is a manifestation of Bai Wen's left eye ability, Takamagara. Takamagara, a power that consumes ocular and physical energy to create substances of any shape, size, mass, motion state, and speed, capable of killing anything or suppressing and healing. After deploying Takamagara, Bai Wen finds his stamina nearly depleted, a stream of blood tears trickling from his eyes as he hastily covers his left eye. Alas, Bai Wen's physique is exceedingly frail. In this world, he cannot even best a child. After all, his parents passed away early in his previous life, leaving sufficient funds for Bai Wen to live comfortably, compounded by his inherent laziness and lack of desire for excitement. He merely wished to watch anime and play games, resulting in his weakened state. At that moment, a voice beside him cackles, "Keek, a rare blood, just becoming a lower moon, and already such good fortune." Lower moon. Bai Wen lifts his gaze, spotting a grotesque demon resembling a mantis, equipped with two pairs of limbs, its arms entirely transformed into scythe-like appendages, bearing the inscription Lower 6 in its right eye. At this juncture, even if Bai Wen were to exert every ounce of his strength, he would stand no chance of defeating the lower moon, even if it is the weakest of them all, Lower 6. I am called Song Lian. Hee. I am revealing this to you solely because you possess rare blood. Become my sustenance. By consuming you, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of the lower crescent. Subsequently, I will acquire the blood of my master. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to you. To demonstrate my appreciation, I shall ensure your departure from this world is devoid of suffering. Song Lian is quite the chatterbox, yet at this moment, Bai Wen is too preoccupied to heed his words. With a swift stroke, Song Lian strikes down, and Bai Wen summons the last vestiges of his strength to invoke the high heavenly origin, successfully parrying the blow. Song Lian was momentarily taken aback, slightly astonished by this unforeseen turn of events. Yet he quickly dismissed it and strode directly towards Bai Wen. Bai Wen had exhausted all his strength. He lay prone upon the ground, gazing at the approaching figure of the lower crescent Leo. Am I truly facing death? Bai Wen pondered. At that moment, he noticed an imposing figure, over 2 meters tall, rushing towards him wielding a meteor hammer. It must be Yinzhu Xingming. I shall not perish, were Bai Wen's final thoughts before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Training. When Bai Wen awoke, he discovered that dawn had broken and he found himself in a room. He realized that he had been rescued by the enigmatic Shinobu. As he attempted to rise, he was met with an agonizing pain coursing through his body, rendering him incapable of movement. He could only lie there, observing his surroundings. He noted that it resembled a butterfly house, and he pondered why he found himself there, especially since he bore no visible injuries. The thought of his bleeding eyes was too harrowing to dwell upon, and he chose to set aside his confusion. After a moment of idle reflection, a voice broke the silence. Are you awake? Why are you still lying there? Bai Wen turned to see a serious-looking young girl with black hair and purple eyes. The tips of her hair tinted violet, adorned with a mint-colored butterfly hairpin edged in deep purple. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, and Bai Wen instantly recognized her as Shinobu Kocho, grasping the timeline he was currently in. Cough, 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 my body aches, Bai Wen said, gazing at Shinobu with his star-shaped eyes. Shinobu rolled her eyes in response. Hurry up and get up. Oh, you're merely fatigued. You aren't injured. But I'm curious, why are your eyes bleeding? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. And your physical condition is rather poor. I could easily defeat you, believe it or not. Bai Wen nodded in agreement. This was not a matter he found difficult to acknowledge, nor did he particularly care. By the way, what is your name? Shinobu asked. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wen decided it wise to withhold his true name. Uchiha Wen. Uchiha? What a peculiar surname, she remarked. Bai Wen chose to ignore her comment and stated directly. I wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Oh, can you elaborate on why you wish to join? At that moment, Shinobu felt a flicker of delight within her. As Lord Tenjin had reported some peculiarities about Uchiha when upon rescuing him, such as his ability to conjure objects out of thin air and to slay demons. Consequently, Lord Tenjin had urged Shinobu to invite Uchiha when to join the Corps, though she felt ill-equipped to fulfill such a task and deemed it more suitable for her sister. Kane. However, Kane was currently away on a mission, leaving the responsibility to Shinobu. The fact that Uchiha when voluntarily wished to join the Corps alleviated some of her burden. Bai Wen noticed the subtle shift in Shinobu's expression, but chose to focus on his own musings. My family is relatively well off. I have enough to sustain myself for a lifetime. One day, he did not finish his thought, as Shinobu had already deduced much and chose not to press further. Therefore, I currently have nowhere else to go, correct? Shinobu nodded, refraining from inquiring about Bai Wen's ability to conjure objects, displaying her intelligence by recognizing that not all matters were appropriate for questioning. However, she was taken aback when Bai Wen confided in her regarding his eyes. These eyes possess remarkable observational abilities, and each eye has a unique power. For instance, my left eye, known as Takamagara, enables me to materialize objects of any nature, and it can also slay demons. Upon hearing this, Shinobu's expression shifted slightly. Such a phenomenon was indeed a rarity. While the rare blood could provide some assistance in combat against demons, it typically only enhanced physical recovery and strength. The ability to conjure items was more akin to a demon's blood art. Yet, Bai Wen was undoubtedly human. As the cunning Shinobu had discreetly cut his skin with a small knife while he was unconscious, and there were no signs of rapid healing. Oh dear. While your abilities are formidable, with your current strength, joining the Demon Slayer Corps is beyond your reach. Therefore, please focus on your training. Bai Wen nodded in acceptance. For now, begin by running 20 laps around the butterfly house. What? 6 months later, Bai Wen's physique had reached an impressive level, leaving Shinobu astonished. Throughout this period, he frequently encountered Kane, the petite flower Hashira, who often trained alongside him. Bai Wen resided in the butterfly house for half a year, much to Shinobu's dismay. Yet he insisted on staying, citing his lack of a home as his reason. Although Shinobu wished for him to stay with the stone Hashira, Bai Wen declined, claiming that the Hashira was often absent and that he lacked self-discipline, which would lead him to slack off. Shinobu even suggested sending him to a trainer. But Bai Wen shamelessly claimed he did not want to impose, leaving Shinobu trembling with frustration, unable to devise a solution. After all, it was far more pleasant to gaze upon the beautiful Shinobu than endure the company of elderly men. The rapid progress Bai Wen made was entirely attributed to the mythos of his right eye. Mythos. 1. Immunity to all illusions and mental attacks. 2. When the body reaches its limit or a bottleneck, one can expend a certain amount of ocular power to break through said limit or bottleneck. 3. One may expend ocular power and physical stamina to cast a mark on an individual. When the conditions set by the caster are met, the individual will enter a state of intangibility, evading all attacks, with the duration dependent on the power of the attack. Obito? Through the second ability, Bai Wen could effortlessly surpass his limits, which explained his remarkable progress. Chapter 3, Bai Wen vs. Kane. After 6 months of training, Shinobu Kane returned at the perfect moment, eager to teach him the technique of total concentration breathing. However, Bai Wen struggled to grasp it, claiming that an unseen force within his eyes thwarted his learning. Kane, exasperated, could only allow Uchiha Wen to continue his physical training. Yet Bai Wen insisted on sparring with Kane to test his newfound strength. Do you truly wish to fight me? I am the flower Hashira. You cannot defeat me, especially since you have not trained in swordsmanship. Not a problem. Come on, I have my eyes. Speaking of which, Bai Wen's Takamagara and Mythos skills inflicted almost no strain on his eyesight, even with constant use. They would only render his vision slightly blurred for half a day before returning to normal. Very well, very well. Bai Wen made the first move, conjuring 9 spikes with Takamagara and launching them at Kane. Oh, Uchiha Wen, you are quite impatient, she remarked. 5th form, Peony. As she spoke, Kane executed the flower-breathing technique, striking out with 9 blades that shattered the spikes upon impact. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped into the air. 6th form, Ryu no Momo. Kane twisted her body mid-air, delivering a downward slash aimed at Bai Wen's left side. Bai Wen prepared a defensive barrier of Takamagara on his left, while simultaneously manifesting a blade to counterattack. What appeared to be an inescapable situation, Kane struck directly at the Takamagara, leveraging her momentum to return to her original position. Following this, Kane charged at Bai Wen. 1st form, Wisteria. The slash was almost identical to the water surface slash. In that instant, Bai Wen discerned the weakness of her technique. If he applied pressure to the back of her blade before it fully descended, he could neutralize her attack. Bai Wen executed his plan, his long sword inexplicably elongating as it struck the back of Kane's blade. However, Kane's attack bore no fruit, and she simultaneously unleashed the 5th form, Peony. 9 slashes were unleashed, and Bai Wen found himself defenseless, yet in the next moment, the strikes passed harmlessly through his body as he entered a state of intangibility. Bai Wen had long since imposed a myth upon himself, with the condition that he would activate his intangibility upon encountering an attack to which he was utterly defenseless. Oh dear, Wenkuin, you are indeed quite crafty with your approach. I find myself unable to inflict any harm upon you, he remarked, shaking his wrist. However, I can relinquish my defenses and wholeheartedly focus on assaulting you. With that, 2 blades materialized in his hands, while numerous others surged forth from behind him, hurtling towards Kanahu. Breath of Flowers, 2nd form, Mekon Plum. Due to Bai Wen's ethereal state, Kanahu could only concentrate on defense while seeking opportunities to strike back. Before long, Bai Wen's lack of combat experience became apparent as Kanahu deftly countered his every move. And after 10 minutes had elapsed, she seized the moment and charged forward. Breath of Flowers, 4th form, Red Floral Attire. The tip of her blade rested delicately against Bai Wen's chin, suggesting that a mere twitch on his part would result in his head being cleaved in twain. I concede. Bai Wen was not one to shy away from defeat. Rather, he viewed it with remarkable composure. Oh dear, Wenkuin. To think you could compel me to this extent is rather impressive. Many A-rank members would struggle to achieve such a feat, Kanahu chuckled softly. Although both had not exerted their full strength, Kanahu was acutely aware of Bai Wen's formidable capabilities. Were he to unleash his full potential, conjuring 1,000 or 10,000 blades with high heaven's might, few could withstand such an onslaught. Presently, however, Bai Wen was clearly in a state of exhaustion, merely panting heavily. Shall I inform Lord Shogun of this matter, so that you may join the Demon Slayer Corps without undergoing the final trial? Bai Wen contemplated for a moment before ultimately declining Kanahu's offer, which did not incite her ire. I suspect Wenkuin will eradicate all the demons on the mountain. But do exercise restraint. Capturing demons is far more challenging than slaying them. Bai Wen nodded in agreement, adding, however, should they come to me, I make no guarantees. Oh dear. I doubt any demon would refuse Wenkuin's blood, indeed. The demons on the mountain are in for a reckoning. I should first ponder how to capture them. Chapter 4, The Final Selection. Days passed, and Bai Wen resolved to participate in this year's final selection, much to the approval of Shinobu Kocho, who was eager to be rid of this shameless fellow. Naturally, no one harbored concerns for Bai Wen, as he possessed lower moon-level strength. It would indeed be ludicrous for him to perish at the hands of a few meager demons that had claimed but 1 or 2 lives. On this day, Bai Wen presented himself with an unusual seriousness, clad in a silver-white haori adorned with a symbol reminiscent of the Uchiha clan on his back, and a steel blade concealed at his waist. Upon arriving at the foot of Mount Fujisaki, Bai Wen couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking scenery, far surpassing that depicted in the anime. Subsequently, he began to survey the surrounding participants, numbering over 20. To his surprise, the future Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was among them. However, Bai Wen had no intention of engaging him in conversation, as Sanemi was known for his volatile temperament. As night fell, a figure clad in black, their head wrapped in a dual-toned cloth, approached. Bai Wen recognized this individual as a member of the insect Hashira. Higurama and Akira are not the chief examiners and guides for the final selection? He pondered, but soon realized that at this time, Higurama and Akira would still be children, ill-suited for such an occasion, and dismissed his confusion. After a while, the insect Hashira member spoke, capturing the attention of the majority. Esteemed participants, thank you for attending tonight's final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps. Within the confines of this Mount Fujisaki lies a prison for demons captured by our swordsmen. These demons cannot escape this realm, for the foothills to the mid-mountain are perpetually adorned with the wisteria blooms that demons despise. Beyond this point, however, no wisteria grows, and demons may roam freely. Survive for 7 days within this mountain. That is the criterion for passing the final selection. I wish you all the best of luck. With a courteous bow, the insect member concluded. The participants began to murmur amongst themselves about the implications of this announcement, and Bai Wen observed them. Some appeared excited, others fearful, some filled with dread, and others exuding hatred. Ignoring them, Bai Wen ascended the mountain, prompting the others to shout in a bid to bolster their own courage in light of his audacity. That night was anything but tranquil. As Bai Wen ventured further up the mountain, 2 demons, driven by primal instincts, lunged at him. Without a glance, Bai Wen raised a hand, and a blade materialized, swiftly severing the demons' necks. There was nothing in the mountain that could pose a threat to Bai Wen. His only interest lay in the hand demon. Throughout the night, Bai Wen roamed the mountainside, slaying demons and rescuing those in peril. 3 days elapsed, and almost all the demons on Mount Fujisaki had been vanquished by Bai Wen. Yet he had yet to encounter the hand demon. He found this peculiar. Surely the hand demon would have no resistance to rare blood, and his scent had permeated the mountain over the past few days. Why had the hand demon not sought him out? Though Bai Wen had not crossed paths with the hand demon, a legend began to circulate on Mount Fujisaki. Each night, a red-eyed figure would frantically hunt demons, his strength so formidable that no demon could withstand him. That evening, Bai Wen chose not to pursue demons, but instead sat in place, wearied from 4 consecutive days of battle. TSK, 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 you must be exhausted, a ghostly voice drifted from behind him, accompanied by the presence of a fist-clenched arm. Bai Wen jolted in surprise. In an instant, he activated High Heaven's barrier in front of himself, halting the arm in its tracks. As he leaped back, squinting at the towering figure before him, he recognized it as the hand demon. Bai Wen did not consider himself particularly strong, but the proximity of a creature of the hand demon's stature would undoubtedly evoke vigilance. You possess blood demon art? TSK, TSK, Tisk, you've discovered my secret. I am uncertain how you became aware of my existence, but you must be quite fatigued now. You cannot hope to defeat me. Bai Wen briefly contemplated, quickly deducing that the hand demon's blood demon art likely involved concealing its presence. Otherwise, it would not have remained undetected by the Demon Slayer Corps for decades. However, the hand demon likely possessed only a fraction of Muzan's blood. How could it possibly awaken blood demon arts? This had not been mentioned in the original text. Well, I can guess your thoughts. You wonder why a demon like me should possess blood demon art? Allow me to enlighten you. I have quite a bit of the master's blood within me. The hand demon's claim of quite a bit likely meant it had just reached the threshold necessary to awaken blood demon arts, having consumed dozens of humans to do so. Yet, the hand demon had miscalculated. Although Bai Wen was fatigued, he still possessed the strength of an A-rank fighter. Chapter 5. No hand demon grasped. The hand demon extended its arms, elongating them as it swung at Bai Wen. Unfazed, Bai Wen merely flicked his fingers, and several blades appeared, slicing through the hand demon's arms. The hand demon glanced at its wounds, sensing a force subtly suppressing its regenerative capabilities. Wait, how can he remain so powerful? The hand demon looked at Bai Wen, only to find him smirking at it, causing panic to swell within. While you have correctly guessed my exhaustion, you have overlooked a crucial detail. Killing you is merely a trivial task for me. In the next moment, Bai Wen's figure vanished before the hand demon, leaving it utterly perplexed by his swift movements. A voice laced with mockery echoed from behind. This exemplified the disparity in power. The hand demon hurriedly turned around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of silvery light. The next instant, its head tumbled to the ground. With the loss of its head, the demon's body disintegrated within mere breaths, leaving only a solitary hand that gradually crumbled away. The severed head, bereft of a body, began to disintegrate into fine ash. Infuriating, Infuriating, infuriating. The hand demon roared in rage, yet it was a futile display of impotent fury. Its body continued to dissolve, unstoppable. How despicable. The last visage it beheld was that of the demon slayer. How had it come to this? The hand demon's voice grew fainter. In the next moment, it discerned a small child lurking in the darkness. Who is this? The hand demon pondered, bewildered by the apparition. It was terrifying to be alone in the night. The little boy, trembling with fear, called out, "Brother, where are you? Please take my hand," just like before. At this, the child could no longer hold back his tears. Suddenly, that innocent face morphed into one that bore a hint of grotesque terror. Why did I kill my brother? Who was my brother again? Observing the hand demon, now reduced to a severed head and a single hand, Bai Wen did not extend his hand like Tanjiro would. He lacked Tanjiro's excessive tenderness, which even offered blessings to man-eating demons. Instead, he remained a detached witness, despite the overwhelming sorrow emanating from the hand demon. For Bai Wen understood that this was merely the hand demon reliving its past, not engaging in repentance. The lone hand of the demon seemed to yearn to grasp something. Suddenly, a figure holding a lantern appeared behind the demon, prompting it to rush towards the person, its form gradually restoring to human shape as it ran. Brother, take my hand." Yet, the figure did not turn around to grasp the hand demon's hand as usual. It simply continued onward, absorbed in its own thoughts. Brother, where are you going?" The brother turned back, but what was revealed was merely a pair of blood-red eyes, filled with cruelty and resentment, far removed from the warmth and affection of yesteryears. The abrupt change terrified the hand demon, rendering it frozen in place, muttering the word brother softly. The figure holding the light never glanced back, only retreating further into the distance. Ultimately, the hand demon grasped nothing. All it bore was the agonizing burden of having slain its beloved brother. As the hand demon crumbled into ash, Bai Wen's heart remained unperturbed. At that moment, the negative emotions of slaughter, ruthlessness, and arrogance brought on by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to subtly influence him, though he remained blissfully unaware. Just then, a vision of 13 individuals adorned with fox masks seemed to materialize before him. He recognized them as the 13 disciples of Sakanji Urokadaki, consumed by the hand demon. He simply uttered, "You can rest assured, no one will be harmed again." The 13 exchanged glances and dispersed, while Kaneo appeared to cast a lingering look at Bai Wen before departing. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep. He felt no anxiety, for the demons on the mountain were nearly eradicated, likely dealt with by the temperamental Shinazugawa. Upon awakening at 5:30, he roused himself for breakfast. As Bai Wen opened his eyes, he felt invigorated. Suddenly, he sensed something in his hand. Upon inspection, it was a red string, an utterly mundane piece of cord. Tilting his head, he adorned his left wrist with it, finding it quite aesthetically pleasing. Ordinarily, Bai Wen would never carry something of unknown provenance, but his cautious nature had been gradually supplanted by arrogance. Chapter 6. Through selection, this final selection was particularly unique, due to Bai Wen's presence. Not a single demon remained on the mountain within just 5 days. Consequently, after 7 days had passed, everyone gathered joyfully to descend. Yet their discussions predominantly revolved around the widely circulated tale of the red-eyed patient from Mount Fujikase. As they descended, engaged in laughter and banter, an ominous chill swept over them, accompanied by a haunting gaze. Turning around, they found it was Bai Wen. The group approached him with warm greetings. Although they teased him as the red-eyed patient, a strong individual commands respect wherever they go, does it not? During this interaction, Bai Wen shared his name, Uchiha One, and all took note of his handsome visage and name, save for Shinazugawa. This fellow was a live wire, having once defied authority and confronted Yorichi when he became a Hashira. Thus, while Shinazugawa's spirit of sacrifice was commendable, Bai Wen harbored no fondness for him. Regardless, it was inevitable that the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps would swell significantly this time. The members of the Hidden Corps watched in disbelief as the seemingly team-building procession unfolded. How could no one have perished during the final selection? Had the demons on the mountain turned to Buddhism? After calming their nerves, a member of the Hidden Corps addressed the group. "Welcome back. We apologize for the unexpected number of participants passing the final selection. We need to first ascertain how everyone succeeded." At this, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, while the Hidden Corps searched for useful information amid the chaos. Ultimately, they reached a startling conclusion. Nearly all the demons had been vanquished by a single individual, Bai Wen. The Hidden Corps member glanced at Bai Wen with mild astonishment, contemplating for a moment before stating, "We sincerely apologize, but due to the emergence of such a formidable member, only those who have slain demons may pass the final selection." Upon hearing this news, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, but was not particularly surprised. However, you may choose to join the Hidden Corps or contribute to the fight against demons. This announcement reignited excitement among the crowd. They could indeed join the hidden core. In the end, those who passed the final selection included by 1 Shinazugawa Sanemi and 2 ordinary passers-by. Only they had slain demons. In matters like this, no one would dare to lie, for deceit could cost one their life. Congratulations to everyone. The hidden core member commenced his merciless recitation. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. First, we will distribute uniforms, measure your sizes, and inscribe your ranks. There are 10 ranks in total: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xin, Run, and Gue. Currently, you are all at the lowest rank, Gue. Today, you will select the steel for blade forging. However, forging will take 10 to 15 days. At this point, the hidden core member clapped his hands. 4 noisy crows soared into the air. As Bai Wen raised his right arm, 1 crow descended upon him. Each crow found its rightful master. The white crow was exceptionally quiet, and its eyes were strikingly red. From now on, the crows will accompany you. They are primarily used for communication. With that, the hidden core member unveiled a table draped in red cloth, revealing various types of steel. Now, please select a piece of steel. Eradicate the evil demons and protect your blades. The steel for forging is to be chosen by you personally. Bai Wen gazed at the steel ball before him, astonished to see wisps of mist clinging to its surface. Tilting his head, he noted that such a detail was never mentioned in the original narrative. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a steel ball that bore the most mist. As he handed it to the member of the hidden team, he briefly pondered before gesturing with his left hand to conjure a sphere crafted from the primordial material of Takamagara. He addressed the hidden team member, requesting, "Please inform the blacksmith to incorporate this into the blade." The man glanced at Bai Wen and nodded in agreement. Bai Wen was curious about the outcome of integrating Takamagara's substance into the sword. "Is that so?" One individual remarked, simultaneously reaching out to touch a nearby crow. "All have survived. It seems a remarkable child has emerged, truly exceptional. My offspring have multiplied significantly. Those 4 will undoubtedly become extraordinary swordsmen." Chapter 7. Bai Wen's blade. Upon returning to the butterfly mansion, Bai Wen was met with a scathing glare from Shinobu Kocho, her white eyes nearly rolling into the heavens. "You really treat this place as your own home, don't you?" Meanwhile, Kanawo expressed her joy at Bai Wen's safe return while reproaching him for annihilating an entire mountain of demons, lamenting that capturing demons was far more challenging than exterminating them. 10 days later, a robust man donned in a fiery mask rushed toward the butterfly mansion, carrying a box and a bundle on his back. Bai Wen spotted him from afar, deducing that he must be from the swordsmith village. He wondered what a sword forged from Takamagara material would be like. Shortly after, the man arrived, panting yet speaking rapidly. "I am Tetsuru, the swordsmith for Uchiha 1. You must be him. The Nichiren blade is forged from a special material, also known as the color-changing sword." "None of that matters. You wouldn't understand anyway. I encountered a member of the hidden team on my way and brought your uniform. You don't need to know the details about its moisture resistance and fireproofing. Just know it will be useful to you." At this point, Tetsuharu paused, plopped down onto the ground. The butterfly sisters, startled, recalled that swordsmiths held an unparalleled love for their blades. Yet this man failed to mention his sword. After a short rest, Tetsuharu stood and firmly grasped Bai Wen's shoulder, inquiring, "Quickly tell me, what was that material you gave me? It's truly remarkable. Do you have more? Where did you acquire it?" Upon hearing this, Kanawo and Shinobu began to speculate, and as expected, Bai Wen flipped his left hand to reveal a piece of white substance, stating, "This is rare blood. It is my ability to conjure this material from thin air." Tetsuharu feigned surprise at this ability before seizing the material greedily, examining it as if it were his beloved. Kanawo approached Bai Wen to apologize, explaining that swordsmiths often possessed peculiar personalities. Bai Wen expressed his indifference. Thus, Tetsuharu scrutinized the primordial material, while Bai Wen observed him. After some time, Tetsuharu suddenly asked, "What was I here for again?" Bai Wen reminded him, "You came to deliver my sword." Tetsuharu, as if struck by a revelation, retrieved the box he had been carrying, silently pocketing the material. Bai Wen watched this unfold, bemused. Bai Wen's sword was nearly pure white, adorned only with a few star-like patterns on the hilt. Drawing the blade, he noted the silver-white surface remained unchanged. If anything, it appeared even whiter. Yet he sensed an inexplicable connection forming within his consciousness. "No change." Tetsuharu and the butterfly sisters voiced their confusion. Moments later, Tetsuharu realized, exclaiming, "It's not that there is no change. Rather, it was inherently meant to turn silver white. This is a color never seen before, and it appears upon my forged blade. What a splendid occurrence." Bai Wen shuddered slightly, wondering if this fellow might become like Yuzui Tenjin. Everyone finally grasped the situation. Bai Wen inquired of Tetsuharu, "Did you notice any remarkable phenomena while forging with that material?" Tetsuharu grew animated, stating, "Do you know? Your material wouldn't melt. I burned it all day, and it showed no change. This is just one aspect. When I melted the materials for the Nichiren blade and added yours, it melted as if it had a life of its own. During the forging process, I felt unprecedented ease. And the blade I forged was incredibly sharp, so sharp that even I could effortlessly cleave through steel as thick as my arm." He gestured to demonstrate. "You claim you conjured this material from nothing. Try wielding this sword to see if you feel anything special." Bai Wen nodded in response and, accompanied by the others, ventured into the bamboo grove at the back of the mountain. Once there, he sensed an intimate connection with the blade. With a casual swing, he released a silver-white blade of energy, effortlessly severing the bamboo before him. The three were astonished. Was this truly a technique achievable without breathing techniques? They then observed Bai Wen's sword elongate inexplicably, though Kanawo and Shinobu remained unimpressed, having seen such occurrences before. However, Tetsuharu was ecstatic, exclaiming, "A sword that can extend. Incredible!" Bai Wen sensed another ability within the blade, yet he could not manifest it. He shrugged and remarked, "Clearly, that's all there is to it." Chapter 8. The mission. When Bai Wen indicated it was time for Tetsuharu to depart, Tetsuharu expressed reluctance, persistently requesting several pieces of Takamagara material before finally leaving. After bidding farewell to Tetsuharu, Bai Wen's crow swooped down. "Ka, Uchiha 1, head southeast toward the Butterfly Mansion. There have been reports of missing persons. Please investigate immediately. This is your first mission." Bai Wen fixed a steely gaze upon the crow, noting its ruffled feathers. "From now on, you shall be called Quan." To his surprise, Bai Wen was merely contemplating a name, Obito. "Ka, Quan, a splendid name." With that, Quan took off swiftly into the sky. Bai Wen donned his uniform, emblazoned with a large character for reduce on the back, draped in a pure white haori, adorned with a fan emblem on the left chest. He fashioned a sheath for his sword from Takamagara material and set off towards the village. After a few days of intermittent travel, he arrived at the town, which at first glance appeared unremarkable, at least to the eyes of an ordinary person. However, Bai Wen's keen perception noticed the vendor at a watermelon stand, whose stall was shrouded beneath a large umbrella. In his view, the vendor emanated a faint red aura. Reflecting on this, he recalled that the hand demon on Mount Fujisaki also bore a red aura, albeit too faint for him to notice before. Bai Wen theorized that this might be related to the number of people demons had consumed or their level of power. Finding a modest inn, Bai Wen settled in for the night. As darkness fell, he concentrated, and his sword along with its sheath flew away unnoticed as he sought to investigate the situation. Approaching the watermelon stand, he inquired, "Hey there, how much for your melons per pound?" Bai Wen was not foolish enough to directly ask if the vendor was a demon. Instead, he opted for a subtle probe, 2 yen per pound. The specter immediately retorted, casting a discreet glance at Bai Wen, his eyes flickering with surprise upon realizing he was a rare blood type. "What is up? Is this melon made of gold, or is the melon seed made of gold?" The ghost took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a sound reminiscent of an elephant's trumpet, and said, "Look around. Where's the melon? These are all homegrown melons. Pick one." With a casual stride, the ghost sauntered to the stall behind and selected a watermelon, soothing its feelings as he inquired, "How about this one? Ah, is this melon ripe?" Bai Wen pressed. The ghost shook his head with a light chuckle. "I run a fruit stall. Would I sell you an unripe melon? I ask you, is this melon ripe?" Bai Wen insisted. The ghost suddenly lifted his head, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Bai Wen. "Are you deliberately stirring trouble? Do you want it or not?" "If this melon is ripe, I will definitely take it," Bai Wen replied, seamlessly stepping closer to the ghost. "But what if it's not ripe?" "If it's not ripe, I'll eat it myself." Satisfied, the ghost, now slightly irked, placed the watermelon on the scale, declaring, 15 pounds, 30 yuan. "How is this even 15 pounds? Your scale must be faulty. Are you deliberately causing trouble?" The ghost shouted, slamming the watermelon on the stall in frustration, visibly wishing to devour this insolent individual. "Do you want it or not?" Bai Wen ignored him, instead flipping the scale to reveal a magnet underneath, pointing at it, and said, "Look, a magnet. And you said, if this melon isn't ripe, you'll swallow it, right?" With that, Bai Wen seized the watermelon knife from the stall and cleaved the watermelon in two. "Are you chopping my melon?" The ghost was genuinely enraged. Taking a fierce step toward Bai Wen brandished the fruit knife, and in the next moment, a flash of red light flickered in his left eye as he activated High Heaven's origin, firmly covering his face, while a layer of substance, designed to slay ghosts, enveloped the blade. He plunged the knife into the ghost's abdomen, who instantly felt an excruciating pain. Bai Wen withdrew the knife and swiftly severed the ghost's neck, causing it to disintegrate into ashes. Thus, the ghost was vanquished without even a chance to employ its blood demon arts. Bystanders were left astounded. Witnessing the bizarre turn of events at the watermelon stall, never anticipating that a mere fruit transaction could lead to such a fatal outcome. Bai Wen vanished in a leap from the town, and after a while, a passerby, recovering from the shock, shouted, "Sorry Lang. Octopus brother. Sorry Lang." The crowd erupted into a commotion. Chapter 9. Lower Moon 1, Rokuro. As Bai Wen dealt with the watermelon ghost and leapt away, he stowed his knife and chose not to return to submit his task, opting instead for a nearby grove, having noticed a faint red glow emanating from the mountain. Although the hue was not profoundly deep, it enveloped a significant portion of the forest, leading Bai Wen to speculate that a formidable ghost might reside there. Upon entering the woods and pursuing the areas rich with red light, he soon encountered a burly man adorned in blue garments with long hair. The man caught the scent of Bai Wen and turned to face him. Bai Wen recognized him as Rokuro, the Lower Moon 2, though at that moment, Rokuro appeared to be Lower Moon 1. "Isn't Yum the next in line?" Bai Wen mused, astonished that this fellow was indeed a higher rank. Rokuro, having been brutally dismissed by Muzan, met his demise for attempting to command him. Unlike the Lower Moon 6, who was more verbose, Rokuro was a man of few words and a fierce demeanor, his eyes glinting with a hint of desire as he charged directly at Bai Wen. Blood Demon Art. Suppression. Bai Wen felt a wave of pressure crash over him, yet his physique was robust enough to withstand it. Drawing his knife, he unleashed a blade of energy. Rokuro deftly evaded, admiration flickering in his gaze, albeit mingled with disdain. Blood Demon Art. Universal Attraction. What? Universal Attraction? Bai Wen felt a tremendous pull emanating from Rokuro, his body involuntarily gravitating toward him. Bai Wen's expression shifted as he activated phasing, a technique allowing him to become intangible when forced to move. In an instant, he slipped into this state. Rokuro, unaware, leapt forth, aiming for Bai Wen's heart. To his astonishment, his hand met nothing but air, as if it had penetrated through it. How is this possible? Can a human achieve such a feat? Yet Rokuro found himself without leverage, as Bai Wen's form fully passed through him. With a swift turn, Bai Wen swung his right hand, directing his blade toward Rokuro's neck. A surge of impending doom flooded Rokuro's senses. He had been struck. He might not escape this. Desperately, Rokuro exerted all his strength to twist in midair, but Bai Wen's blade severed his left forearm. Seizing the moment, Bai Wen activated High Heaven's Origin, manifesting multiple white blades aimed at Rokuro's neck. Rokuro realized he could not evade this assault, and he also discovered to his dismay that his left arm was unable to regenerate. Damn it, is this guy a Hashira? But how can a human possess power akin to blood demon arts? Dreadful, I cannot escape. Must I resort to that blood demon art? Rokuro thought, reluctant to employ it, knowing it would deplete the precious blood of his master, diminishing his strength with each use. Yet, faced with life and death, he felt he had no choice. Blood demon art, black blood thorn. What? Bai Wen exclaimed, taken aback as Rokuro invoked Muzan's blood demon art. In the next instant, a multitude of black thorns erupted from Rokuro's body, effortlessly blocking all of Bai Wen's attacks, while firmly anchoring Rokuro in place. These thorns surged toward Bai Wen, compelling him to abandon his offensive and adopt a defensive stance with High Heaven's Origin. Though phasing allowed him to evade all strikes, overwhelming force would still pierce through. Although Muzan's black blood thorns were not an offensive skill, they were more than sufficient to contend with a fighter of Bai Wen's caliber. A glint of hatred flickered in Rokuro's eyes, recalling how he endured his master's blood to acquire 3 blood demon arts. Blood demon art, suppression. Blood demon art, universal attraction, and blood demon art, deadly thorns. When his master witnessed the deadly thorns, his eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, the thorns transformed into black blood thorns, with his master expressing admiration for Rokuro, deeming him worthy of ascending to the upper moons. However, Rokuro soon discovered a terrifying reality. After deploying black blood thorns, his body began to erode, a phenomenon that had not occurred previously. Chapter 10. The First Clash with Muzan Kabutsuji. Why? Rokuro pondered, engulfed in fear and confusion. The root of all this turmoil stemmed from Muzan Kabutsuji. Following the demise of Lower Moon 6, the sickle-wielding Kage, Muzan had already conceived a desire to eradicate the Lower Moons, a plan that had materialized years ahead of the original timeline. Upon sensing Rokuro wielding his blood demon art, Muzan was consumed by rage, for his mindset had shifted. He now perceived the Lower Moons merely as wasteful consumers of his blood, and Rokuro had audaciously employed his blood demon art without reservation. Muzan exerted control over the black blood thorns, initiating their insidious encroachment upon the body of Rokuro. In truth, Muzan was not capable of manipulating the lower tiers from such a distance. However, given that Rokuro was a personal creation of his, he could easily exert dominion over him. Rokuro cried out in agony, and at that moment, Bai Wen discerned that the attacks had indeed slowed somewhat. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Rokuro's form was being consumed at an alarming rate. Had Muzan contemplated the annihilation of the lower tiers so soon? Shouldn't it have been after they were utterly exhausted? Bai Wen refrained from considering the direction he had traversed. Soon enough, Rokuro's body vanished entirely, and the black blood thorns seemed to have absorbed sustenance, transforming almost instantaneously into an image of Muzan, albeit without his transformed appearance. Far away in Infinity City, Muzan began to control this new vessel. Consider the clothing as a manifestation of Muzan's cellular control, despite its scientific implausibility. Though merely a mere avatar, it was endowed with the combat prowess of an upper tier, and the invisible pressure it exuded caused Bai Wen's expression to shift dramatically, enveloping him in an unprecedented gravitas. Kabutsuji Muzan, Bai Wen uttered slowly. The Muzan before him smiled, exuding an air of cultivated elegance and amiability. Yet Bai Wen was acutely aware that beneath this facade lay a savage demon, with his abilities limited to that of the lower tiers. Bai Wen knew he stood no chance of defeating him. Glancing towards the east, he noted that the sun was soon to rise, and he spoke. Let us each take a step back. You do not kill me, and I shall not divulge your secrets. Ha ha. Are the children of the Demon Slayer Corps truly this ignorant? I have observed your capabilities with keen interest. I must admit, you are the second individual in this world to have piqued my interest, Muzan retorted with a malicious grin. Become a demon. With your unique power, coupled with the blood demon arts, you would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of the uppermost tier. Ahaha. At the sound of Muzan's words, Bai Wen conceived a potential strategy to delay Muzan's advance. Though it was merely a postponement, every moment counted. Bai Wen exhaled, his expression taking on a serious demeanor as he regarded Muzan. Muzan merely smiled, awaiting Bai Wen's next move. What do you regard life as? Bai Wen shouted at Muzan, finding a certain thrill in confronting the Demon King so defiantly. Familiar yet strange phrases flooded Muzan's mind, images from his memories resurfacing, and at that moment, Bai Wen's figure coalesced with that of a man from his past. Abruptly, Muzan grasped his head, collapsing to the ground, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Bai Wen. First form, Dance of the Sun, Bai Wen proclaimed theatrically. Muzan felt as if his head were about to detach, instinctively cradling it with his hands. Seizing this moment of Muzan's fear, Bai Wen hastily fled into the distance. After what felt like an eternity, Muzan emerged from his psychological torment, continually reassuring himself that the man from his past was dead, that Bai Wen was merely bluffing. The images of Bai Wen and that man flickered in his mind. Observing the direction Bai Wen had retreated, Muzan instinctively recognized that failing to eliminate Bai Wen would render him his foremost adversary in the future. With this thought, Muzan narrowed his eyes and commanded his avatar to pursue Bai Wen. On another hilltop, the tables had turned, and now it was Bai Wen who looked upon Muzan in terror. You have forsaken your sole means of survival. Now, death is your only fate, Muzan declared, his voice dripping with malice, as his left hand morphed into a colossal tentacle, swinging towards Bai Wen. Though Bai Wen could perceive the attack clearly, his body remained immobile beneath the overwhelming pressure exerted by Muzan. Perhaps I should attempt to summon Susanoo, Bai Wen mused. In the next instant, his vision and strength were nearly depleted. Silver-white ribs and a singular, pure-bone arm manifested, intercepting the blow. Yet a fissure appeared in the arm of Susanoo. Muzan gazed at Bai Wen, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. Could a mere human truly harness such power? Yet, his assault showed no signs of abating. Bai Wen knelt upon the ground, realizing that if this continued, Susanoo would eventually shatter, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. Bai Wen's Nichiren blade surged in size, appearing in Susanoo's grasp. With a single swing, he severed Muzan's tentacle. Chapter 11. Only by exerting every last effort can one survive. Muzan regarded the severed limb, sensing a force impeding his regeneration. Although it felt distinctly different from his previous encounters, it nonetheless evoked memories of that individual. He truly resembles him. Given a few years, he could develop further, but alas, there is no opportunity for that, Muzan contemplated. Simultaneously, Muzan stimulated the vitality of his cells, rapidly regenerating his left hand. His expression remained stoic as he regarded Bai Wen. Blood demon art, blood binding. Muzan's capricious nature led him to contemplate recruitment once more. He was unfazed by the notion of retracting his prior intentions. However, the blood of this vessel would undoubtedly fail to transform Bai Wen into a demon. Therefore, Muzan planned to first ensnare Bai Wen, then dispatch a subordinate to bring him back for conversion. Forcing forth a drop of blood, crimson light erupted, and several black whips extended from the blood, reaching for Bai Wen. Bai Wen gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, both of his Sharingan activated. Exhausted, he miraculously rose to his feet. Susanoo had fully transformed into a skeletal form, which then sprouted tendons and flesh. Bai Wen, having overdrawn his life force, forcibly activated the second state of Susanoo to combat Muzan. This confrontation would cost Bai Wen at least 20 years of his life, but he paid it no mind. The silver-white Susanoo swung its blade, the speed and power surpassing Bai Wen's limits. His muscles ruptured, blood gushing forth, and bones in his legs fractured, yet he remained steadfast. Simultaneously, the two Mangekyō Sharingan instinctively emanated their power, striving to protect Bai Wen's life. This act cost him another 10 years of his lifespan. Die! Bai Wen bellowed. The speed and force of this strike were so immense that even Muzan could not react in time. By the moment he registered the attack, he was bisected. No. This avatar had been utterly destroyed, with no chance of recovery. After delivering that decisive blow, Susanoo vanished completely. Bai Wen collapsed to the ground, and before losing consciousness, he beheld the dawn rising gently. I am safe, Bai Wen thought as he succumbed to darkness. Upon awakening, Bai Wen found himself once again in the butterfly mansion. Attempting to rise was futile, as his muscles lacked even the slightest strength. His legs were encased in thick plaster, and his entire body was swathed in bandages, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed, rendering him akin to a mummy. After a while, Shinobu Kocho entered, and Bai Wen noticed her regarding him with an expression of bewilderment. Eliciting a blush from him, Shinobu observed him and remarked, "Did you encounter an upper tier? Your injuries are severe. Were it not for your swift flight, you might have perished." Bai Wen pondered for a moment, deciding it best to speak the truth. "Well, I didn't encounter an upper tier. I faced the first lower tier." Shinobu's expression turned peculiar at this revelation. Wait, you cannot be serious. Even in your worst state, you couldn't possibly be on the brink of death from just a lower tier." One could only commend Shinobu. Such words seemed effortless on her lips. With a light chuckle, she continued, "Not only the lower tier, but I also encountered Muzan." Shinobu Kochu tilted her head slightly. "Muzan? Who is that? You don't know Muzan?" Bai Wen gazed at Shinobu with a peculiar expression, yet despite being entirely enveloped in bandages, he appeared somewhat adorable at that moment. "All right. You haven't officially joined the Demon Slayer Corps, so it's not surprising you're unaware of Muzan. Could you enlighten me as to who Muzan is?" "Ask your sister." Shinobu retorted, feeling a sudden wave of suffocation. This fellow was truly lacking in courtesy. She casually remarked that someone's injuries were yet to heal completely and still required her care, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. As expected, she caught a flicker of panic in Bai Wen's eyes. Although he exhausted his life force in battle, it did not mean he was indifferent to life. On the contrary, he cherished it more than anyone else. "I've broken down. Muzan is actually an existence that transcends all demons. Every demon is a creation of his full name being Kibutsuji Muzan. However, the one I encountered was not his true form, but rather a mere clone, slightly stronger than the Hashira." Shinobu furrowed her brow. "If you can't even defeat my sister, how could you possibly contend with that clone?" Bai Wen pondered for a moment. Exhausting one's life in battle is quite a simple matter. He then recounted his journey from slaying the watermelon demon to battling the lower moons, ultimately culminating in the transformation of the lower moons into Muzan, and finally, how Susanoo vanquished Muzan. Kanehira, who had appeared unbeknownst to them, was deeply shaken by Bai Wen's words alongside Shinobu. In their hearts, Bai Wen had established a towering image. The sheer agony of shattered bones and torn muscles was not something just anyone could endure. At that moment, Bai Wen, his voice tinged with tears, lamented, "You have no idea how harrowing it was for me back then. I feared I would never see you again. Look at what I'm willing to sacrifice for you. Are you not moved?" Well, the grand stature he had just built was utterly destroyed by this shameless display, one had to admit. He was quite adept at sleight of hand. Chapter 12. The Fall of the Lower Moons. Far away in the Infinity Castle, Muzan was in a state of extreme fury, wreaking havoc throughout the castle, while Neikime cowered in a corner, trembling. Damn it! Oh! Muzan shouted in rage. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Neikime, and in the next instant, her entire being began to disintegrate, only to instantaneously regenerate, and then collapse again, repeatedly. Neikime dared not utter a sound, enduring the excruciating pain in silence. After what felt like an eternity, Muzan's fury subsided slightly, though his mood remained exceedingly foul. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded Neikime to gather all the lower moons, and Neikime, not daring to hesitate, complied immediately. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures were summoned to Infinity Castle: the second lower moon, Kaneo, the third lower moon, Rue, the fourth lower moon, and the fifth lower moon, Hyogai. They stood in different positions. Had all the lower moons been assembled? But why had Rokuro and Kageyama not come? Rue pondered. In the next moment, the 4 of them found themselves on a platform, facing not the female form of Muzan, but the familiar male version. Sensing the familiar aura, the 4 demons dared not delay, and all knelt before him. "Lord Kibutsuji, May I inquire why you summoned us? Asked Rue, who permitted you to speak. Upon hearing this, the lower moons felt a wave of panic. Muzan was angry. Do not voice your trivial thoughts. You need only answer my questions. Rokuro and Kageyama have been slain. They were the first and sixth lower moons. Why have the lower moons become so weak? For nearly a century, there has been no change among the upper moons. The ones who slay the pillar-level demon slayers are the upper moons. And the lower moons? How many times have their candidates been replaced? Rue was seized by Muzan and immediately cried out in panic. Please forgive me, Lord Kabutsuji. I am truly sorry, I am. Before Rue could finish, he exploded into a shower of blood, splattering the ground. The other three lower moons stared in horror at the scene, sensing that they might not survive the day. How could this happen? We had finally become part of the 12th Kazuki. Are you more afraid of the demon slayers than you are of me? No. Rue could not help but shout. Every time you encounter a pillar of demon slayers, you think of fleeing. No, I didn't. At this point, tears streamed down Rue's face, and his voice trembled with sorrow. I would fight to the death for you. Do you dare to deny my words? Muzan said darkly. In the next instant, Rue met his demise. No, it's over. He knows what we are thinking. Whether we affirm or deny, we will be killed. And we cannot defeat him, Kaneo thought, casting a furtive glance at Muzan. In that case, we must flee. Kaneo suddenly leapt up, desperately searching for a safe place within the ever-changing Infinity Castle. Such foolishness, the diligent employee Kyogai thought, observing Kaneo's actions. I must escape. I must. I should be safe now that I've run this far. However, in the next moment, Kaneo found herself in Muzan's grasp, her head alone remaining. Dissolve the lower moons, Muzan said, gazing at the remaining Kyogai. Indeed, I, Kyogai, blushing with embarrassment, barely began to speak before his head was sent flying by Muzan. Disgusting. Muzan said flatly. Thus, the 12 Kazuki became the 6 Kazuki. The events of Mount Spider would no longer exist. As for how Nezuko would be accepted by the Demon Slayer Corps in the future, that remained uncertain. Muzan then cast a scrutinizing gaze at Nakeheim, who felt a chill run down her spine. With a wave of his hand, a single character appeared in Nakeheim's singular eye, 7. From now on, you shall be the Upper Moon 7, Muzan declared to Nakeheim. As you command, Lord Kabutsuji, Nakeheim replied, kneeling on the ground. Muzan approached Nakeheim, crouching down, and she remained motionless as he pressed his hand against her forehead. Instantaneously, Nakeheim screamed in agony, enduring the torment of Muzan's blood, far more excruciating than before. You must withstand this blood, to be used for my purposes, Muzan said slowly. As you command, Nakeheim replied, her words barely intelligible. Muzan continued to gaze at Nakeheim, and after a considerable time, she finally began to recover from the pain. Seeing this, Muzan instructed Nakeheim, summon all the upper moons. I shall step out for a moment. As you command, Lord Kabutsuji. Subsequently, Nakeheim plucked the strings of her shamisen, and 6 distinct figures materialized in Infinity Castle. Chapter 13, The Upper Moon Assembly. The third upper moon, Akaza, gazed at the long-absent Infinity Castle, lost in thought among the other upper moons. None of the upper moons have been slain. Is there something of great importance? Oh, is that not Lord Akaza? A gourd rolled in, accompanied by a voice that seemed somewhat hollow. At that moment, a figure emerged from the gourd, though it did not resemble a typical human. It was the 5th upper moon, Gyako. Oh dear. Seeing you so spirited and vigorous brings me great joy. It has been nearly 50 years since we last met. Just then, another aged and somber voice chimed in. How terrifying, truly terrifying. It has only been a short time, yet Gyako has become unrecognizable. It has been a full 107 years, to be precise. The demon, the 4th upper moon, Hama, remarked. Countless numbers, ominous and odd. How frightful indeed. Yasakura paid no heed to them, instead directing his gaze towards Neru and inquiring. Has Lord Muzan yet graced us with his presence? Lord Kabutsuji has matters to attend to and has yet to return, came the reply. Oh dear, dear. Could it be that you are not concerned for my well-being, dear Yasakura? I, on the other hand, am perpetually preoccupied with the safety of everyone. A strikingly handsome man, who bore little resemblance to a demon, remarked with a smile, casually draping an arm over Yasakura's shoulder. After all, we are all vital comrades. I would not wish misfortune upon anyone. Hee, Lord Doma, a voice chimed in from nearby. Doma obediently acknowledged. It's been quite some time, Yazu. Have you acquired a new vase? Quite splendid indeed. He exclaimed. The one you gifted me previously now serves as a decorative piece housing a woman's head in my chamber. Yuzuru frowned slightly. Vases are not meant for such morbid purposes. Yet, there is a certain charm in such usage, Doma mused. By the way, do visit my abode sometime. Remove your hand, Yasakura's voice interjected. Take your hand away. With that, Yasakura's left hand swung towards Doma's face. Doma was struck and coughed up blood. Yet he remained unfazed, continuing to smile cheerfully. Ah, splendid punch. It seems you have grown stronger, haven't you, dear Yasakura? Veins throbbed on Yasakura's forehead. He was tempted to end Doma's life right then and there. Enough, interrupted a figure with 6 eyes, the upper moon one, Kokushibo. Let us not indulge in this futile farce. Lord Muzan has arrived. At that moment, Muzan held a piece of material, the remnants of the Takamagara substance, which was intentionally left behind by Hakumen to confirm the coordinates of the infinite fortress. He had fortuitously discovered that he could ascertain the coordinates of the Takamagara substance. Although in the original narrative the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were ensnared by Neru, he still wished to test this theory. Hakumen felt a sudden void in his connection to this material and was overtaken by a sense of disappointment. Speaking of which, Muzan tossed the substance towards Kokushibo, who caught it, perplexed. What is this? Muzan did not respond, instead continuing, I encountered a little fellow, a human who possesses strength rivaling that of a demon. Doma inquired curiously. Can he heal his wounds as well? How extraordinary. Muzan cast a disdainful glance at Doma, then turned to Kokushibo, informing him. This substance was conjured by me from thin air. The other demons were taken aback. While they too could create matter, Yasakura, they were demons, endowed with blood demon arts. Could a mere human wield such power? Muzan addressed Kokushibo. Kokushibo, sever your arm with this substance. Kokushibo, expressionless, complied, indifferent to the act of severing his own limb. However, he soon found himself astonished, as he sensed a force impeding his regeneration. Do you feel it? Muzan queried. Indeed, the ability to suppress regeneration is quite similar to his. He replied. At this, both Muzan and Kokushibo's eyes flashed with a trace of fury, prompting the other demons to remain silent. However, his power is only akin to that of the lower moons. By the way, I have eradicated all of the lower moons. What a pitiful bunch. Yasakura felt a surge of satisfaction. He harbored a profound disdain for the weak, finding their mere presence repugnant. I could have dispatched him with a mere avatar, yet. As Muzan spoke, he transmitted relevant memories to the 8 moons. The other demons were left in shock, and apart from Kokushibo, they involuntarily turned their gazes towards Doma. For the ability known as Susanoo bore a slight resemblance to his ice bodhisattva. Ah, please do not look at me. While the abilities may bear resemblance. What does it have to do with me? Doma feigned innocence. Chapter 14. Hakumen under pursuit. Muzan cast a glance at Doma, stating, I hope you do not harbor doubts towards your fellow kin, for I shall show no mercy if you do. Yes, Lord Muzan. Should you encounter him, eliminate him at any cost. Yes, Lord Muzan. Thus, Hakumen became Muzan's first target of pursuit. Finally, a matter concerning Daki arose. Daki stepped forward, puzzled. Lord Muzan, what is your command? With a wave of his hand, Daki's rank transformed from the 6th upper moon to the 8th. From this day forth, Jutaro shall serve as the 6th upper moon, Neru as the 7th, and Daki as the 8th. Understood. As Neru dispatched the remaining upper moons, Muzan began to ponder. Cursed be it, I forgot to inquire about the Aoi Shikabane, yet I hold little hope for them. Gradually, images of Hakumen surfaced in his mind. How did he come to know the dance of the sun? Could it be that Kokushibo failed to conclude matters thoroughly? Damn it, I forgot to ask again. How infuriating. Subsequently, Muzan resumed his torment of Neru. Meanwhile, Hakumen remained oblivious to the annihilation of all lower moons, the transformation of the upper moons into 8, or that he was now a fugitive. Kanai sought to report Hakumen's encounter with Kabutsuji Muzan to their lord, as matters concerning Muzan warranted utmost attention. Hakumen did not intervene, but as he observed Kanai's departure, he suddenly noticed a decline in his vision. Upon reflection, he remembered that Susanoo indeed could affect eyesight. With a sigh, Hakumen mused. If only I possessed the Senja bloodline, this situation would be much improved. Alas, such a thing is nearly impossible. In the town, due to Hakumen's public execution, Yose dispatched numerous covert operatives to assist the authorities in resolving the incident. The teenage Yose showcased exceptional leadership skills. Under the official suppression, public sentiment rapidly shifted to portray the watermelon vendor as a heinous criminal, sanctioned for immediate execution, the individual being an undercover officer. Thus, the public's panic gradually subsided. When Kanai found Yose, she recounted Hakumen's encounter with the watermelon demon, the pursuit of the lower moons, and the confrontation with Muzan. Upon hearing this, Yose's typically gentle demeanor shifted to one of astonishment, not only at Muzan's personal engagement with Hakumen, but also at the formidable power of Susanoo. Yose analyzed the situation, his expression turning grave. If Uchiha has defeated Muzan, he will undoubtedly not let him escape. It is best to prevent Uchiha from undertaking missions for the time being, and instead focus on enhancing his strength. He continued solemnly. I have a premonition that he shall become the greatest asset in vanquishing Muzan. Kanai nodded in agreement. Moreover, do not allow Uchiha to slay demons in public. It reflects poorly. Again, Kanai nodded. Returning to Hakumen, the saying goes, injury to muscle and bone requires 100 days, yet Hakumen's Sharingan continuously emitted chakra, gradually restoring his body, which could be considered a unique ability. Consequently, he was back on his feet in a month's time. To his astonishment, he found that he had fortuitously enhanced his physical prowess significantly, with the initial consumption of activating Susanu's first form diminished greatly. Hakumen's Sharingan consumed considerably less chakra than that of an average Uchiha, which could be regarded as a fortunate boon. Now, Hakumen's strength had surpassed that of Kanai, rendering him comparable to the likes of Hayomii. Of course, this was only under the condition of self-preservation. Should Hakumen sacrifice 30 years of his lifespan, he could activate Susanu's third form for a period of time, leaving even Doma and Yazakura wary of their survival under his hand, though he feared he might meet a sudden demise. However, when Bai Wen sought to undertake his mission, he was denied by Kanahui under the pretext that he needed to engage in rehabilitation training. Come on, I am as formidable as Xingming now. Why must I undergo rehabilitation? Yet, under Kanahui's insistence, Bai Wen reluctantly complied with the rehabilitation program, which consisted of 3 stages: rehabilitation massage, a game of snatching teacups, and hide-and-seek. Each time, it was Bai Wen pitted against Kanahui, Shinobu, and Kanahui, making Bai Wen, this LSP, experience a peculiar blend of pain and joy. More often than not, the Butterfly Mansion was filled with injured personnel, and Kanahui and Shinobu were present to provide treatment, while Bai Wen assisted on the side, occasionally stealing glances at the Butterfly Sisters. However, secrets are difficult to keep, and soon Shinobu discovered Bai Wen's furtive glances. On that day, Shinobu chased Bai Wen from the Butterfly Mansion to the Fujisaki Mountain, drawing the astonished attention of onlookers. Meanwhile, tales of Bai Wen began circulating throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, with rumors of a red-eyed individual being pursued by Miss Shinobu. Upon hearing these rumors, Shinobu was driven to a frenzy, pursuing Bai Wen relentlessly throughout the day. Chapter 15. The Hashira meeting. One day, a member of the Hidden Corps arrived at the Butterfly Mansion, addressing Bai Wen with, Lord Uchiha, the esteemed leader invites you to attend the Hashira meeting. Please follow me. After contemplating for a moment and drawing upon his past life experiences with novels, Bai Wen speculated that he might be on the verge of becoming a new Hashira. But what title would he bear? He refrained from inquiring about this from the Hidden Corps member, merely nodding before following him to the residence of the Ubuyashiki. There were 4 Hashira present: the Stone Hashira, Haimajima Gumii, the Insect Hashira, Kanahui, the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, and the Water Hashira, Tanjiro. Bai Wen cast a brief glance at them before approaching Gumii, bowing deeply as he expressed gratitude for Gumii's life-saving intervention in the past. Gumii, with tears in his eyes, replied, "No need for such formality, it was my duty," and reflected, the young man has now grown into a formidable warrior. Tenjin raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I didn't expect the youth to have been saved so splendidly by Gumii. However, the esteemed leader invites you to the Hashira meeting to make you a Hashira, correct? Your name is Uchiha One, is it not? I am astonished that you have joined the Demon Slayer Corps for less than 2 months and are already to be bestowed with such a prestigious title. Truly remarkable." Bai Wen smiled faintly, acknowledging Tungin's keen intellect, though he often spoke in flamboyant terms. Meanwhile, the usually expressionless Iyo turned his gaze toward Bai Wen, though his attention was drawn to the red ribbon adorning Bai Wen's left hand. Bai Wen noticed Iyo's body tremble slightly, and for the first time, an unusual anger flickered across his otherwise calm visage. The mask worn by Akaza bore a red ribbon, which Bai Wen now possessed on his left hand. Iyo approached Bai Wen, gripping his left wrist with a quivering voice. He demanded, "Who gave you this ribbon?" Gumii, observing Iyo's impolite demeanor, frowned slightly. In his memory, Iyo was not known for such emotional fluctuations. Gumii growled quietly. Bai Wen waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, before pondering aloud, "A demon with many hands?" Iyo's expression shifted from anger to anguish, his body shaking violently. "I killed the demon with many hands. No one else will be harmed." As for the ribbon, Bai Wen reflected that in the original narrative, Akaza's mask indeed had a red ribbon, and he decided to tell Iyo, "It was given to me by Akaza, who urged you to strive to survive." Iyo nodded vacantly, returning to his original position. At that moment, an 18-year-old youth emerged. It was the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya. The 4 Hashira and Bai Wen immediately expressed their respect, addressing him as esteemed leader, with the Hashira kneeling while Bai Wen merely knelt on one knee. Yoya, unconcerned with the formalities, said, "There is no need for such gestures." His voice was melodious, refreshing to the soul. Gazing at the sky, he remarked, "The sky is so blue. It brings me joy to see so many familiar faces." The purpose of this Hashira meeting was primarily to celebrate the ascension of the Uchiha youth as the new Hashira, The Eye Hashira. Eye Hashira? The breath of eyes? What does this entail? Tenjin inquired with curiosity. Let the Uchiha youth explain this himself, Yoya suggested. Bai Wen nodded, and with a flash of red light from his left eye, several sharp spikes materialized behind him. Another flash from his right eye commanded the spikes to shoot toward him, all piercing through his body. Subsequently, as red light flickered in his eyes again, several white rib-like structures emerged, along with a right arm that slammed down, creating a large crater in the ground. Except for Kanahui, the others were astonished by Bai Wen's display. Gyumi and Yoya were somewhat prepared, aware of his ability to conjure materials, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. My left eye's ability is called Takamagara, allowing me to create material out of thin air. These materials can slay demons, akin to the Nichiren blades, but with the added ability to suppress a demon's regeneration. The others nodded in understanding. My right eye is known as Myth, enabling attacks to penetrate my body. Is that the last one called Susanoo? What I demonstrated was the initial form, Bai Wen explained. Does this imply that Susanoo possesses multiple forms? Tenjin, ever the inquisitive one, probed further. Bai Wen confirmed, explaining that there was an initial form, a skeletal first form, a second form with flesh and veins, a third form adorned with the armor of Yatagarasu, a fourth form that developed a lower body and legs while growing larger, and finally, the true Susanoo. There was also a special variant known as Armored Susanoo, which might be capable of enveloping others in its protection. Apologies, but I can only conceal the initial form, as it is the only one that does not significantly affect me. Utilizing the subsequent forms would inflict harm upon my body. The group expressed their understanding, reassured by the prospect of an additional safeguard, as no one would refuse an extra means of survival. The meeting then transitioned into a series of scattered discussions, concluding with Bai Wen's declaration, "Let us adjourn this Hashira meeting here. Take care of your health, esteemed leader." Subsequently, tales of the legendary Bai Wen, the Crimson-Eyed Patient, circulated within the Demon Slayer Corps. Indeed, it was he who, on his first mission, encountered and vanquished a lower moon demon. Within merely a month and a half of joining the Corps, he ascended to the rank of Hashira, astonishing the entire organization. Bai Wen's inaugural task as a Hashira was to venture to Asakusa in Tokyo. Reflecting upon this, Bai Wen recalled that Asakusa was the residence of Tamayo and Yushiro. There, the demons known as Yahaba and Shinjuro dwelled. Yet, wasn't the mission in Asakusa scheduled for approximately 4 years hence? Could it be that Muzan had dispatched demons to trace my whereabouts? The more Bai Wen pondered, the more plausible it seemed, given that he had once slain a manifestation of Muzan himself. Nevertheless, he was rather eager to meet Tamayo, for her medical expertise was arguably among the most elite in this world. Perhaps she could devise a means to alleviate his deteriorating eyesight. Even amidst the night, Asakusa bustled with people, yet having lived in a major city in his past life, Bai Wen was hardly fazed by such crowds. Upon arriving in Asakusa, Bai Wen's priority was not to confront Yahaba and Shinjuro, but rather to scour various apothecaries in search of Tamayo. As a physician, she would frequently visit such establishments, and given her peculiar dietary habits, it was quite probable that he would uncover traces of her presence. Fortune smiled upon him, for he soon spotted Tamayo in a mid-sized pharmacy, her demeanor seemingly cheerful, accompanied by Yushiro, who carried a multitude of parcels. Observing their interaction from a distance, Bai Wen noted the subtle blush on Tamayo's cheeks, indicative of a successful transaction. However, Tamayo's keen instincts soon alerted her to an anomaly. She scanned the vicinity and, without any deliberate attempt at concealment, spotted Bai Wen, her complexion paling instantly. After all, having lived for centuries as a demon, she recognized at once that he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, unmistakably clad in their garb, with a weapon at his side, and an aura of latent strength that was difficult to disguise. She surmised that Bai Wen possessed the prowess of a Hashira, and although he did not appear to be employing total concentration breathing, she dared not underestimate him due to his youthful appearance. Her caution was innate. Despite her current abstention from consuming human flesh, and Yushiro's similar choice, she remained reluctant to engage with members of the Demon Slayer Corps, most of whom bore deep-seated grudges against demons. Few, like Kanawo, aspired for a harmonious coexistence between humans and demons, and she was unwilling to gamble on Bai Wen's disposition. Yushiro, having sensed Tamayo's unease, followed her gaze and discerned Bai Wen observing them. His expression shifted. Though not as perceptive as Tamayo, he was endowed with superior vision, allowing him to assess Bai Wen's formidable presence, concluding that he undoubtedly possessed Hashira-level strength, perhaps even ranking among the most elite, despite not employing total concentration breathing. He whispered to Tamayo, "Lady Tamayo, we must flee." Tamayo nodded, and she and Yushiro began to hasten their departure. Yet, how could Bai Wen allow such an opportunity to escape? He followed the two demons, who were unable to shake him off, even with Tamayo's centuries of experience. as Yashiro realized their inability to elude Bai Wen. He activated his blood demon art at a corner of an alley, cloaking both himself and Tamayo from view. However, this ruse could not deceive Bai Wen. His Mangekyō Sharingan proved adept at discerning their movements, prompting him to feign ignorance. He furrowed his brow, surveyed the area, and then departed the alley. The two demons exhaled in relief, with Yashiro asserting, "Lady Tamayo, we are safe." Just as Tamayo was about to respond, a voice laced with mockery echoed, "Oh? Are you certain?" Yashiro's face drained of color as he gazed at Bai Wen in terror, bewildered by how he had uncovered their whereabouts. Gritting his teeth, he urged Tamayo, "Lady Tamayo, I shall confront him. You must escape." "Ah, there is no need for that. I harbor no ill intent. In fact, I have come specifically to seek you out." Yashiro remained skeptical, poised to speak, but Bai Wen interjected, addressing Tamayo, "It is merely a matter of time. You are so close. Yet so far." He had even surmounted the vulnerability of the neck. Yashiro remained indifferent, but Tamayo's eyes widened in astonishment at Bai Wen's words, recognizing them as echoes of her own sentiments when she nearly vanquished Muzan. How could the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps be unaware of such matters? "I know far more than you realize. Are you inclined to trust me now? If not, shall I continue?" Bai Wen smiled at Tamayo. Tamayo shook her head. "I am willing to believe you, Mr. Uchiha." "Mr. Uchiha." Yashiro gazed at Tamayo in disbelief, astounded by her decision. Tamayo gestured for him to remain silent, asserting, "Yashiro, no further words are necessary. I trust that Mr. Uchiha means us no harm." Yashiro ceased his protest, but continued to scrutinize Bai Wen intently, as if attempting to glean information from his gaze. Yet, how could Yashiro's eyes penetrate the depths of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Unsurprisingly, he gleaned nothing. "Mr. Uchiha, please accompany me," Tamayo invited. Bai Wen nodded and followed her to her abode. The residence had been concealed by Yashiro's blood demon art, yet Bai Wen saw through the illusion with ease, recognizing it as mere trickery. Meanwhile, Yashiro pondered the significance of his life upon realizing Bai Wen had unraveled his blood demon art. Once inside, Bai Wen introduced himself. "I am the Eye Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Uchiha Bai Wen. My abilities, as the name suggests, stem from my eyes." "Eyes?" Tamayo queried, her curiosity piqued, even drawing Yashiro closer to Bai Wen, eager to listen. "Indeed, my eyes are known as the Mangekyō Sharingan, bestowing upon me formidable combat capabilities and facilitating my rapid advancement. For instance, I attained lower moon level strength merely 6 months into training, and within a month and a half of joining the Corps, I ascended to Hashira." Tamayo and Yashiro exchanged incredulous glances, while the Demon Slayer Corps was not devoid of prodigious talent. Achieving the rank of Hashira in such a brief span was beyond their expectations. However, such immense power surely demanded a price. "The first price is that I am unable to learn breathing techniques, or rather, my eyes inhibit my ability to do so. The second price is that excessive use of my abilities leads to deteriorating eyesight, with the risk of blindness looming. I have come to seek your assistance regarding this matter." Tamayo hesitated before responding, "I apologize, but although I wish to assist you, I have little expertise in ophthalmology. What if I were to offer my blood for your study?" "Blood?" "Yes, I surmise that my abilities stem from my bloodline, akin to the concept of blood demon arts. Thus, analyzing my blood may yield significant insights." After a moment of contemplation, Tamayo ultimately consented to Bai Wen's request, for her ultimate objective was to eradicate Muzan Kabutsuji. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and one possessing invaluable knowledge, aiding Bai Wen would, in effect, facilitate her own goals. "Then, for the second matter, you would likely wish to study the blood of Muzan Kabutsuji." Tamayo nodded, not denying the implication. Thus, it turns out that 2 diminutive mice have indeed found their way here. Chapter 18, 2 Pawns. "Ah, ha ha ha," as Yahaba aptly observed. "A structure has emerged in this desolate place, accompanied by an enticingly sweet aroma, blood, perhaps." One of the spirits remarked, and indeed, it was Shozamaru. "It appears she has employed blood demon arts to cleverly conceal the building, and astonishingly, a demon slayer is in league with a demon. What could this mean? This spirit is evidently more composed than Shozamaru. He is Yahaba." Shozamaru ceased her chatter, casting several handballs to launch an assault, while Yahaba, begrudgingly, controlled the arrows to maneuver the handballs. In the next instant, a swift and almost inconceivable white figure appeared, and in the blink of an eye, all the handballs were severed. As if that were not enough, upon landing, several of the bisected handballs erupted into ashes. The figure rose, fixating his gaze upon the 2 of them, instilling a sense of dread. He was Hakuban. Shoya and Yashiro descended the stairs a bit later and were equally astonished by the scene. Shozamaru and Yahaba had never encountered such a spectacle, rendering them petrified. "Fear not, Yahaba, for we are members of the 12 Kazuki. He cannot vanquish us. He merely possesses speed, Shozamaru reassured herself. Yahaba nodded, steeling himself as he began to engage Hakuban in combat. 12 Kazuki? Are you of the upper or lower ranks? Hakuban scoffed. Why do your eyes lack numbers? Are you aware of the other members of the 12 Kazuki aside from yourselves? Komodo, Domo, Akaza, Hantengu, Daki, and Jotaro, do you recognize them? A barrage of inquiries left Shozamaru and Yahaba momentarily speechless. What upper rank Komodo? Do not attempt to deceive us. We are merely lowly demons toyed with by Muzan Kabutsuji. How dare you utter my master's name so freely? Eliminate him. Shozamaru's eyes betrayed a profound fear as she hurled a multitude of handballs toward Hakuban. Muzan's avatars have not slain me, so do you truly believe you too can? Hakuban retorted, as a portion of his spiritual and physical energy waned, manifesting the initial form of Susanoo, effortlessly blocking the assault. In the blink of an eye, Hakuban vanished, reappearing before Shozamaru, delivering a devastating punch from Susanoo, shattering her body. A blade materialized in her hand, which she flung, but Yahaba was cleaved in twain. Due to the suppression of regeneration in Takamagara, Shozamaru's dismembered remains and Yahaba's bisected form writhed on the ground, utterly incapable of restoration. Miss Shoya, while these two are not members of the 12 Kazuki, their blood density is undoubtedly higher than that of ordinary demons. Shoya nodded, commencing the collection of the two masses of flesh's blood. Once the collection was complete, Hakuban swung his blade, reducing the two demons to mere ashes. His power far surpassed that of Tanjiro and Nezuko combined, and while Shoya's abode remained unscathed, Hakuban insisted that Shoya and Yashiro relocate, for her residence had been compromised and could potentially attract Muzan's attention. Shoya acquiesced, and before departing, Hakuban extracted several vials of blood for her research. Suddenly, Hakuban turned to Yashiro and remarked, "You have feelings for Miss Shoya, do you not?" Yashiro, his face aflame with embarrassment, bowed his head. "I was merely curious," Hakuban continued. "Miss Shoya, I have a few words for Mr. Yashiro." Although Yashiro harbored animosity towards Hakuban, he reluctantly nodded, and they proceeded to a location out of Shoya's sight. Hakuban leaned closer to Yashiro, whispering, "So, Yashiro, you fancy Miss Shoya, correct?" Yashiro's face instantly flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, unable to utter a word, fidgeting with his hands. "You must have drawn numerous portraits of her, haven't you?" Yashiro's face reddened further, stammering and unable to articulate anything. "Mr. Yashiro, you must gather your courage. Miss Shoya currently views you as a child. If you admire her, pursue her." Yashiro remained silent, his head seemingly steaming, on the verge of fainting. "You can do it, Yashiro," Hakuban exclaimed, playfully clenching his fist. Yashiro offered a barely perceptible acknowledgement. Upon their return, Shoya regarded Yashiro's flushed face with suspicion, inquiring, "What did you discuss with Yashiro?" "Nothing at all," Yashiro exclaimed animatedly. Shoya glanced at Hakuban, who nodded and replied, "Nothing of consequence." However, observing the uncontainable mirth on Hakuban's face, Shoya deemed his words untrustworthy. She handed Hakuban several vials for blood collection, hoping he could procure some blood from the 12 Kazuki, and mentioned the name Shichimaru. Although surprised, she had grown accustomed to Hakuban's revelations, which often eclipsed the astonishments of others. Casting a vague glance at Yashiro, she departed, leaving him blushing once more. Chapter 19. The Lower Moon of Death. Infinity Castle. Have Yahaba and Shozamaru perished, those two worthless beings? Very well. Master. Several members in the northwestern region have perished, including an A-rank member. We suspect a member of the 12 Kazuki is in the vicinity. Please respond immediately, Since Hakuban ascended to the position of Hashira, his demeanor had improved significantly. The 12 Kazuki, you say? They must be the lower ranks, Hakuban mused, considering that the lower ranks would pose no substantial threat to him. The mountain in question was not far from Hakuban, and with his remarkable speed, he soon arrived at the site, where numerous members of the Demon Slayer Corps waited. Upon spotting Hakuban, they erupted in excitement, bowing respectfully. "Hashira? Strength commands respect wherever it is found, especially from a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Hakuban greeted them with a smile, and the members marveled at how approachable he was. At that moment, a concealed member approached Hakuban to report some concerning details. Notably that one member emerged in poor mental condition and was subsequently sent back to headquarters. Hakuban nodded and ascended the mountain. "Mental attacks, you say? Intriguing, but alas, ineffective against me," Hakuban thought. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the area, yet it could not obscure Hakuban's vision. However, he could not locate the demon. Abruptly, a mental assault surged into Hakuban's mind, causing his right eye to flicker momentarily as he dispelled the attack. Following its trail, he unleashed an illusionary technique. Though he lacked the mastery of the genjutsu seen in Naruto, his Mangekyō Sharingan could indeed conjure illusions. A muffled grunt echoed as Hakuban pinpointed the source. Drawing his blade, and thrusting it forward. The demon struggled within the illusion, unable to evade the strike, swiftly losing its head. Yet the demon did not disintegrate into ashes. Instead, its body split, forming two separate demons. A doppelganger? Hakuban instantly recalled Han Tengu, yet this one was significantly weaker than him, a lower rank, no doubt. However, Hakuban noticed the demon lacked a number in its eyes and inquired, "You possess the strength to slay an A-rank member, yet why are you not a lower rank?" Upon hearing this, the demon erupted in laughter, as if it had heard the most absurd joke. "You are unaware, are you? All the lower ranks are dead. I knew long ago that following him would lead to nothing good, which is why I was not killed." Hakuban frowned. "Killed by Muzan, you say?" "Indeed, killed by Muzan. Do not wonder at my ability to utter his name, for I have unshackled myself." Ha ha ha. Bai Wen had no intention of inquiring about the reasons behind cannibalism. He did not believe that mere words could sway his adversaries. After all, what was the point of wielding the Sharingan? With a swift motion, Bai Wen brandished his blade, effortlessly severing the heads of the feeble specters, whose strength was too insignificant to comprehend his actions. True to expectation, the two demons multiplied into 4. Hee. You cannot kill me. I can regenerate infinitely. 8, 16, 32. A thought crossed Bai Wen's mind. If a simple decapitation would not suffice to vanquish them, then perhaps complete annihilation of their corporeal form would do the trick. The initial form of Susanoo materialized, and the sunlit blade expanded, manifesting in Susanoo's grasp. The 4 demons, witnessing a technique that seemed beyond human capability, felt a chill of dread. This might indeed be their demise. They scattered in 4 different directions, attempting to confuse Bai Wen. But he easily discerned the true body fleeing westward. With a single stroke, he unleashed a tremendous wave of blade energy, obliterating the demon's form, while the remaining 3 bodies crumpled lifelessly to the ground, dissolving into a pool of crimson. Am I a village chief? Do I possess such compassion? The demon, gradually turning to ash, began to repent. "You will not forgive me, will you?" "I am sorry." In its final moments, the demon murmured, "In any case, Muzan Kabutsuji, I will not let you escape. I no longer crave power." Had he, like Tamayo, refrained from consuming humans and aided them in eliminating Muzan, Bai Wen would never have been able to slay him. Yet, intoxicated by formidable power, he forgot his true enemy. With a sigh, Bai Wen sincerely hoped that such tragedies would cease to exist in this world. He now understood that this was a tangible reality. He was not a mere player. And these individuals were not NPCs, but flesh and blood beings, living souls. Descending the mountain, Bai Wen felt deeply moved by the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Their respect for him was genuine, devoid of pretense. Chapter 20, Wind Pillar Sanemi Shinazugawa. The death of Kaneo Tsuyuri's wife undoubtedly occurred prior to this time. Yet why did Kaijiro Rengoku only succeed his father at the Hashira meeting approximately 5 or 6 years later? I speculate that the reason may lie in the shortage of Hashira within the Demon Slayer Corps, prompting persistent persuasion of Kaneo for 5 or 6 years, during which Kaneo remained reluctant to assume the role, thus compelling Kaijiro to take his place. Over the span of 4 months, Bai Wen engaged in a frenzied series of tasks, far exceeding the typical workload of a Hashira. Kanao expressed concern over Bai Wen's potential exhaustion, but he displayed a nonchalant demeanor, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. Notably, Shinobu Kocho developed the insect-breathing technique during this period. Shinobu had long been troubled by her lack of strength, and when Bai Wen casually suggested the possibility of creating a breathing style utilizing stings and toxins, it served as a catalyst for her. Thus, she birthed insect breathing, derived from flower breathing, significantly enhancing her abilities and bringing her one step closer to becoming a Hashira, as she mastered the fundamentals of total concentration breathing. In truth, in terms of talent and comprehension, Shinobu even surpassed Kanao. Her only shortcoming was her frail physique. She joined the Demon Slayer Corps without participating in the final selection, as her abilities prior to developing insect breathing were insufficient to pass. However, once she grew strong enough, she breezed through the final selection, aided by the influence of Kanao and Bai Wen, who persuaded Yoshiya not to subject her to the final selection. Yoshiya would never divulge that it was due to the extraordinary prowess of Uchiha, when that the demon population had dwindled, sparking fears of Shinobu exterminating the remaining few. "Wait. Wenkuin, what are you doing? Don't come over." "Alright, the truth is out." Shinobu, proving her mettle, killed numerous formidable demons after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, swiftly ascending to the rank of A-class, even slaying a demon that was merely a hair's breadth from being a lower moon. At this juncture, Yoshiya announced a Hashira meeting, revealing the addition of a new Hashira to the Demon Slayer Corps. Bai Wen recognized this as Sanemi Shinazugawa, yet he pondered why, despite the lower moons having been eradicated, Sanemi could still ascend to the rank of Hashira. During the meeting, Yoshia proclaimed that Shinazugawa had slain a demon of lower moon caliber, thus earning his title. However, Sanemi brazenly provoked Yoshia, veins bulging in anger, prompting Tenjin to furrow his brow. Just as Yoshia was about to speak, Bai Wen struck Sanemi with a forceful blow. He harbored no fondness for Sanemi, bordering on disdain. Yoshia and Tenjin hurriedly intervened, with Yoshia reciting an array of dialogue from the original text, which I shall not elaborate upon. Sanemi was formidable, possessing great talent. Within just 6 months of joining the Demon Slayer Corps, he became a Hashira. He was of rare blood, yet unlike Bai Wen's unique abilities, Sanemi's blood primarily caused demons to lose their sanity, devolving into mindless beasts consumed by hunger, even affecting powerful demons to a degree, albeit with an excessively volatile temperament. Bai Wen informed the assembly that the lower moons had been entirely slaughtered by Muzan, prompting Yoshia to contemplate the criteria for becoming a Hashira, shifting it to a standard of strength recognized by the Hashira, alongside having slain demons of commensurate power, ensuring character integrity before one could attain the rank. As the Hashira meeting neared its conclusion, Bai Wen bestowed a layer of mythos upon Sanemi. After the meeting, Sanemi shot Bai Wen a venomous glare. Yet Bai Wen approached him, and as Sanemi readied to explode, he heard Bai Wen say, "Now, Sanemi-kun, you have a crush on Kanawo, don't you?" Bai Wen unleashed his teasing tone. The irritable Sanemi flushed crimson, eager to flee, but Bai Wen blocked his path. "Well, Sanemi-kun, Kanawo is quite gentle. With your temper, you might not win her heart. Also, she enjoys tending to flowers, playing the guzheng, and excels in the tea ceremony. You should consider learning from her." With that, Bai Wen offered Sanemi an enigmatic smile, reminiscent of the one he had given to Rei. Sanemi, blushing furiously, hurriedly vacated the scene, muttering to himself, "Perhaps I should try tending to flowers? But I don't know how to play the guzheng." Upon hearing this, Bai Wen shouted, "You can ask Kanawo to teach you." Startled, Sanemi inadvertently yelled, "First form, Dust Whirlwind Cutter." However, he did not intend to attack. Instead, he utilized the rush to make his escape. Bai Wen was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Bai Wen and Kanawo sought out Shinobu, informing her that if she could master total concentration breathing, she could become a Hashira. Upon hearing this, Shinobu was elated, leaping into Kanawo's embrace, while Bai Wen teasingly inquired, "What about me?" eliciting an eye roll from Shinobu. Chapter 21, Doma. With a swift motion, a demon crumpled to the ground, turning to ash. "Sigh. How dull," Bai Wen lamented, shaking his head. During this period, he had been tasked exclusively with eliminating weak demons, ones he could dispatch with a single swing. It was no wonder, as the current missions of the Demon Slayer Corps paled in comparison to his capabilities, and there were no lower moons to confront. Suddenly, Bai Wen's expression shifted. He sensed that one of his mythic marks had diminished, specifically the one upon Kanawo. After organizing the timeline, he realized that this was the moment Doma would strike Kanawo. Bai Wen, understanding the gravity of the situation, hurriedly set off in the direction indicated by the mythic mark. "Yuan, inform the others that Kanawo is in peril. My mythic mark has been activated, likely by an upper moon demon. Quickly summon the Hashira for support." "Ga, Kanawo. Hold on. TSK, 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 is this truly your capability?" "It does not seem so." A calm yet gentle voice emerged, laced with a hint of mockery. The demon, with his kaleidoscopic eyes, fixed his gaze upon Kanai, the words Upper Moon 2 inscribed within his canine-like orbs. This was indeed Doma, the second of the Upper Moons. Moments prior, he had unleashed his blood demon art, the Lotus Leaf Ice. Although the ice crystals were thwarted by Kanai, the chilling aura permeated her breath, infiltrating her lungs. Initially intended to harm her, her figure momentarily became ethereal, astonishingly unaffected by his blood demon technique, which piqued his playful interest. Kanai, having sensed her own anomaly, swiftly recalled the phasing ability bestowed upon her by Hakumen. Could phasing be imparted to others? This time, Wenkuin had indeed rendered significant assistance. The condition for this divine ability was that she would enter phasing when her lungs were on the brink of damage. Thus, Doma's blood demon technique bore no effect on her. Before long, he seemed to recall the information Muzan had shared regarding the upper moons. This bizarre phasing ability appeared to be a trait of the Hashira, Uchiha Wenkuin, diminishing his playful spirit. Muzan-sama mentioned that this phasing ability belongs to Uchiha Wenkuin. Not you. How disappointing. I am quite saddened, Doma lamented, feigning the appearance of one on the verge of tears. Yet Kanai could not muster any sympathy for him, only perceiving his demeanor as hypocritical. Seizing the opportunity presented by her phasing ability, she launched an assault on Doma. Fifth form of the breath of flowers, peony of the path. 9 strikes were unleashed, but Doma, unfazed, effortlessly parried with his iron fan while offering critiques. Quite swift. If only your strength were a touch greater, perhaps you could breach my defenses. Third form of the breath of flowers, shimmering rose. This maneuver bore resemblance to the third form of the water-breathing, flowing dance, yet diverged in its emphasis on offensive advancement. Doma remained as composed as ever. Blood demon art, creeping lotus. The icy tendrils adorned with iced lotus blossoms were not employed for offense, but rather to intercept Kanai's strikes. Doma even allowed Kanai to land a blow on his left arm, the wound healing almost instantaneously, as he theatrically squeezed out a few drops of tears. Oh dear. Dear lady, striking others with a blade can be quite painful. Kanai ignored him, choosing silence to conserve her energy for her abominable foe. Fourth form of the breath of flowers, crimson flower garb. An upward slash, executed with an exceptionally cunning trajectory, yet Doma effortlessly blocked it, remaining motionless throughout their exchanges while Kanai found herself unable to penetrate his defenses. In the midst of their duel, Kanai again struck with fifth form of the breath of flowers, peony of the path, while Doma countered with blood demon art, withered gardens, drifting snow. Kanai was swift, but Doma was swifter, parrying her attack with 9 fans and delivering a strike that pierced through her form, creating a significant opening. Kanai seized the moment. First form of the breath of flowers, wisteria. A single strike aimed directly at Doma's head resulted in his head rolling to the ground. To her astonishment, the sensation from her blade seemed to have cleaved only the air. As she beheld the uneven wound upon the severed head, realization dawned upon her. Doma had severed his own neck. Indeed, Doma's body did not disintegrate into ash, but instead sprouted a new head, still chattering away. Oh my head was severed by the Nichiren blade, and yet it has grown back. Have I reached Muzan-sama's realm? Kanai regarded Doma with a look of incredulity, while he feigned embarrassment. Oh dear, being gazed at by such a lovely lady makes me feel quite bashful. Perhaps we should become one. I shall grant you ecstasy. Very well, I confess, I severed my own neck. How magnificent am I? Kanai dismissed his words, but within them, she grasped a critical revelation. Muzan could regrow his head when decapitated. This was crucial intelligence. It would surely prepare her comrades for future confrontations, potentially reducing casualties. I must relay this information at all costs. Leaping into the air, she unleashed the most lethal technique within the breath of flowers. Sixth form of the breath of flowers, spiral peach. Blood demon art, scattering lotus. Doma easily deflected this ultimate strike, still possessing ample energy. At that moment, Kanai's form became solidified in midair. Her phasing had elapsed. Doma seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kanai careening, her body crashing through several trees. She bore the brunt of this overwhelming force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enduring the agonizing pain coursing through her body, Kanai trembled but steadied herself. Rising to confront Doma once more. Why do you struggle? Why not unite with me? It would be delightful. I shall offer you salvation. Are you not thrilled? Enough. I have nothing to discuss with a fiend who devours humans. I am a Hashira, the flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even knowing I may not prevail against you, I cannot abandon my resistance, for behind us lies humanity. Kanai declared resolutely. How touching. Then I shall indulge your desire for play a while longer, until dawn, perhaps. But do not perish. I shall not allow the dead to attain salvation. Doma resumed his flamboyant antics. Chapter 22. Hakumen arrives. Clang. The sound of blades clashing echoed as Doma cheerfully blocked Kanai's strike. At this juncture, they had battled for nearly an hour. Kanai had not suffered the grievous injuries portrayed in the original narrative, though she had spat blood and her breath came in hurried gasps. Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. Just as Doma prepared to unleash his blood demon art, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind. He swiftly blocked with his iron fan, producing a sharp clang. Doma quickly distanced himself from the newcomer, focusing his gaze to find none other than Uchiha Wonkuin, as Muzan had mentioned. Oh, you are the new Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Uchiha Wonkuin? Muzan-sama has instructed me to eliminate you. However, I'm quite curious. How did you ascertain my position? Doma inquired with keen interest. Wonkuin ignored him. Kanai, rest for a moment. I shall handle him. With that, he cast a layer of divine protection over Kanai, just in case. She nodded, aware that her current state necessitated recovery, as her continued participation in the battle would only hinder their efforts. After all, you are the one Muzan-sama personally commanded. I must take this seriously. Blood demon art, lotus leaf ice. Wonkuin deftly evaded the attack, enveloping himself in a layer of high celestial defense against the freezing aura. Oh dear, I almost forgot. You are the only Hashira who cannot utilize breathing techniques. It seems this technique has minimal effect on you. Doma continued his incessant prattle. Then, how about this one? Blood demon art, creeping lotus. Yet before Doma could initiate his technique, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, memories of absorbing Muzan's blood flooding back, intensifying his agony, causing him to emit a suppressed groan. Although Wonkuin lacked ninjutsu, The Sharingan inherently possessed illusory and mental assault capabilities. He had employed it to stimulate Doma's brain, interrupting his incantation. Seizing the opportunity while Doma was momentarily distracted, Bai Wen conjured the initial form of Susanoo, its skeletal arms wielding a colossal blade, which he swung towards Doma's body. Despite Doma's formidable strength, his mental fortitude was considerably diminished, manipulated by Muzan. His psyche was reduced to roughly a third of what would be expected for someone of his caliber. Thus, illusions and mental assaults posed a lethal threat to him. Struggling to break free from the haunting memories, the blade of Susanoo was already descending upon him. With a swift motion, Doma executed his blood demon art. Withered Garden's Weeping Snow, blocking the strike with 9 fans. He glanced at Bai Wen, remaining silent, yet still wearing his trademark smirk. Doma resolved to take the battle slightly more seriously. Employing the blood demon art Frozen Cloud, Bai Wen furrowed his brow. Had it been Shinazugawa Sanemi, he could have easily countered this move, but it was evident that countering this attack would require considerable effort. A large fan materialized in Susanoo's hand, and with a powerful sweep, icy crystals were hurled in Doma's direction. However, Doma was not one to be harmed by his own techniques. The ice crystals dissipated into a puddle mere inches from him. This is quite troublesome, Bai Wen remarked with a hint of frustration. Hehe. Lord Akaza might just take a liking to you. After all, you are indeed a formidable opponent, Doma retorted, leaping towards Bai Wen and unleashing his blood demon art, Scattered Lotus. The fan instantly morphed into a blade, surrounded by thousands of shards. Countless blades surged towards the icy petals, each collision resulting in the shattering of both a blade and a petal, the central blade clashing against Doma's iron fan, producing a deafening cacophony. Yet, Doma's speed was unparalleled as he executed another blood demon art, Withered Garden's Weeping Snow. Bai Wen cast a surprised glance at Kanahui, who had stepped in to shield him from the flurry of attacks. Kanahui nodded affirmatively, indicating her readiness to assist. Bai Wen did not hesitate. Doma's prowess was undeniable, and facing him alone was indeed daunting. 2 opponents? How rather unfair. Very well, I shall be unfair too, Doma declared, activating his blood demon art. Cold and fierce white princess. Be careful, this can exhale freezing gas. Hold your breath. Bai Wen cautioned as his blade transformed back into a fan, dispersing the chilling miasma. He exchanged a glance with Kanahui, who understood the unspoken plan. Flower breathing, 4th form, red flower attire. Kanahui executed a dual strike from below, targeting an ice sculpture. Yet Doma would not allow her to succeed. He positioned his iron fan to block the first blow, while his right hand effortlessly intercepted the second, resulting in it being severed without hesitation. Seizing the moment, Bai Wen unleashed an illusion upon Doma. Simultaneously, he swung his blade from right to left towards Doma's neck, while Kanahui employed her breathing technique. Flower breathing, 1st form, Wisteria. Kanahui struck from left to right at Doma's throat. This attack seemed destined to succeed. However, to their astonishment, Doma's neck erupted with a mass of ice, thwarting their simultaneous assault and preserving his head. The 2 ice sculptures exhaled a torrent of freezing gas, forcing Bai Wen and Kanahui to retreat from Doma's vicinity. The instant Doma was ensnared in the illusion, a profound sense of crisis washed over him. He swiftly released a surge of freezing gas to coalesce into ice blocks, successfully blocking the impending strike, while simultaneously compelling the ice sculptures to exhale a barrage of freezing gas to repel the 2 assailants. As Doma surveyed the unfolding scene, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped him. Glancing at his hands, he realized he appeared smaller. No, he was rejuvenated. But why? I am a demon. Why am I regressing in age? Where's this place? Why does it feel so familiar? A deep confusion consumed Doma. In that moment, he found himself inexplicably drawn towards a seat before him. Wait, is this the Eternal Paradise cult? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his mind, accompanied by a voice echoing in his ear, "Wake up, Doma." He recognized it as Muzan's voice, yet the agony rendered him speechless. Abruptly, the world around him shattered, and Doma jolted awake in the real world, gasping for breath. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he pondered, was it an illusion? Can weak humans also wield illusions? The smile on his face faltered involuntarily as he focused ahead, spotting a girl and a figure adorned with ribs and a single arm, both cautiously observing him. Yes, I am in the midst of battle. Doma resumed his playful demeanor, addressing Bai Wen. Oh, was that an illusion? Quite fascinating. However, I am curious. How do you know so much about my blood demon art's capabilities? Have we an infiltrator among us? Bai Wen regarded him, responding with rare candor. There is no infiltrator among us. As for how I know, you shall learn the truth in hell. Chapter 23, Confronting Doma. Upon hearing this, Doma smiled rather than fumed, his laughter stemming from a profound self-confidence in his own strength. coupled with the many hidden cards he had yet to reveal. He did not believe these two could end his life. To slay me? It won't be that simple. Blood demon art, scattered lotus. Several icy vines adorned with frozen lotus flowers surged towards Bai Wen and Kanahui, while the two ice sculptures released a torrent of freezing gas in tandem. Flower breathing. Second form, shadow plum. Kanahui positioned herself before Bai Wen, severing all the approaching vines. Susanu's fan began to flutter, dissipating the freezing gas. Doma contemplated that such an assault would undoubtedly prove insufficient to vanquish them. Moreover, Muzan had just imparted a message. No more games. It was time to finish them. He produced another fan from his robes. Blood demon art, crystal child. Blood demon art, winter's ice pillars. Crystal child could conjure diminutive domas capable of independent combat, even utilizing blood demon arts equivalent to his own. Doma summoned a miniature version of himself and unleashed the winter's ice pillars, generating a dense array of ice pillars above Bai Wen and Kanahui. Bai Wen's expression shifted. Susanu transformed into its first form, shielding Kanahui with his own body while summoning numerous pillars with Takamagara for defense. The first form of Susanu enveloped him almost completely, leaving only a small gap beneath his feet, yet these openings proved less fatal against the ice pillars descending from above. In the next moment, the ice pillars descended, with Takamagara absorbing some of the impact, yet several struck, causing Susanu to show signs of cracking. Bai Wen gritted his teeth, channeling his focus, and the fissures began to mend. Doma halted his assault, observing Bai Wen with a tilted head, inquiring, "Didn't you say you would kill me? Yet, you appear rather flustered. How do you intend to accomplish that?" Bai Wen replied, "You cannot perceive emotions, can you? You will never comprehend this sentiment. Unfulfilled dreams do not imply they lack significance. Yet, how would one know without striving with all their might?" Doma feigned surprise, gazing at Bai Wen. "Oh, you understand me so well." Upon saying this, Doma charged at Bai Wen, swinging his fan. With Doma slightly more earnest, Bai Wen could still discern the traces of his movements, although his current state felt akin to, "I can see," while his body exclaimed, "But I cannot." Susanu materialized two blades, one to the left and one to the right, cleaving towards Doma, who effortlessly blocked the strikes. Bai Wen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, hastily leaping backward, releasing his Susanu, and panting as he gazed at Doma. Are you fatigued? Or perhaps you find yourself unable to sustain your strength any longer. How disappointing." Meanwhile, Kanehira was obstructed by the young Doma, unable to free herself. Breath of flowers. First form, Wisteria. Blood demon art, scattered lotus. Breath of flowers, fifth form, fruitless peony. Blood demon art, withered garden snowfall. Breath of flowers, third form, flashing gem. Blood demon art, twining lotus. I sincerely apologize, but I cannot allow you to pass. Lord Muzan has only commanded me to eliminate Uchiha 1, not you. Do not force my hand. The young Doma spoke in a peculiar manner, yet his voice was as frigid as ice. In response, Kanehira delivered a merciless strike. Breath of flowers, fourth form, crimson floral attire. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. This is not good. Breath of flowers, second form, Yuki Uemi. Breath of flowers. Third form, flashing gem. Oh dear, I told you, your efforts are in vain. Blood demon art, twining lotus. A vine broke through Kanehira's offensive, striking her fiercely, causing her figure to waver. A perfect opportunity, Kanehira thought to herself. Breath of flowers, sixth form, whirling peach. Though the young Doma was formidable, he could never rival his true self, Doma. Having just unleashed a blood demon art, he lacked the chance to block this attack, resulting in his head being severed by Kanehira, who then watched as he disintegrated into a puddle of icy water. If it were the real Doma, he would never have been harmed. Kanehira glanced at the sky, realizing dawn was imminent. She was in dire physical condition. Although not on the brink of death as in the original narrative, she suffered from severe muscle tears. With timely treatment, she could recover, weakly collapsing to the ground. She understood she could no longer fight, silently praying for the dawn to arrive swiftly so that Bai Wen could withstand Doma's onslaught. You can no longer battle, perhaps. All that awaits you is death. Noticing Bai Wen's apparent exhaustion, Doma lowered his guard. Tell me, is it truly human to fight with such desperation? Perhaps you are nothing more than a tool. The whimsical Doma began to chat with Bai Wen, disregarding Muzan's orders. You fail to comprehend the essence of humanity. Fail to comprehend the essence of humanity? Though I am a demon, I have lived for centuries. I believe humans are merely inconsequential beings. Doma replied with a smile. Have you heard this saying? What saying? What do you regard life as? Upon hearing this, Doma paused, and for the first time, devoid of emotions. He felt a sensation he could only describe as fear. Every cell in his body screamed in terror, and before him, Bai Wen transformed into a red-haired figure wielding a red-black Nichiren blade, looking down upon him. Doma concentrated, recognizing this memory originated from Lord Muzan. His name is Yorichi Tsujikuni, a man even your Lord Muzan fears. Impossible. How could Lord Muzan fear a mere human? Doma vehemently denied. Yet, no matter how fiercely he rejected the truth, it remained unchanged. The frail human you scorn nearly brought your Lord Muzan to ruin, did he not? Humph, as you said, he almost succeeded. Therefore, that individual is far inferior to Lord Muzan. Yet, with a single utterance, I instilled fear into Kabutsuji Muzan. How do you explain that? The loquacious Doma found himself at a loss for words. Bai Wen gazed at the sky, addressing Doma. This area is entirely flat. If you kill me, I will resist with all my might. You may indeed slay me, but you shall never escape. Do you wish to kill me? Do you deem Muzan's orders more significant than your own life? You seem to underestimate me. My speed is sufficient to bury myself after killing you before the sun rises, albeit rather clumsily. Doma chuckled. Is that so? What a pity. So you are aware of the pity. No. I meant, you are the one who should feel pity. Because more Hashira are arriving. Chapter 24, Doma's Demise. Breath of Rock, first form, Serpent Pattern Rock. Breath of Water, third form, Flowing Dance. What? Doma found himself in a precarious situation, hastily evading the attack. His arrogance had prevented him from swiftly eliminating Bai Wen, drawing the attention of two Hashira. While he could defeat them, he knew he could never return unscathed. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Doma's eyes. If you lack compassion, do not expect me to be merciful. Blood Demon Art, Crystal Child. Blood Demon Art, Frigid White Princess. Blood Demon Art, Misty Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Blood Demon Art, Lotus Leaf Ice. Blood Demon Art, Twining Lotus. Blood Demon Art, Scattered Lotus. Blood Demon Art, Withered Garden Snowfall. Blood Demon Art, Frozen Cloud. Blood Demon Art, Winter's Ice Pillar. Doma was now genuinely serious. Ju and Jiomi-I's expressions shifted dramatically. Was this the power of the second upper moon? Ju immediately understood, assisting Jiomi-I in deflecting most of the attacks. Despite his considerable effort, Jiomi-I managed to mitigate some of the assaults. Suddenly, a colossal presence erupted behind them. Turning around, they beheld a silver-white half-giant wielding a long blade, effortlessly neutralizing all attacks. It was Bai Wen. You two, hold him off. Bai Wen now resembled a malevolent spirit, his silver-white hair flowing without wind, his body stained with blood, continuously oozing crimson. Bai Wen had activated the second form of Susanoo, a formidable force that had previously vanquished Muzan's clone. All but the Water Lily Bodhisattva and the Crystal Child were obliterated by this overwhelming strike. Ju nodded. Breath of Rock, fifth form, Tile Will Punishment. He charged at Doma, launching an assault. Meanwhile, Ju spun 5 times before rushing toward Doma, unleashing a water dragon. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Wen's Susanoo detached from his body, independently engaging with the ice sculptures and the ice bodhisattva. Doma, now frazzled, found his blood demon arts less effective as dawn approached, diminishing his power significantly. The 5 ice sculptures combined were only as powerful as the likes of Jotaro, and the ice bodhisattva, limited to freezing abilities, was easily countered by Susanoo. Let me go? Aya. Doma, in a frenzy, sprinted in one direction. Ju and Jiomi-I were about to pursue when Bai Wen halted them. No need to chase. This area is entirely flat. He has nowhere to hide. With that, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Jiomi-I quickly lifted Bai Wen, signaling Ju to follow the path Doma had taken. Meanwhile, Shinobu found her sister Kanehira, hastily retrieving a medical kit to tend to her wounds. Run. We must flee. We cannot be caught in the sunlight. Curse it. Why is this area nothing but flatlands? Doma screamed in madness, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. All he desired was a place to hide. Yet the heavens did not grant his wish. The sun rose, casting its rays upon Doma, igniting him in flames as he screamed in agony. For a demon, exposure to sunlight meant certain death. Yorichi, upon hearing the anguished cries of Doma, hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing Doma engulfed in flames, a wave of relief washed over him. With a swift execution of the water-breathing, first form, water surface slash, he severed Doma's head as a precaution. Thus, the upper moon too, Doma, met his demise. Yorichi gazed at the ashes that remained of Doma, nodding in satisfaction before making his way back. At the Butterfly Mansion, the severely injured Kane and Shinobu were wrapped like mummies, though fortunately, their injuries were merely superficial. With a period of rest, they would recover. Shinobu regarded Kane with eyes filled with concern and tenderness, while her gaze towards Shin was laced with irritation. Nonetheless, Shin managed to catch a glimpse of the deep-seated worry concealed within Shinobu's eyes. Overcome with contentment, he nodded, but inadvertently stirred his wounds, causing him to wince and draw a look of exasperation from Shinobu. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. For not only had Kane's adopted son, Shinobu, mastered the total concentration breathing, constant, earning the recognition of Shin and Kane to become the insect Hashira, but another member, named Kaneo Tsuyuri, had slain 50 demons, gaining the favor of Ju Tomioka and earning the title of Hashira as well. Furthermore, they celebrated the unprecedented feat of Kaneo's first kill of Doma, an upper moon demon that had evaded death for a century. A public commendation was bestowed upon the Hashira, the eye Hashira, Uchiha Shin, the flower Hashira, Kane, the stone Hashira, Jiomi I Himejima, and the water Hashira, Ju Tomioka. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Shin had exerted the most effort in vanquishing Doma, a fact that was universally acknowledged. Yorichi personally visited Shin and Kane, expressing his desire to help Shin find a suitable house once he had healed. Just as Shin was about to politely decline, Shinobu promptly agreed on his behalf. Once Yorichi departed, Shin began to ponder the implications of Kaneo and Shinobu ascending to Hashira status. With approximately 4 years remaining before the main events unfold, he calculated that Rengoku, Michiro, and Mitsuri would likely become Hashira within the next 2 years. However, he was left pondering whether Takedo Michiro and Kanroji Mitsuri would also achieve such status, given that the Demon Slayer Corps now boasted 8 Hashira. He rationalized that Yorichi was not one to cling to outdated customs. Rather, every leader of the Demon Slayer Corps shared this trait, and the scarcity of talent had simply prevented the assembly of more than 9 Hashira. Consequently, he felt reassured that both Michiro and Mitsuri would undoubtedly attain the rank of Hashira. At that moment, Shinobu playfully chided Shin, suggesting that his fighting style could easily lead to his demise and urging him to find an adopted son quickly. Why don't you find one? Shin retorted. Oh, Kane is the adopted child of my sister and me, Shinobu quipped back. Caught off guard, Shin contemplated the idea of adopting Tanjiro. Zenitsu was out of the question due to his timid nature, and though he had grown stronger, his earlier hesitations left much to be desired. Inosuke, whom he liked, was too boisterous and impetuous. Ultimately, Tanjiro appeared to be the most suitable choice. His gentle demeanor made him an ideal candidate for an adopted son. No one could possibly dislike the kind-hearted Tanjiro, not even those with Sharingan. Moreover, Nezuko was undeniably adorable. Chapter 25, The Newly Appointed Upper Moon. In stark contrast to the jubilant Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan found himself in a state of distress. Within the Infinity Castle, his countenance was dark with anger, as calamity had befallen him in relentless succession, plunging his mood into despair. Before him knelt the upper moons, with the notable absence of Doma, inciting Muzan's fury. The lower moons have perished, but why has Doma also fallen? Is the upper moons destined to fall into ruin as well? The remaining upper moons dared not utter a word, yet Muzan detected a hint of schadenfreude emanating from Akaza, which ignited his rage further. He forcefully pinned Akaza to the ground. What is it that amuses you, Akaza? Speak, and let me share in your joy. Akaza remained silent, too fearful to even recover his composure, lest he provoke Muzan's wrath. Doma had been slain by sunlight, without any information being relayed back. Had this fool become so foolish as to lose track of time? At that moment, Kokushibo spoke up. Muzan-sama, I have a suggestion. Muzan turned his gaze towards Kokushibo, nodding for him to continue. Should anyone else, be it Yashiro or Hantengu, have made a suggestion at this juncture, Muzan would have dispatched them without hesitation. However, Kokushibo was different. He was Muzan's most prized subordinate, even a partner. Kokushibo possessed formidable strength, rivaling Muzan himself. The only way the Demon Slayer Corps could have slain Doma is by dispatching multiple Hashira to restrain him. Yet, the Demon Slayer Corps would never act unless provoked. They couldn't even ascertain Doma's location. Muzan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Kokushibo's deductions mirrored his own thoughts. Do you recall the Eye Hashira, Uchiha Shin? His abilities are remarkably peculiar, leading me to speculate that his intangibility may be transferable to others. It was evident that Kokushibo was bold to name a slayer who had previously vanquished one of Muzan's manifestations in his presence. Muzan pondered for a moment before nodding in approval, his mood slightly lifted, as he held Kokushibo in high regard. Thus, I surmise that Doma may have encountered a Hashira in the wild, and under certain conditions, that Hashira activated his intangibility, given that he has utilized his abilities. It is not surprising that Uchiha Shin was aware of the Hashira's whereabouts. Kokushibo glanced at Muzan, who shot him a glare, but Kokushibo paid it no mind and continued. Upon learning the Hashira's location, Uchiha Shin utilized the unique messenger crows of the Demon Slayer Corps to relay information to the other Hashira. Thus, at least 3 Hashira were sent to assist, ultimately leading to Doma's demise. Of course, we cannot entirely disregard Doma's juvenile behavior. Indeed, it was remarkable how Kokushibo, having lived for centuries and once been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, could deduce the circumstances surrounding Doma's death with such ease. However, he was slightly mistaken. Rather than 3 Hashira, only 2 had come to aid, indicating a misjudgment of Shin's strength, which might lead to dire consequences in the future. Muzan expressed his appreciation for Kokushibo before turning to Neikime. Neikime, summon a few demons of lower moon rank and bring them here. Yes, Muzan-sama. Before long, numerous demons arrived at the Infinity Castle, disoriented as they were transported here. Upon their arrival, they beheld 8 terrifying figures, among whom stood their supreme leader, Muzan Kabutsuji, the powerful demon known as Muzan-sama, while the weaker demons referred to him as Kabutsu-sama. The demons hastily prostrated themselves. Yet their minds brimmed with thoughts of what they might have for dinner tonight. Muzan felt a wave of irritation, and with a mere gesture, these demons experienced the most excruciating pain imaginable. Though it lasted only 10 seconds, it felt like 10 years to them. Muzan-sama can discern your thoughts, Neikime stated coolly. Instantly, the demons ceased their musings and remained obediently on their knees. With another wave of his hand, Muzan sprouted several veins that pierced into their bodies, infusing them with a copious amount of blood, eliciting screams of agony from them. To his astonishment, for demons had remarkably endured, far surpassing his initial expectation of merely 1. He nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that each of these 4 demons possessed combat prowess akin to that of the upper moons. Given time to acclimate and awaken their blood demon arts, they would exhibit battle capabilities reminiscent of Daki. With a mere flick of his hand, the upper moon ranks were rearranged. Upper moon 1, Kokushibo. Upper moon 2, Akaza. Upper moon 3, Hantengu. Upper moon 4, Neikime. Upper moon 5, Jotaro. Upper moon 6, Daki. Upper moon 7, Kaigaku. Upper moon 8, Blood Shadow. Upper moon 9, Zetsu. Upper moon 10, Hayoma. Upper moon 11, Kinyin. Chapter 26, Side Story. The 4 demons' attributes. After the upper moon meeting concluded, Muzan departed, leaving the 11 upper moons to ponder their existence. Curiosity piqued. Upper moon 4. Neikime could no longer contain herself and inquired of the newly appointed upper moons. Pray tell, what are your blood demon arts? Let us begin with upper moon 8. What is your name? Upper moon 8, Blood Shadow, appeared as a strikingly handsome man, scarcely less attractive than the readers of this narrative. With long crimson hair cascading behind him, a chiseled visage, and blood-red eyes, adorned with a kanji for blood etched upon his left forehead, might I be so bold as to ask, do you love me, Gara? His form was nearly enveloped by a black and red cloak, with only a slit allowing for his hand to emerge. Beneath lay a thin black garment. Blood Shadow, acutely aware of his recent elevation and the seasoned stature of Neikime, humbly introduced himself. Your Excellency Neikime, I am Blood Shadow, and my blood demon arts are as follows. Blood demon art, Shadow Veil. This technique allows my blood to permeate the air, concealing my presence, making it an exemplary art for assassination. Blood demon art, Blood Dagger, utilizing my own blood to craft hidden weapons. A wound inflicted by these daggers will introduce a toxin into the victim's bloodstream. Blood demon art, Blood Mist. This art enables my blood to saturate the air, turning it crimson. Once inhaled, it strips the victim of their sanity, inciting them to slaughter their allies. Blood demon art, Shadow Strike. This summons 2 daggers that swiftly advance towards the enemy, ensuring rapid termination. Blood demon art, Shadow Chaos. This technique releases a copious amount of blood, effectively merging the effects of Shadow Veil, Blood Dagger, and Blood Mist. That is all. Your Excellency Neikime. Now what of you, Upper Moon 9? Upper Moon 9, Zetsu, bore an appearance that defied humanity, resembling a standing wheel of purple hue. True to his name, his head protruded from the center of the wheel, though his face remained relatively normal, albeit slightly violet. Might I ask, do you resemble Thanos? Neikime's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this sight. This fellow certainly piqued her interest. Zetsu, reciprocating her enthusiasm, felt a bond akin to brotherhood. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Neikime. You are indeed striking. Indeed, you too, Purple Wheel, she replied, chuckling. My second blood demon art is Puppet Explosion, which causes my controlled puppets to detonate. The final art, Puppet King, allows me to amalgamate 5 puppets into a singular entity, forcing them to cry out to form the torso and arms, the legs. And I shall form the head, with the liberty to create wings or swords as needed. Yet, I find it preferable to assemble a pod instead. Ha ha ha. Neikime's eyes glimmered with delight. This one was clever. She then turned her gaze to Upper Moon 10, who donned a white garb that rendered him a rather spectral figure, with a gaping hole in his chest, akin to a hollow from bleach. His first impression was nowhere near as favorable as Zetsu's. Upper Moon 10, Hayoma. Though you may also refer to me as Akiokas. My blood demon arts include Resonant Step, a technique of instantaneous movement, Void Flash, a concentrated force that launches a blinding beam, Void Bullet, a swift but weaker version of Void Flash, and finally, Void Realm, a domain technique that amplifies my speed, strength, and the potency of my blood demon arts. Hayoma was a man of few words, seemingly reticent, which left one to wonder how he would fare in battle. He exuded an unsettling aura, suggesting a madness that might awaken should he remain unfed for too long. Nakime disdainfully curled her lip at his presence, finding him utterly tedious and hoping to never encounter him again. Upper Moon 11, a golden-haired youth radiating sunshine, yet one should not be deceived by appearances. Wielding a steel blade. Before Nakime could pose a question, Kokushibo interjected, "Do you practice the breathing technique?" Upper Moon 11, Kinyen, was taken aback. He never anticipated this overwhelmingly formidable demon would inquire about his breathing technique. "Yes, Lord Kokushibo. First form, Golden Slash," he declared, slashing forward with his steel blade, producing an unremarkable cut. Kokushibo nodded, possessing a deep appreciation for demons who mastered the breathing technique. After a moment of contemplation, Kokushibo severed Kinyen's arm, channeling power into it until it transformed into a blade, which he presented to Kinyen, stating, "This shall be your weapon henceforth." Kinyen gratefully accepted, kneeling to express his gratitude for Kokushibo's gift. Envy ignited among the other demons, for this was a blade forged by Kokushibo himself. Second form, Golden Prism. With his newly acquired demon blade, Kinyen executed an upward slash, unleashing several golden wheels that shot forth. His gaze turned to Kokushibo, filled with gratitude as he deduced the blade's unique effects. The other demons seethed with jealousy. Third form, Golden Power Wheel. The blade spun multiple times before casting forth a massive golden wheel, accompanied by smaller wheels, a natural effect of this technique. Fourth form, Golden Phoenix Shadow. Kinyen charged forward, delivering several strikes that coalesced into a golden phoenix, with numerous smaller phoenixes emerging, a result of the Demon Blade's influence. Final form, Demon Moon Golden Cross Slash. With an abundance of blood bestowed by Muzan, combined with the effects of Kokushibo's Demon Blade, Kinyen appeared to awaken a latent power, executing a horizontal and vertical slash that birthed a colossal wave of blade energy, infused with golden essence, erupting forth with formidable might. Kokushibo was momentarily taken aback. This move could rival his sixth form, Eternal Night Crescent Moon, though Kinyen's was a final form, while Kokushibo's was merely a sixth, leaving a considerable gap in their prowess. Chapter 27, The Foolish Tanjiro. I have my eyes set on your father's transparent world. A month later, Bai Wen was lively and vigorous, having recovered significantly from his injuries, while Shinobu remained bedridden, prompting Butterfly Shinobu to exclaim in disbelief at her monstrous state. As spring has just begun to unfold, the chill in the air is still palpable. However, for Bai Wen, this slight cold is hardly a concern. One day, after completing his tasks, Bai Wen decided to stop for a day in a quaint little town he happened to pass through. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, leaving him puzzled. He was certain he had never visited this place before, so why did it feel so oddly known? He scrutinized his surroundings. Yet the source of his déjà vu remained elusive. With a curious mind, he resolved to enjoy a midday meal. He randomly selected a noodle shop and ordered a bowl, slurping it up with relish. By chance, he caught sight of a familiar figure outside the window and couldn't help but gaze a little longer, only to realize it was none other than Tanjiro, the protagonist of Demon Slayer. At this time, Tanjiro was merely a boy of around 12, forced to shoulder the burden of selling charcoal due to his father's grave illness. He quickly finished his charcoal purchases, preparing to buy some goods to bring home. Bai Wen contemplated following Tanjiro discreetly. As Tanjiro walked along, he was in high spirits, having sold all his charcoal for the day and bought plenty of treats for his siblings. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched and abruptly halted in his tracks. It was an odd feeling, like someone was observing him without his knowledge. He sniffed the air but detected nothing unusual, just the sense of trees, earth, grass, water, and a bear. With a formidable roar, a brown bear emerged from the thicket, fixated on the young boy before it, poised to strike him down with a single swipe. Tanjiro's heart raced as he pulled an axe from his basket, staring down the bear. Encountering a bear was his greatest fear. Could this feeling of being watched be linked to the beast? At that moment, a figure approached leisurely. Tanjiro glanced at him and, feeling anxious, urged, "Sir, we must flee. We cannot defeat this bear." The man smiled faintly, taking the axe from Tanjiro's hands. "Foolish Tanjiro. Watch closely." In an instant, he vanished. Tanjiro didn't even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Turning around, he found the man standing before the bear, which now lay lifeless on the ground, its head severed, blood pooling beneath it. Tanjiro's jaw dropped in disbelief. Could a person truly slay a bear with just an axe? Before Tanjiro could utter a word, the stranger spoke. "I am Uchiha One. You must have felt a sense of being watched, and that was indeed from me. The reason for my observation is that my eyes can perceive things beyond the ordinary. For instance, I foresaw that you would encounter danger today. Hence I followed you without your consent. My apologies. Tanjiro quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No, no, no. I should be the one thanking you. You've saved my life. The bear is yours now. Tanjiro was filled with gratitude, yet he declined the offer. His father had always taught him not to take what wasn't his, especially from someone who had just saved his life. Thank you, but I cannot accept this. The bear was slain by you. It rightfully belongs to you. Oh, I have no use for this bear. It's better off with you, since you refused to take it without offering something in return. How about treating me to a meal? Unless you want this bear to rot on the ground. Be but enough with the hesitation. Hurry and carry the bear. I'll help you with it. Tanjiro felt deeply moved. He sensed a genuine kindness emanating from this peculiar man. Although his words were somewhat brusque, he was not afraid of being deceived. They were impoverished. What could this man possibly gain by tricking him? Did he wish to steal away his father? Bai Wen thought. What a prophetic individual. Before long, Bai Wen and Tanjiro arrived at his home, where Tanjiro's siblings rushed out to greet him. Cheering at the sight of the bear on his back, Tanjiro introduced his siblings. Sir, these are Nezuko, Takeo, Hanako, Shigeru, and Rokita. This is Uchiha 1. Bai Wen smiled and greeted them in return. He observed Nezuko, who, even in her human form, was strikingly beautiful, though not exceptionally cute. However, once transformed into a demon, she truly became irresistible. Just then, Aoi and Tanjiro emerged, with Tanjiro appearing particularly frail, suggesting he had little time left. Despite their seemingly innocent demeanor, both were formidable individuals. Aoi had once felled a wild boar with her head, and Tanjiro possessed a unique prowess that transcended the ordinary world. Armed with an axe, he danced through existence as one of the most formidable beings in their world, albeit at the cost of his own vitality. Bai Wen, however, dared not claim he could defeat Tanjiro. Tanjiro explained the situation to his parents, and I shan't delve into the details. Tanjiro expressed his gratitude to Bai Wen. While Aoi attended to the bear, Bai Wen sought a private conversation with Tanjiro, who consented. Mr. Kamadu, I have a request. Haha, speak freely. I will assist you in any way I can, though my body may not allow me to do much. I simply wish to learn the principles of transcending the ordinary world. Tanjiro hesitated, momentarily taken aback, before responding. As I mentioned, my eyes can perceive many extraordinary things. However, when I gaze upon you, I see only emptiness, which leads me to believe you have already grasped the essence of transcending the ordinary world. Tanjiro nodded, explaining the principles and effects of transcending the ordinary world in detail. Bai Wen closed his eyes to absorb the information, while Tanjiro watched patiently. Soon, Bai Wen opened his eyes and shook his head, declaring, I cannot comprehend transcending the ordinary world. Perhaps I have yet to reach my peak. Tanjiro nodded knowingly. Grasping the essence of transcending the ordinary world is no simple feat. Time passed swiftly, and as evening approached, Aoi called out, Dinner is ready, esteemed guest. Chapter 28. A Letter from Tamayo. Upon returning to the Butterfly Mansion, a hidden member informed him that their lord had purchased a house for him. Bai Wen's expression darkened. With his own home, he could no longer stay at the Butterfly Mansion. What infuriated him further was that the house came fully furnished. Couldn't he at least linger at the Butterfly Mansion for a few more days? Once everyone had departed, Bai Wen suddenly noticed a tricolor cat with golden eyes leap through his window, carrying a talisman and a small wooden box on its back. The cat began to meow at Bai Wen. Recognizing it as Shichamaru, he wondered how Tamayo knew his residence. Shichamaru seemed to sense Bai Wen's confusion, twitching its nose. Bai Wen understood that Shichamaru had identified him by scent. He had to admit, Shichamaru's sense of smell was impressive. Bai Wen crouched down to open the wooden box, discovering 2 small vials of medicine and a letter, which he began to read. Dear Mr. Uchiha, greetings. How have you been lately? These 2 vials contain one that enhances your physical constitution and improves your training effectiveness, the white vial. The other vial is designed to alleviate the issues with your eyesight. I have meticulously examined your blood and uncovered a startling fact. Your lineage appears incomplete, as though something has been lost. This is not an insult. While I was examining your blood, I sensed something amiss. It seemed as though this lineage possessed a regenerative ability akin to that of a specter. However, despite my extensive research, I could not discern how to restore the bloodline to its entirety. On one occasion, I accidentally spilled your blood alongside a vial of demonic blood. And to my astonishment, the 2 pools of blood appeared to merge with a consciousness of their own. Realizing this was a fortuitous opportunity, I hastily collected the amalgamated blood for further investigation. To my surprise, certain elements that had been lost were restored. And these blood samples not only exhibited extraordinarily potent vitality, but also became impervious to sunlight. Your bloodline had indeed been deprived of Kibutsuji Muzan's essence. Remarkably, I crafted this vial of crimson elixir using the demonic blood as a template. You need not be concerned, for I have minimized the effects of the demon's blood and infused it with a plethora of medicinal ingredients to suppress its properties. Of course, should you harbor any apprehensions, you are free to abstain from consuming the potion. The choice is entirely yours. Perhaps, by imbibing this elixir, you might even acquire the ability to learn the breathing techniques. Upon finishing the letter, Bai Wen fell into silence, contemplating whether to trust Shai, ultimately deciding to consume the vial. Shichamaru patiently awaited nearby, occasionally mewing softly, adorably endearing. Once the two potions were ingested, rather than experiencing discomfort, Bai Wen felt a warm and pleasant sensation enveloping his body, prompting an involuntary moan of satisfaction. Bai Wen blushed at his own reaction. After consuming the potion, he noticed his vision had become clearer and his body suffused with vigor. It was undeniable, Shai, the finest support in the Demon Slayer Corps, had indeed concocted an exceptionally powerful remedy. He rinsed the two vials and filled one with the blood he had previously collected from Tamayo. He pinned a note of gratitude, mentioning that the blood was from the esteemed Tamayo. Placing it into Shichamaru's wooden box, he patted its head as a signal to depart. Shichamaru mewed and took its leave. Alas, I forgot to offer a few strokes. How regrettable, Bai Wen lamented, belatedly realizing his oversight. Unbeknownst to anyone, a consciousness awakened within Bai Wen's eyes. Hiss. This reincarnator has finally come into contact with Kibutsuji Muzan's blood and transformed into a demon? I, Zero, have returned at last. Why has he not transformed into a demon despite having encountered Muzan's blood? Let me delve into his memories to ascertain the truth. Shai. Oh, I see him. This individual hails from another world. It seems his subconscious desires a pair of kaleidoscopic eyes. Has he mistaken my eyes for his kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Do you think you can fathom the eye of the spirit god? Nevertheless, I must admit, despite being driven solely by biological instincts, my actions this time were commendable, as I ensured he made contact with demon blood. Unlike the previous reincarnator, who was bestowed with the innate ability to perceive the world, the patterns, and the power of the sun breathing without even touching a drop of demon blood, infuriating. Because of him, my already diminished power waned further. It seems that his overwhelming strength prevented Muzan from infusing him with blood. No one is aware of the immense power wielded by this newly awakened consciousness, its connection to Muzan, and the changes it may herald for the future. At this very moment, Bai Wen, blissfully unaware, was engrossed in practicing his blade techniques. This third ability is Blade Shadow. Two translucent figures, identical to Bai Wen, appeared on either side of him, and with a mere thought, he could control them. Wow, this is astonishing. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan is truly remarkable. I adore it. Zero, you unappreciative fool. Just wait until I am strong enough to seize your form. I shall devise a plan. Yes, allow him to gradually grow stronger until he can rival Muzan. Muzan is merely a pawn. Then, when he is poised to strike Muzan, the latter will inject his blood into the reincarnator's body, and I shall become immensely powerful. Following that, I will seize his form. Perfect. As for the breathing techniques, though I hold no particular fondness for them, if he wishes to learn, so be it. Bai Wen suddenly recalled. Miss Shai mentioned that I might learn breathing techniques. I shall give it a try. But which technique should I learn? Perhaps the water breathing, as it is a versatile technique. Chapter 29. Sword Techniques Under the Starry Sky. After attempting the breathing techniques previously taught by Kanahui, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a glimmer of understanding, and his eyes no longer hindered his learning. 0. After inquiring about the route to the Misty Mountain from Tsubaki, Bai Wen promptly set off in that direction. Upon arriving at the Misty Mountain, he ran through the expanse, finally spotting a small wooden cabin. Upon entering, he encountered an elderly man with short white hair, adorned with a Tengu mask, and clad in a blue and white haori. Bai Wen instantly recognized him as the former water Hashira, Sakanji Urokodaki. Greetings, Urokodaki-sensei. Sakanji glanced at Bai Wen with a hint of surprise. He was puzzled as to why the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps sought him out. Oh, right, since the battle with Tamayo. Bai Wen had been proclaimed the mightiest Hashira, a sentiment shared by many, including Sakanji, as well as the rock Hashira, Jyomi-I, who had shown his agreement through various actions. Lord Hashira, what brings you to seek me? Haha, Urokodaki-sensei, I have come to learn the breathing techniques. Breathing techniques? Sakanji questioned with confusion. He knew Bai Wen was unable to learn them, a well-known fact within the Demon Slayer Corps. My previous physical condition was somewhat problematic, but after taking certain medications, I can now learn the breathing techniques. Sakanji nodded, demonstrating his wisdom by discerning what inquiries were appropriate. Moreover, breathing techniques were not treasures meant to be hoarded. He welcomed the prospect of more individuals mastering them. Since you are already a Hashira, you likely need not engage in physical training. Therefore, to master the breathing techniques, one must first understand what they entail. The total concentration breathing, as the name suggests, involves breathing to ensure oxygen thoroughly permeates every cell, thereby stimulating cellular vitality and granting immense strength. Water breathing builds upon the foundation of total concentration breathing, employing specific respiratory frequencies while genuinely comprehending the essence of water. Thus, one can master water breathing. Total concentration constant breathing, on the other hand, necessitates an uninterrupted practice of breathing techniques, making them an inherent instinct of the body. Bai Wen had previously heard Kanahui discuss the essence of breathing techniques, yet he refrained from interrupting Sakanji, respecting the decorum of not disrupting a lesson. Subsequently, Bai Wen began practicing total concentration breathing, continuing from midday until nightfall, ultimately mastering it. With the acquisition of total concentration breathing, he was but a step away from achieving total concentration constant breathing. Sakanji was astonished, marveling at Bai Wen's incredible talent. The following day, Sakanji commenced teaching him the rhythm of water breathing. A month later, on a moonless night, Bai Wen fervently practiced water breathing under a sky adorned solely with twinkling stars. Suddenly, it seemed as if the stars guided him, and his water breathing gradually transformed into an entirely new form of breathing technique. Bai Wen found himself enveloped in a remarkably extraordinary sensation, while Sakanji gazed at him in astonishment. Sensing that Bai Wen was on the verge of creating a breathing technique uniquely his own, one that transcended the 5 major breathing styles, the white-clad figure remained blissfully unaware, every cell within him absorbing the power emanating from the starry sky. Suddenly, Bai Wen stood up, his eyes still closed. Lin Long did not intervene. Understanding that this was a significant opportunity for Bai Wen, a blade materialized in Bai Wen's hand, and he instinctively executed a sword technique. As if these moves were ingrained in his very being, muttering the names of the techniques under his breath. Breath of Stars, first form, Starshine. Bai Wen slashed horizontally before him, leaving a trail of sword energy that illuminated the night. Breath of Stars, second form, Stellar Earth and Sky. He struck upward, creating the illusion of 2 cuts despite having made only one. Breath of Stars, third form, Celestial Speed. He lunged forward, delivering 3 rapid thrusts, each strike further damaging his adversary. Breath of Stars, fourth form, Illusory Stars and the Vast Ocean. He executed a series of strikes, slashes, chops, thrusts, each leaving behind a sword aura that seemed to plunge the enemy into a cosmic sea of stars. Breath of Stars, fifth form, Stellar Guardian. Bai Wen wielded a blade in each hand, wildly swinging them around him. Breath of Water, third form, Flowing Dance. Lin Long, in perfect harmony, unleashed the breath of water against Bai Wen, only to find that no matter how he attacked, he could not penetrate Bai Wen's defenses. Breath of Water, 10th form, Ever-Flowing Cycle. Lin Long spun, conjuring a water dragon that surged towards Bai Wen. Breath of Stars, 6th form, Susanoo Starburst. Bai Wen activated the first form of Susanoo, a skeletal figure emerging, with a blade in its right hand. He slammed his left hand to the ground and executed 2 swift horizontal cuts, the residual force exploding outward, neutralizing Lin Long's water dragon. Slowly, Bai Wen opened his eyes, astonished to discover that he had awakened Susanoo. He hastily retracted it, apologizing to Lin Long, who waved it off and encouraged Bai Wen to explore the breathing techniques he had created himself. My own breathing technique? Bai Wen pondered, and upon attuning himself, he realized he was indeed harnessing the power of the cosmos, prompting an elated smile. Lin Long observed him and smiled in return. Today, Lin Long finally removed his mask, prompting Bai Wen to gaze at him a moment longer. This was an enigma left unresolved in the original story. Bai Wen noted that Lin Long appeared quite gentle, resembling a kindly neighbor. Indeed, one might argue he lacked severity, yet the sharpness in his eyes remained undiminished. Chapter 30, The Blood Shadow of Mount Fuji, Part 1. Having mastered the Breath of Stars, Bai Wen felt confident. He went to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to accept a mission, located precisely at the renowned future site, Mount Fuji, which was within Bai Wen's jurisdiction. After some contemplation, he decided to take the train there in the afternoon, ensuring he would arrive by evening. Upon purchasing his ticket at the station, Bai Wen spotted a familiar member of the Demon Slayer Corps waiting. The individual boasted long hair of a fiery blend of yellow and red, and despite his bright eyes, a hint of melancholy lingered beneath. Indeed, it was none other than Kaijiro Rengoku, the flame Hashira of the later chapters. Bai Wen felt puzzled. Rengoku was supposed to be a cheerful spirit, so why was there a shadow of gloom in his gaze? Not dwelling on it further, he approached Rengoku, took a seat, and inquired, "You are also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Is your surname Rengoku?" Rengoku turned to him, his eyes lighting up, and exclaimed, I am Kaijiro Rengoku, wielder of the Breath of Flames. My current rank is A class, master of the Flame Hashira. His voice boomed, drawing the attention of those around them. When Rengoku said the phonetics were pronounced with a slight emphasis. Bai Wen quickly covered his mouth, whispering, the Demon Slayer Corps is not recognized by the government. Keep your voice down. Rengoku nodded in understanding. Rengoku initiated the conversation. I am on my way to Mount Fuji for a mission. What about you, master of the Flame Hashira? Bai Wen smiled slightly. I am as well. That's splendid. Rengoku shouted excitedly, once again attracting the attention of onlookers. The crowd must have thought, this guy can't be serious. Bai Wen hurriedly covered his mouth again. Then came a period of casual chatter. Through their conversation, Bai Wen suddenly realized that Rengoku was not yet the Flame Hashira of the future. He resembled a child. Although Rengoku was merely a year younger than Bai Wen, he was likely still grappling with the dual trauma of his mother's passing and his father's neglect. While he was an enthusiastic person, he was still very young. Bai Wen patted his shoulder, encouraging him not to give up, no matter the adversity he faced. Rengoku's eyes filled with emotion as he looked at Bai Wen. Bai Wen quickly averted his gaze to avoid any awkwardness. After a while, the train arrived, and Bai Wen and Rengoku boarded the first car. They swapped seats with another passenger so that they could sit together. Naturally, to the casual observer, they appeared eccentric, prompting others to wish to distance themselves. That night, the train suddenly jolted violently and gradually came to a halt, causing a stir among the passengers. Bai Wen, who had been dozing, was abruptly awakened. Such severe shaking could not be normal for a train. Something was amiss. He quickly roused Rengoku, saying, Rengoku, I suspect a demon is attacking this train. Rengoku, now alert, asked, what should we do? Bai Wen stood up, declaring, you protect the people. I will go investigate. Rengoku nodded in agreement. In an instant, Bai Wen's figure vanished, leaving Rengoku with only a fleeting shadow. Outside the train. TSK. This train has a scent of rare blood. I am indeed fortunate. Humph. Let us not forget our purpose. Do not get carried away with devouring humans. Fine, I understand. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the eyes of the two figures bore markings. Upper Moon 8, Upper Moon 11. Indeed, they were Blood Shadow and Golden Flame, sent by Muzan to assault this train, as it was suspected to harbor the elusive blue spider lily he had been seeking. At this moment, Bai Wen appeared before them. This rare blood, is it Uchiha 1? Blood Shadow exclaimed in surprise. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Blood Shadow, and this is Golden Flame. Bai Wen regarded the two with furrowed brows, recognizing Upper Moon 8 and Upper Moon 11. He recalled that the original story did not include them. It seemed this was a consequence of his time traveling. Although these two demons were certainly not as formidable as the older Upper Moons, he surmised they possessed sufficient strength to contend with the Hashira. Bai Wen raised his blade, standing defiantly against them. TCH, what are we waiting for? Let us go straight in. Blood Demon Art, Shadow Strike. Fourth form of the Breath of Gold, Golden Phoenix Shadow. Breath of Gold? It appears they have transformed into demons from the Demon Slayer Corps. This is even less forgivable. Breath of Stars, second form, Stellar Earth and Sky. With a single strike, it felt as though two cuts had been delivered, neutralizing the attacks of the two demons while allowing Bai Wen to gauge their strength. He realized he could withstand their combined might, but defeating them was an entirely different matter. What? Breath of Stars? Did Muzan not say he cannot use breathing techniques? Golden Flame gasped in shock. Haha, Muzan, times have changed. Breath of Stars, first form, Starshine. Not good. First form of the Breath of Gold, Golden Slash. Blood Demon Art, Blood Fog Realm. Golden Flame felt an overwhelming force surge through his hands. Damn it, is this guy really that strong? Bai Wen observed the blood fog exuded by Blood Shadow, sensing an ominous premonition that this mist should not be inhaled. With a deft leap to the side, he unobtrusively distanced himself from the train. The two demons, of course, could perceive his retreat from the train, yet they were powerless to act, for neither could withstand his prowess. As Blood Shadow observed Bai Wen's withdrawal, he recognized it as an opportunity. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Shadow. Jin Yin cast a glance at Blood Shadow. Golden Breath, third form, Diamond Wheel. Bai Wen narrowed his eyes, for Blood Shadow could not escape his gaze. A blade materialized in his left hand. Star Breath, fifth form, Celestial Guardian of the Stars. With a single stroke, a small golden wheel was created. With a second, the larger golden wheel was also countered. Suddenly, Bai Wen felt a surge of danger. Without a hint of panic, he blocked with his left hand, sending a blood drop flying. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. Again, Bai Wen's right eye spun ominously, and his form became ethereal. Star Breath, first form, Starlight Radiance. Without even attempting to block Blood Shadow's strike, he aimed directly at Blood Shadow's neck. How infuriating! Blood Shadow thrust both daggers forward in defense, only to see them shatter instantaneously, his expression shifting dramatically. In a moment of crisis, Jin Yin hurriedly grasped Blood Shadow by the collar, managing to pull him away just in time, though a thin line of blood remained at his abdomen. The illuminated starry night seemed to foreshadow the demise of the two demons. Feeling the wound on his belly, Blood Shadow furrowed his brow, realizing that restraining his recovery would be a formidable challenge. Chapter 31, Mount Fuji, Blood Shadow, and Jin Yin, Part 2. Star Breath, Third Form, Starry Blitz. This fellow is astonishingly powerful. Jin's Breath, Second Form, Golden Prism. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. Star Breath, Sixth Form, Susanoo Star Explosion. Hurry. Blood Shadow, Jin's Breath. Final Form, Demon Moon's Diamond Cross Slash. Blood Demon Technique, Shadowless Blood Rampage. The two demons combined their strength to block the attack, a tremendous force erupting forth, devastating the surrounding trees and raising clouds of dust. The crowd below, scrambling for safety, felt the heart-stopping aura, and Akizuro approached the vicinity of the three combatants, saddened to realize he could not discern their movements, let alone the battle. Tanjiro, why does this feel so familiar? Blade Shadow. Two semi-transparent versions of Bai Wen appeared beside his Susanoo. After a brief contemplation, they charged toward Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow? Damn it, must I resort to that? Blood Shadow pondered. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. Blood Shadow lunged at one of the doppelgangers, relieved to find these copies were not as formidable as Bai Wen himself. Star Breath, Fourth Form, Starry Illusion, Vast Sea of Stars. Bai Wen thrust forward. Jin Yin felt a momentary disorientation, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself within the vast sea of stars, immediately recognizing it as an illusion. Jin's Breath, First Form, Golden Slash. Cautiously, he made a cut, confirming he had returned. Star Breath, First Form, Starlight Radiance. Jin's Breath, First Form, Golden Slash. Jin Yin was at a disadvantage against Bai Wen. He was pushed back several steps, nearly losing his grip on his sword. Casting a glance at Blood Shadow, he noted the latter was idling in the midst of this chaos. Instantly, he shouted for help. Alas, here they come. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Clone. Two blood clones emerged, engaging Bai Wen's Blade Shadows, surprisingly holding their own, while Blood Shadow rushed to assist Jin Yin. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. Star Breath, Sixth Form, Susanoo Star Explosion. What? Are you disregarding martial ethics? The immense Susanoo exerted tremendous pressure on Blood Shadow, rendering his two small daggers utterly futile. Jin's Breath, Final Form, Demon Moon's Diamond Cross Slash. Don't dawdle. Blood Demon Technique, Shadowless Blood Rampage. Once again, the two demons joined forces. However, this time they could not withstand the attack and were sent flying. Susanoo. First Form, Star Breath, Third Form, Starry Blitz. With the power of Susanoo, Bai Wen became even more formidable, the force of this attack surpassing all previous ones. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Shadow. Jin's Breath, Fourth Form, Golden Phoenix Shadow. Yet, the two demons were not attacking. They were leveraging their momentum to flee. Jin Yin, seemingly enraged, shouted, who doesn't he have a trump card? Jin Style, Golden Skin. Flame Style, Flame Blade. This was Jin Yin's Blood Demon Technique, aptly named after both Jin Style and Flame Style. After all, why else would he be called Jin Yin? The moment his body turned pitch black, the demon blade in his hand ignited in roaring flames. Blood Shadow, gritting his teeth, summoned his most potent Blood Demon Technique. Blood Demon Technique. 5 carriages of technique. 5 heads materialized behind Blood Shadow, resembling malevolent spirits, each representing joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, and fear. Merely gazing upon these heads seemed to threaten the sanity of onlookers. The 5 heads eerily surged toward Bai Wen, as if intent on colliding with Susanoo. Simultaneously, Blood Shadow moved. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. Blood Shadow brandished 2 daggers, plunging them towards Susanoo. Danzo. Shortly thereafter, Blood Shadow's daggers detonated, and he calmly remarked, as expected, Danzo? Flame Style, Flame Explosion. Meanwhile, Jin Yin had been gathering his strength. With a sweep of his demon blade, a searing flame blade was unleashed. Bai Wen's expression hardened. Susanoo, First Form, Star Breath. Second Form, Starry Earth and Sky. With a single strike, he severed the flame blade. Susanoo, First Form, Star Breath, First Form, Starlight Radiance. With another stroke, he decapitated the approaching head. Concurrently unleashing Takamagara, he conjured 4 massive blades that cleaved through the remaining 4 heads. At that moment, the remnants of the 4 heads seemed to unleash a mental assault specifically targeting Bai Wen, yet it proved ineffective. Blood Shadow gazed at Bai Wen in astonishment, unable to fathom how this individual could disregard his mental attack. Exchanging glances with Jin Yin, he noticed the sky beginning to brighten, prompting both demons to make a decisive choice. Flee. Blood Demon Technique. Shadow Strike. Jin's Breath. Fourth form. Golden Phoenix Shadow. Bai Wen discerned their intent to escape. However, he chose not to pursue them. Firstly, chasing them would not guarantee their demise, especially after a night of battle. He felt a tinge of fatigue. Secondly, he understood the principle of not pursuing a cornered foe, especially when dealing with demons. If they were truly provoked, they might gamble everything, causing significant trouble. Thus, Bai Wen opted not to chase after them. Retracting Susanoo, he spotted Akizuro descending from the mountaintop, looking somewhat disheveled, yet joyfully exclaiming, "Master, I have completed the mission." Chapter 32, Mount Fuji, Blood Shadow, and Jin Yin, Part 2. The scene shifts to Akizuro. The passengers who disembarked from the train, aided by the crew and Akizuro, arrived at a nearby town. Akizuro soon discovered a member of the Demon Slayer Corps there, discussing arrangements for him to protect the townspeople while Akizuro executed his mission. Shortly thereafter, upon reaching the mountain, Akizuro spotted a figure who turned to face him, murmuring, "I merely wish to witness the spectacle, yet it seems someone has come knocking." Akizuro fixed his gaze upon the demon before him, sensing its formidable aura, at least comparable to his own. It promised to be a fierce battle. Blood Demon Technique. Thunderclap. The demon conjured a sphere of lightning in its hand. In the next moment, it enveloped its right arm, producing a deafening cacophony. However, this held little significance for Kaijiro Rengoku, whose eardrums had been shattered. First form, Unknowing Fire. Kaijiro unleashed a formidable force, charging towards the demon, whose expression hardened in surprise. Remarkably, he remained unaffected by the sound. The clash of fist and blade ensued, yet Kaijiro's flames, being a counter to thunder, placed the demon at a distinct disadvantage. Indeed, this demon was indeed lacking. Blood Demon Art. Thousand Thunderbolts. Golden lightning crackled from both hands as he wildly swung his arms, each motion producing a flash of electricity. Sixth form, Flame Flash Slash. The blade danced swiftly, deftly parrying the streams of lightning. Fifth form, Flame Tiger. Blood Demon Art. Thunderclap. Another exchange of blows unfolded, with the demon perpetually under pressure, inciting his frustration. Third form, Blazing Flame Omniverse. Blood Demon Art. Thunderclap. Although Kaijiro's sword techniques did not inflict harm upon the demon, the residual blade aura still seared him. With a slight frown, he hastily retreated, fixating on Kaijiro. He sensed that this individual had honed his strength through relentless trials. Yet, he found it perplexing that his might seemed incongruent with his efforts. Despite his extensive combat experience, his swordsmanship appeared somewhat rusty, as though he lacked proper guidance. Seventh form, Flame Blade Slash. Performing a flourish with his blade, Kaijiro advanced rapidly, delivering 2 swift strikes. Blood Demon Art. Thundercut. Kakashi. Perish. Gathering a vast amount of lightning in his hand, he refrained from producing a deafening sound. As their fists and blades met, the demon furrowed his brow. Had his arm truly been severed? How could this be? When? No way. Just moments ago, Kaijiro had executed second form, Rising Flame, severing his arm without him even perceiving the motion. First form, Unknowing Fire. Blood Demon Art. Thunderclap. The demon, forced to defend with only his left hand, found himself overpowered by Kaijiro and was sent hurtling away. Staring intently at Kaijiro, he realized he could not defeat him. However, given the strength he had displayed, eliminating him was utterly impossible. He made a hasty retreat. Don't run. Fifth form, Flame Tiger. Blood Demon Art. Thousand Thunderbolts. One technique was employed to repel Kaijiro, while the other facilitated his escape. Fourth form, Feast of Whirlpools. Kaijiro halted to withstand the barrage of lightning, but this pause allowed the demon to flee. Cursed be it. He could not permit him to escape. Kaijiro dashed towards the direction the demon had taken. Damn you. How can you linger on? The demon shouted angrily at Kaijiro behind him. Slaying demons is my duty. Blood Demon Art. Thundercut. Flame Blade Slash. Blood Demon Art. Thunderclap. First form, Unknowing Fire. Blood Demon Art. Thousand Thunderbolts. Sixth form, Flame Flash Slash. Blood Demon Art. Thunderclap. Second form, Rising Flame. The demon relentlessly unleashed his Blood Demon Arts. Unable to breach Kaijiro's defenses, a resounding crash echoed, emanating from the clash between Bai Wen, Shuiying, and Jin Yin's techniques. Sixth form, Susanoo Starburst, and final form, Demon Moon Crosscut alongside Blood Demon Art, Shadowless Blood Chaos. This tremendous noise, while largely unnoticed by Kaijiro, presented a fleeting opening for the demon, which the experienced Kaijiro swiftly capitalized upon. Ninth form, Purgatory. What? Sensing the overwhelming force of this technique, the demon hurriedly invoked his Blood Demon Art in defense. Blood Demon Art. Thousand Thunderbolts. However, the demon, already revealing vulnerabilities, found his attack effortlessly dismantled by Kaijiro, culminating in the severance of the demon's head. Damn it! The demon gazed helplessly at his disintegrating body, shouting in rage, only to ultimately be reduced to ashes. Kaijiro sank to the ground, a sense of relief washing over him as he set aside his sword to rest for a moment. The preceding battle had indeed taken a toll. After a considerable time, dawn gradually broke, prompting Kaijiro to descend the mountain. Soon, he spotted Bai Wen, who gleefully exclaimed, "Master Hashira? I have completed my task." Bai Wen smiled at him, and the two made their way back. On a sudden whim, Bai Wen decided to visit Shinjiro, Kaijiro's father, and thus accompanied Kaijiro to his home. Chapter 33, Purgatory Shinjiro. Upon arriving at the Rengoku residence, Bai Wen expressed a desire to converse with Kaijiro's father. Kaijiro felt a pang of nervousness, but Bai Wen reassured him with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Upon encountering Shinjiro Rengoku, one could see the striking resemblance he bore to Kaijiro, yet his eyes lacked warmth, instead reflecting a sense of despondency, with an unkempt beard adorning his face. At that moment, Shinjiro lay sprawled on the floor, several bottles of sake scattered around him, casting a cursory glance at the strongest Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Heedlessly indulging in his drink, Bai Wen squinted at Shinjiro, dashed forward, seized his sake jug, and hurled it into the yard, shattering it into pieces. The liquid spilling onto the ground. Shinjiro glanced at Bai Wen and shifted his position to recline more comfortably. Bai Wen, unable to contain his frustration, seized Shinjiro by the collar and dragged him out of the house. Shinjiro offered no resistance, allowing Bai Wen to lead him away. Kaijiro and his brother Shinjiro watched this unfold with growing anxiety, eager to intervene, but were met with a fierce glare from Bai Wen. After searching the courtyard, they found no sign of Ruka's grave. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wen sprinted towards the nearby back mountain. Shinjiro seemed to sense Bai Wen's intentions and began to struggle. Yet after nearly 5 years of despondency, he was no match for Bai Wen. "Even if you are a veteran of the Demon Slayer Corps, I shall not show you any mercy," Bai Wen declared, delivering a decisive strike to Shinjiro's neck, rendering him powerless. Indeed, at the back mountain, Bai Wen discovered a small grave. Surmising that it must belong to Ruka, he unceremoniously tossed Shinjiro in front of her tombstone. Bai Wen harbored a genuine disdain for Shinjiro's character while reading the manga. "I feel the same." The death of his wife seemed to have shattered his world, observing the other Hashira, who among them could claim a harmonious family. It was only after Kaijiro's demise that he would come to understand this. Thus Bai Wen held no fondness for him. What a pitiful wretch. After a while, Shinjiro regained consciousness, his gaze landing on Ruka's grave, prompting him to embrace the tombstone and weep uncontrollably. Bai Wen stood nearby, watching Shinjiro with a cold demeanor. Even after considerable time elapsed, Shinjiro showed no sign of cessation, transitioning from weeping to dry sobs. Bai Wen forcefully pulled Shinjiro to his feet, demanding, "How much longer do you intend to carry on like this?" Shinjiro, seemingly incensed, retorted, "What do you understand? Do you know what I've endured?" Bai Wen gritted his teeth, landing a punch to Shinjiro's abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan. "Is it not merely the death of your wife? What have you to lament? Or do you wish to boast before someone who has lost both parents that you have only lost a spouse? I may be this way, but I shall not permit you to insult my wife," Shinjiro bellowed. Bai Wen delivered a powerful kick to him, vehemently scolding, "What of your wife's death? Kaijiro and Shinjiro lost their mother. Do you believe their grief is any less than yours?" Bai Wen seized Shinjiro's collar again, shouting, "I have lost my parents. Iwanami Gyumii was unjustly imprisoned. Kenroji Mitsuri and Tsujikuni Yurichi also lost their parents. Tenjin Yuzui, having endured a life as a ninja beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, was resolute in his refusal to become a mere weapon, bravely severing ties with his family. Mitsuri Kenroji, with her own hands, ended the life of her mother who had transformed into a demon, only to be met with misunderstanding and hatred from her own brother. Ju Tomioka, having lost his father at a young age, suffered the heartbreak of losing his dearest sister, along with 12 senior disciples. The serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, was confined by his own mother and sister, subsequently marred in appearance. Meanwhile, the esteemed leader, burdened by a curse, found it arduous even to wield his sword 10 times. Who among us has faced lesser tribulations than you? Who has relinquished their position as Hashira? Who has succumbed to despair? Only you, a mere waste. Kaijiro Rengoku surpassed you 1,000-fold. Shinjiro's accomplishments outshine yours as well." Dismissing the feeble Matsushiro, he crafted a blade using the divine materials of Takamagara for both Matsushiro and himself, declaring that if he deemed the honor of his wife insulted, he should come forth to defeat him. "I assure you, I am employing but 1/3 of my power." Matsushiro gazed blankly at Bai Wen. astonished that this usually affable and formidable Hashira could exhibit such demeanor. However, he also felt a surge of anger. Even clay figures possess a measure of wrath, let alone one so provoked. First form of the breath of flames, Inazuma. First form of the breath of stars, starry radiance. Effortlessly, Bai Wen blocked Matsushiro's attack, leaving him dumbfounded. Unable to fathom that he could utilize breathing techniques, Bai Wen's knee struck his abdomen, taunting, "Even I, who cannot master breathing techniques, have grasped them. This illustrates your utter ineptitude. I wonder if your beloved wife would be infuriated to witness you in such a state." Third form of the breath of flames, Ki-in Bankai. Matsushiro bellowed with all his might, yet mere volume does not equate to strength. Second form of the breath of stars, starry earth and sky. Huh. Are you not a Hashira? Is this what defines the flame Hashira? Are they all as feeble as you? Or is it just you? Fifth form of the breath of flames, flame tiger. Humph, such a lackluster move. Even Kaijiro's first form eclipses yours. A simple illusion was cast, and Matsushiro collapsed helplessly to the ground, his swordplay coming to an abrupt halt. Within the illusion, Matsushiro relived the moments of teaching Kaijiro and Senjuro, as well as the life he shared with his wife, Ringo Karuka. Ultimately, the scene of her demise replayed repeatedly before his eyes, eliciting anguished cries that were rendered ineffective as the illusion persisted. Afterward, Kaijiro witnessed glimpses of the past lives of the 8 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, with various scenes of suffering flashing before him, culminating in the sight of Bai Wen's eyes, filled with murderous intent. Third form of the breath of stars, starry charge. 3 strikes were unleashed, severing Matsushiro's head from his body. Suddenly awakened, Matsushiro found himself in his home, Kaijiro looking on with concern, while Senjuro stared intently at him and Bai Wen, who remained expressionless. Matsushiro embraced his 2 sons, breaking into tears. Kaijiro, witnessing his father in such a state for the first time since their mother's death, joined him in the embrace. After a considerable time, Matsushiro finally separated, sincerely apologizing and expressing gratitude to Bai Wen. Bai Wen scoffed, "Humph, you are still a waste. I took a month and a half to become a Hashira. If you cannot reclaim your position within a month, you ought to take your own life." Matsushiro readily accepted Bai Wen's challenge, with Kaijiro and Senjuro expressing their gratitude to Bai Wen for the first time. Matsushiro, now enlightened, resolved to reclaim his status as a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Bai Wen turned to Kaijiro, stating, "And you, within a year, must attain the level of a Hashira. I shall ensure your ascension, understood?" "Yes, understood, esteemed Hashira," Kaijiro responded enthusiastically. Although in the original narrative, Kaijiro did not ascend to Hashira so soon, with Matsushiro's aid, that may no longer hold true. Bai Wen ruffled Senjuro's hair, encouraging him. "You too must strive, little one." "Yes, esteemed Hashira," Senjuro replied timidly. With a smile, Bai Wen departed. The 3 men exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Matsushiro suggested, "How about we enjoy hot pot tonight? I shall refrain from drinking." Kaijiro joyfully agreed. Chapter 34, Training the Recruits. The following day, Matsushiro began selecting candidates to rejoin the Demon Slayer Corps. Within a month, he regained his position as the Flame Hashira. Yosei was both astonished and delighted, sensing that more prodigies were destined to emerge, and the long-standing enmity between the Demon Slayer Corps and demons would conclude with his generation. But was it not clearly me? Meanwhile, the news of Bai Wen's mastery of the breath of stars spread. On Muzan's side, the Blood Shadow, Kinyen, faced severe punishment. Muzan pondered if he should remain hidden for decades. A year later, Kaijiro lived up to expectations, possessing the strength of a Hashira, with Bai Wen and Matsushiro vouching for him. Kaijiro ascended to become the first ever 10th Hashira of Flame in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Bai Wen had already unlocked the 3rd form of Susanoo, with his prowess now rivaling the upper moons, placing him on par with Akaza. Simultaneously, a new sword technique was developed within the Breath of Stars, 7th form of the Breath of Stars, Starfall. With a single stroke, he unleashed a star-shaped blade of energy, swiftly advancing to deliver a cut, leaving behind a shadow that could be returned to at will. During a visit to Tanjiro's home, Bai Wen discovered that Tanjiro had passed away, leaving him deeply saddened, for Tanjiro had been a mentor of sorts, imparting the invaluable ability to perceive the world. A skill he had yet to fully grasp, but one he would never forget. After offering comfort to Aoi, Tanjiro, and several other children, he discreetly placed some money into their basket before departing. Due to Muzan's recent cautious behavior, there were few tasks worthy of his intervention, prompting Yosei to assign him to train the ordinary members. "Seriously, I have to train them?" Bai Wen lamented. "Haha, after all, you are the most formidable Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Your training will yield excellent results," Yosei assured him. "Fine then." The next day, 3 recruits appeared in Bai Wen's yard. Upon glancing at them, he recognized a familiar face, Murata, the water Hashira. According to Yose, they were to test the waters with a few recruits first. After contemplating for a moment, he remarked, "How should I put it? My initial impression of you is rather unpleasant. Let us begin with self-introductions. Share your likes, dislikes, future aspirations, and interests. I shall go first. I am Uchiha 1, the Eye Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. I wield the Mangekyō Sharingan and the Breath of Stars. As for my likes and dislikes, I prefer not to disclose them. And my future aspirations are varied." After this introduction, the three stared at each other, bewildered. What was the difference between that introduction and none at all? Eventually, one male recruit spoke up. "I am Shirakawa Koten, a rank 5 member, wielding the Breath of Thunder. I enjoy sushi, detest anything containing radishes, aspire to become a Hashira, and have an interest in playing the flute." Noted, you dislike radishes. The second female recruit began. "I am Koizumi Lindsay, a rank 6 member, wielding the Breath of Water. I enjoy eating fish, despise all eggplants, and aspire to become a Hashira. My interests? I love to eat, and eat." Noted, this lady detests eggplants. Then Murata spoke. "I am Murata, a member of the Shin rank, wielding the water-breathing technique. I cherish life and detest death. My future aspiration is to become a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps." Well, he fears death, duly noted. Is that so? This is not something to remember. Let us return for now. Prepare your belongings. We shall assemble at 5 a.m. tomorrow. With that, he declared, dismissed. And remember, do not eat anything, lest you find yourselves retching most unpleasantly. The following morning at 5 o'clock, 3 famished individuals arrived at his courtyard. This town now bore the weight of 3 sorrowful souls. They dared not wander freely, for they were in the abode of the fearsome Hashira. It was said that not long ago, the esteemed Takedo Hashira had scolded the current flame Hashira quite sternly. They waited a full 5 hours before catching sight of Bai Wen. "I apologize, everyone. I seem to have lost my way on the road of life." With that, he produced 2 bells from his bosom, fastening them to his waist and addressing them. "You have 6 hours to seize these bells from me, or there will be consequences." The trio shuddered at the thought of the Hashira as punishment. "And remember, approach this with the mindset to kill me. I shall not show mercy." At this moment, Murata inquired, "Why are there only 2 bells? What do you think?" Bai Wen retorted, leaving Murata momentarily speechless. He conjured a blade and fashioned one for each of the 3. Let the challenge commence. The trio exchanged glances and raised their weapons, charging at Bai Wen without employing their breathing techniques. Bai Wen swiftly evaded the strike with a sigh, seemingly reaching for something from his robe, causing the 3 to tense up, only for him to pull out a book. He began reading while engaging them in combat. Feeling belittled, the trio grew indignant and unleashed their breathing techniques. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap, and flash. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Lindsay, water breathing. First form, water surface slash. With a mere twist of his body, Bai Wen evaded this attack effortlessly. Lindsay was the first to react. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Bai Wen continued reading, oddly retreating to avoid the blow. Thunder breathing, second form, rice spirit. Water breathing, seventh form, ripple thrust. Lindsay, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. This time, the speed of their attacks was remarkable. Yet, in Bai Wen's eyes, these assaults were akin to snails crawling. Star breathing, third form, starry flash. Each strike dismantled one of their attacks, sending all 3 soaring into the air without a place to land. Water breathing, sixth form, raging whirlpool. Thunder breathing, fourth form, distant thunder. Observing their assaults, Bai Wen nodded approvingly. At least they possessed basic combat experience. Water breathing, seventh form, ripple thrust. Lindsay reacted swiftly, executing water breathing to snatch Bai Wen's bells. Bai Wen glanced at his now empty waist and nodded appreciatively at Lindsay. "You performed admirably. As for the distribution of the bells, that shall be up to you." Upon this, Bai Wen regarded them intently. The 3 exchanged glances, and Murata spoke. "You 2 may divide the bells. I am the weakest among us. But no buts." Sighing, Lindsay handed the bells to Xiaotian, while Bai Wen bound Murata to an old gnarled tree. "Zhu Yujian." Bai Wen then retrieved 3 lunch boxes, taking one for himself and giving Xiaotian a radish, while Lindsay received an eggplant. Devil. He warned them not to let Murata partake in their meals, or they would face dire consequences. Furthermore, they were forbidden from swapping lunchboxes. With that, Bai Wen vanished in an instant. The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. Then, 2 of them, suppressing their nausea, began to eat, while Murata looked on pitifully. Lindsay, glancing at the forlorn Murata, surveyed his surroundings and offered him approximately a third of his meal. Why would Murata refuse, claiming he didn't want to burden them? A punch from Lindsay rendered him compliant. Xiaotian also had some leftovers and shared them with Murata. Chapter 35. The Trio, Masters of Pillar Creation. Upon finishing his meal, Murata, along with Xiaoshan and Linzi, suddenly sensed a tremendous aura and murderous intent. Turning around, they beheld the Takedo Hashira, who had activated his first form of Susanoo, causing cold sweat to pour down their brows. After all, the Takedo Hashira was capable of engaging Upper Moon too. The three of them were utterly defenseless before him. I warned you not to feed Murata. Why have you violated my orders? Why is this so comical? Gritting his teeth, Linzi replied, Takedo Hashira, rules are rigid. But we are living beings. Murata did not eat breakfast and fought for a long time. He surely cannot endure much longer. Xiaodian nodded in agreement. Murata shouted, Takedo Hashira, the responsibility lies entirely with me. Do not punish them. Let any consequences be directed at me. Bai Wen scrutinized them for a long moment, then suddenly smiled and retracted his Susanoo, saying, You have passed the test. Huh. The three looked at each other, bewildered as to why the Takedo Hashira, who had just threatened them, declared they had passed. You must remember this. Always place your comrades first. Any act of abandoning a companion is unacceptable, even at a cost. This is the first lesson I impart to you. Also, do not trust me too easily, otherwise, you may find yourselves in dire straits. Bai Wen flashed a mischievous grin. Additionally, you must overcome your aversions. The three nodded, moved by his words. I will inform the master that you are to form a trio. However, your current synergy does not yield an effect of 111.3. At best, it is 111.3. Your ranks are Shin, Gung, and Ji. I hope you can collaborate to achieve an A-class fighting capacity. Do you understand? Yes. Takedo Hashira. Half a year later, after Bai Wen's grueling training, their synergy and strength had reached a formidable level. Among them, Xiaoshan and Murata were now of the C rank, while Linzi had attained the B rank. Yet together, they could defeat Lower Moon. Bai Wen expressed satisfaction with their progress, informing them they were now ready to undertake missions, but they must remain a united front. The trio agreed and shared a dinner with Bai Wen, who prepared radish salmon soup and eggplant sushi. Xiaoshan and Linzi were simultaneously dumbfounded. Eon was ecstatic. Another 6 months passed. The Hashira meeting commenced. Good morning, everyone. Today, I have an important announcement, hence the convening of this meeting. Today, I propose to add 2 new members to the Hashira. Takedo, Shido Michiro, and Kanroji, Mitsuri. Michiro, Mitsuri, please greet everyone. Yoya smiled. I am Takedo Michiro, recommended by the Takedo Hashira to become a Hashira. Wielding the mist breathing technique, Michiro stated blankly. I am Kanroji Mitsuri, recommended by both the Takedo Hashira and the Flame Hashira. As well as being the adoptive child of the Flame Hashira, wielding the love breathing technique, Mitsuri chimed in, mimicking the introductions. The 11 Hashira, alongside Yoya, turned their gaze toward Bai Wen, who felt a twinge of unease under their scrutiny. Why are you all looking at me? Kane remarked. Insect Hashira Shinobu, Flame Hashira Kanjuro, Flame Hashira Kayajuro, Mist Hashira Michiro, and Love Hashira Mitsuri. So, you have recommended 5 individuals to become Hashira? Bai Wen scratched his head, replying, Is there really that many? I don't think so. However, following this latest Hashira meeting, Bai Wen has acquired a new title, the Master of Pillars. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Michiro has ascended to the rank of Hashira merely 2 months after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, nearly breaking Wenkuen's record of a month and a half. Yoya then remarked that several Hashira cast curious glances at Michiro. Now, why don't you introduce yourselves? Yoya suggested with a smile. Wind Hashira, Uchiha 1, wielding the Mangekyō Sharingan and the Breath of the Star, Bai Wen said kindly. Rock Hashira, Himejima Jyomiai. Utilizing the Breath of Rock, Jyomiai said, tears streaming down his face. The flamboyant sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, employing the breath of sound derived from the breath of thunder. Tenjin stated flamboyantly. Tomioka Ju said in a subdued tone. Ju is the water Hashira, utilizing the breath of water, while I am the flower Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri. Wielding the breath of flowers, Mitsuri added. The wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, employing the breath of wind, Sanemi declared boisterously. The insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu. Utilizing the insect breathing derived from the breath of flowers, Mitsuri is my sister, Shinobu remarked. Serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, utilizing the breath of serpents, Abanai stated. Sneaking a glance at Mitsuri, which Bai Wen noticed, causing a faint smile to curve his lips. Sanemi observed Bai Wen's expression and glanced at Abanai, also chuckling softly. Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kayajuro, employing the breath of flames, Kayajuro said with a smile. The Flame Hashira, Rengoku Akaza, also utilizing the breath of flames. We are father and son. Akaza proclaimed, radiating warmth like a small sun. Speaking of which, Ju's hand was adorned with a red string, which Bai Wen had previously gifted him. With his unique thought process, Ju contemplated wearing it on his head, but Bai Wen stifled a laugh and tied it around his wrist instead. Chapter 36, Side Story, Playing with Tropes. Muzan angrily rebukes the lower demons. Infinity Castle. Muzan sat upon a high chair, gazing down at a throng of demons with a hint of fury. In the previous generation, there were 13 members of the 12 Kazuki, and I have been forced to dismiss 6 of them, the lower ranks. One of the upper ranks had to be killed by the enemy. Look at these 7 demons. Which of them did not follow me from the very beginning? Which one is not a pillar of our clan? Which one is not my trusted confidant? They have faltered. Referring to the lower ranks being unable to defeat the Hashira and Doma being slain by them. I am at my wit's end. I entrusted the demon clan to you all. What are you doing here? And this is the result I receive. I am filled with rage. And you should feel nothing but sorrow. Inverted celestial rotation. You are guilty of betraying the demon clan, dishonoring the demon king, and shaming the moon. I would gladly dismiss you myself. Indeed, this is classic Muzan. He pointed at the 11 upper ranks. And you? Muzan gestured contemptuously at a group of weaker demons. Though you stand grandly within Infinity Castle, do you truly believe yourselves so formidable? As he spoke, Muzan descended angrily, addressing the assembly of demons. I know that some of you are even weaker than these 7. I advise you to lay bare your innermost selves, physically, air them out, wash them clean, and tidy yourselves up. Kokoshibo observed Muzan's unbridled fury. Muzan continued, when I first became a demon, I believed that the biggest enemy of our kind was our instinct to devour humans. Overcoming that instinct was paramount. I thought our greatest adversary was the Tsujikuni family. I cursed the Tsujikuni. Tsujikuni Yorichi has become a significant threat to our clan. I have outlasted Tsujikuni Yorichi. Uchiha One has also become a grave concern for our clan. I am increasingly aware that the true threat to the demon clan does not lie outside but rather within. Right here in Infinity Castle. After finishing his tirade, Muzan returned to his seat. Among my 11 upper ranks and this assembly of demons, we are collectively weak. If you all remain weak, the Demon Slayer Corps will rise in revolt across the land. We will find ourselves without a grave to call our own. Consider this. The 12 Kazuki's Doma perished in mere months on the plains. Have you forgotten? That old, crooked tree still stands on the plains. Watching you every day, tears streamed down the faces of the demons below. I have not closed my eyes for 300 years. Always yearning to share something with all of you. But there must be an end to my words. After much contemplation, I can express only 4 words. A sign slowly rose behind Muzan, emblazoned with 4 large characters. Annihilate the Eye Hashira. These 4 words are easy to utter, but exceedingly difficult to actualize. I have extracted these words from the depths of my heart. From the blood-soaked sea, I have emerged victorious. Remember, from this day forth, this city shall be renamed Infinity Castle. Muzan descended once more, addressing the demons. Take a good look. These demons raised their heads, gazing at the 4 characters, chanting, Annihilate the Eye Hashira. All of you, raise your heads and reflect upon yourselves. Give me a year of your focus. Thus, the strong members of the demon clan survived for 3 years before the main story began, and 2 years before it commenced. These demons etched the words Annihilate the Eye Hashira into their minds. Chapter 37, Akaza. Following the conclusion of the Hashira meeting, Yoya suddenly remarked, The activities of demons have been increasing lately. I hope everyone can undertake more missions, for encountering an upper moon is not out of the question. Bai Wen casually selected a task and departed. Bai Wen was the sole individual undertaking this mission, or rather, if he were unable to accomplish it, then no one could. Utilizing his formidable vision, he quickly discerned subtle clues, which led him to a forest. Whoosh! A wooden spear came hurtling from the right, but Bai Wen remained unfazed, merely tilting his head to evade the strike. His figure vanished abruptly, reappearing in front of a tree on the right, delivering a devastating punch that shattered the tree. Strangely, however, the tree began to writhe as if attempting to recover. With a swing of his Nichiren blade, the tree ceased to exist. Suddenly, Bai Wen narrowed his eyes. As a powerful being, he was highly sensitive to the presence of another of similar caliber, and he sensed a considerable aura approaching him. After a moment of thought, he deduced that it must be Akaza. He glanced towards the direction of the aura and sprinted forth. In a clearing near the forest, Bai Wen beheld a demon with short pink hair, golden eyes, and pale skin, none other than the second upper moon. Akaza? Akaza remained silent, merely uttering the names of his techniques, clearly sensing that Bai Wen was a formidable opponent. Excitement gleamed in his eyes. Destructive kill, Roshan. Sensing Bai Wen's aura, which felt almost tangible, a flicker of madness danced in Akaza's gaze. Come forth, Uchiha One. You are a strong adversary. I shall give it my all. Do not let me down. Ha ha ha. Of course. Even if you die, I shall not perish. Bai Wen declared, activating the first form of Susanoo. Destructive kill, Ranshin. First form of the Breath of Stars, Starry Radiance. Akaza charged rapidly towards Bai Wen, who prepared for the initial move. With a sweeping cut, their fists collided, releasing a tremendous force that sent trees flying, creating an open space. Akaza's arm was severed in two, yet the smile on his face remained unwavering. Although Bai Wen possessed the ability to suppress recovery, Akaza's formidable regenerative power swiftly restored his arm. A fist was unleashed, striking the Susanoo and causing a slight fissure to appear upon its surface. With a swift stroke of his blade, Bai Wen forced Akaza to retreat. Haha, indeed. You are the formidable warrior I have been seeking. Engaging in battle with you shall surely elevate me to the pinnacle of existence. I shall hold nothing back. Akaza exclaimed with wild fervor. Susanoo, second form. Bai Wen replied nonchalantly. To contend with you, I too must exert my utmost effort. Destruction kill, void style. The Susanoo unleashed a barrage of 6 rapid strikes, akin to shooting stars, directed at Akaza. In response, Akaza retaliated with 6 punches, the immense force surging towards Bai Wen. Yet Bai Wen's 6 blades effortlessly neutralized Akaza's might. Destruction kill, foot style, flowing radiance. As Akaza closed in, he aimed a rapid kick at Bai Wen with a single leg. Susanoo. Second form, star breathing, 5th star, celestial guardian. A blade materialized in the left hand of Susanoo, successfully blocking Akaza's kick. Susanoo, second form, star breathing. 2nd star, earth and sky. Destruction kill, foot style, crown's edge. Both techniques, originating from below, unexpectedly collided. Destruction kill, flight of the wandering star. The trajectory of Akaza's kick was exceedingly peculiar, and Bai Wen observed its path. Susanoo, second form, star breathing, 1st star, radiance. With a single stroke, Bai Wen nullified the attack. The blade aimed directly at Akaza's head, compelling him to retreat. Susanoo, second form, star breathing, 4th star, illusionary sea of stars. Bai Wen thrust into the void, sending a surge of blade energy towards Akaza. However, Akaza appeared momentarily perplexed, believing he could withstand these attacks with his thread-like needles. What purpose do these serve? Yet, in the next instant, realization dawned upon him. It was an illusion. Akaza recalled Muzan's words, stating that Uchiha Wen was adept in the art of illusion. Surveying the vast expanse of stars surrounding him, Akaza tentatively threw a punch. Destruction kill, chaotic style. In an instant, Akaza found himself back on familiar battlegrounds. Susanoo, second form. Star breathing, 1st type, radiance. Sensing a vast surge of killing intent, Akaza hastily evaded, attempting to regain composure before continuing his confrontation with Bai Wen. Destruction kill, shattering style. Myriad leaves flare. He charged towards Bai Wen, delivering a fierce downward punch. Takamijiehara. Bai Wen utilized Takamijiehara to block Akaza's strike. Susanoo, second form, star breathing. 3rd star, stars race like lightning, 6 strikes. Withdrawing Takamijiehara, he unleashed 6 blades once more. Akaza narrowed his eyes. Destruction kill, void style. Once again, 6 blades met 6 punches, with Akaza's arms being severed each time, only to regenerate in the next moment. How infuriating. Why is it so difficult to slay you? Truly a nuisance, Bai Wen lamented, though he had no intentions of killing Akaza, recognizing that with his current strength, it was simply unattainable, at best, a stalemate. Chapter 38, Akaza, who had awakened the false world of transparency. Susanoo, second form, star breathing, 7th star, pursuit of stars. Bai Wen cleaved forth a star-shaped blade of energy, charging towards Akaza. Destruction kill, chaotic style. Susanoo, second form, star breathing, 1st type, radiance. Destruction kill, void style. Susanoo, second form, star breathing, 3rd star, stars race like lightning, 6 strikes. Destruction kill, shattering style, myriad leaves flare. Susanoo, second form, star breathing, 2nd type, earth and sky. In the end, neither spoke further, merely uttering the names of their techniques. Ultimately, it was Akaza who could not contain himself. Destruction kill, annihilation style. Feeling the overwhelming momentum, Bai Wen smiled faintly. Returned to dust. In an instant, Bai Wen found himself back in his original position, while Akaza's attack struck nothing but air. Akaza felt a surge of frustration. Bai Wen retracted Susanoo and regarded Akaza. Oh, what are you planning? Akaza warily inquired, unwilling to underestimate Bai Wen in the slightest. Blade Shadow. As he spoke, 2 ethereal figures materialized beside Bai Wen, identical in appearance. Armored Susanoo. Bai Wen, along with these 2 phantasmal figures, donned gleaming silver armor. Akaza squinted at the 2 apparitions. Each could engage him in combat, though merely for a brief exchange. However, with the Susanoo armor now adorned, he sensed a marked increase in the threat posed by these specters. Star breathing, 1st star, radiance. Star breathing, 2nd star, earth and sky. Star breathing, 4th star, illusionary sea of stars. Bai Wen conjured an illusion from the rear, prompting the two ethereal figures to advance and attack. Akaza immediately felt the pressure intensify. Destruction kill, chaotic style. A punch shattered the illusion, and upon witnessing the three-blade energies, his gaze sharpened. Destruction kill, foot style, flight of the wandering star. Myth. Bai Wen imbued the two phantoms with intangibility, evading Akaza's kick. Star breathing, 7th star, pursuit of stars. Bai Wen surged forward to confront Akaza. Star breathing. 3rd star, stars race like lightning. Destruction kill, demonic core, 8-fold core. Akaza blocked 8 strikes, yet one blade managed to penetrate his defense, hurtling towards his head. He swiftly performed a roll to evade the impending blow. Star breathing, 1st star, radiance. Spectral. Takamijiehara. Destruction kill, chaotic style. The phantoms sliced in unison, but Akaza easily deflected them with a punch, while Bai Wen's corporeal form conjured dozens of blades, launching them toward Akaza. Though insufficient to slay him, they served to disrupt his focus. Indeed, engaging with you is the greatest delight, Akaza mused. For the opponents he typically encountered were either overwhelmingly stronger or utterly unworthy of his attention. Now, facing an equally matched adversary, he sensed himself on the threshold of the highest realm. Yet, you have truly provoked my ire. Destruction kill, final style, Azure Silver Chaos. This was Akaza's most powerful technique. Capable of summoning needles and, centered around himself, unleashing hundreds of missiles in an instant, both swift and devastating. Under the onslaught of these missiles, Bai Wen's phantoms and Takamijiehara were obliterated. Even clad in armored Susanoo, he felt the overwhelming force, rivaling that of Doma's ice bodhisattva, perhaps even surpassing it. However, Bai Wen was no longer the same Bai Wen of yore. Return to dust. Susanoo, 3rd form. Blade Shadow. Takamijiehara. Myth. Susanoo, 3rd form. Star breathing, 5th star, Celestial Guardian. Approximately 100 missiles surged toward Bai Wen. He dared not show the slightest hint of complacency, unleashing all his defensive skills at his disposal. Akaza's current strength vastly eclipsed that depicted in the original narrative. Muzan had infused the upper moons with blood after Doma's demise. Consequently, the azure silver chaos that Tanjiro had evaded upon awakening the transparent world no longer existed. Instead, it was now more numerous and even more potent. The resounding cacophony echoed like thunder, capable of effortlessly obliterating the surrounding trees. The battlefield where Bai Wen and Akaza clashed had been utterly transformed into a desolate expanse. As the smoke cleared, Bai Wen, enveloped in the formidable pressure of Susanoo, gazed down upon Akaza with an air of superiority. Akaza exhibited no incredulous reactions typical of other fanfiction. Nor did he express disbelief at Bai Wen's survival. He merely continued to engage in combat. After taking just 2 steps, Akaza abruptly halted, closing his eyes as if engaged in some profound endeavor. Bai Wen, intent on thwarting him, remained vigilant. Susanoo's 3rd form, the breath of the 3 stars, 1st form, Starshine. Destructive killing chaos technique. Akaza's eyes remained closed, as if instinctively bracing against the onslaught. He felt an extraordinary sensation, as though his consciousness was ensnared within a cage. Akaza relentlessly battered against the surrounding iron bars for an extended period, until exhaustion overtook him. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated within his body, and he sensed that the membranes separating him from the supreme realm had shattered. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Wen perceived a shift in Akaza's aura. As he languidly distanced himself from Bai Wen, with measured words, he spoke. Technique. Destructive killing needle penetration technique. Although Akaza had reached the supreme realm, it must be noted that the realm of penetration remained the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Despite his background in martial arts, and with Bai Wen's interference, he failed to reach the penetrative world. Nevertheless, he integrated this with his needle technique, forming the penetration technique. Bai Wen observed Akaza, who concealed his murderous intent, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 39, Foreseeing the Future. In Susanoo's 3rd form, Bai Wen felt as though he were being seen through, an unsettling sensation enveloping him. Simultaneously, he recalled Tanjiro's explanation of the principles behind the penetrative world. Perhaps, through this battle, he could awaken to the penetrative realm? Susanoo's breath of the 3 stars. 1st form, Starshine. Destructive killing chaos technique. Bai Wen realized that Akaza was now capable of suppressing him, adeptly concealing his fighting spirit while discerning Bai Wen's weaknesses. With a flash of crimson light in his eyes, he unleashed an illusion technique. Sensing danger, Akaza closed his eyes. Susanoo's breath of the 3 stars, 2nd form, Celestial Star. Even without the use of sight, Akaza could clearly perceive Bai Wen's movements. Destructive killing air technique. Destructive killing foot technique. Crown 1st slash. Suddenly, Bai Wen felt a voice resonate within his mind. Though Akaza had uttered no words, he could hear it distinctly. Better to believe than to disbelieve. He leaped backward with great force. Destructive killing foot technique. Crown first slash. Akaza's kick met empty air, his brow furrowing. It seemed as though he had foreseen my actions, Akaza thought to himself. Bai Wen gazed in astonishment at Akaza, who had truly executed this technique. At that moment, Bai Wen surmised that this voice might be a form of future foresight. Reflecting on the concept of the penetrative world, he envisioned a transparent realm, discerning an opponent's next move through muscle contractions and blood flow. Perhaps, due to his unique circumstances, the penetrative world had mutated. Nevertheless, this ability could indeed be advantageous to him. Destructive killing foot technique. Flying star 1,000 rounds. He heard it again. Susanu's breath of the 3 stars. Sixth form, starburst. Destructive killing awe. Akaza quickly evaded this strike, the explosive force of the blade failing to inflict harm upon him. Indeed, it was a type of future foresight ability. How infuriating to be countered so thoroughly. Akaza seethed inwardly. Then, let me test my enhanced skills. Destructive killing final technique. Azure silver chaotic light penetration technique. Susanu's breath of the 3 stars, 8th form, preemptive star. After awakening his foresight, Bai Wen seemed to grasp the essence of the 8th form. Hundreds of missiles surged forth, each at an exceptionally cunning angle, their trajectories bizarre. However, the 8th form epitomized the ultimate manifestation of future foresight. Bai Wen darted amidst the missiles, dodging each attack with frenetic agility. When evasion proved impossible, he could sever them with a single strike. At last, Bai Wen materialized before Akaza, who was taken aback. Destructive killing annihilation technique. Star annihilation. This was the second phase of the 8th form, a strike of unparalleled intensity, one that even Akaza's annihilation technique could not fully withstand. Destructive killing annihilation technique. Due to the hasty execution of his technique, Akaza's attack diminished significantly, rendering him incapable of blocking Bai Wen's star annihilation. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to leap to the right, narrowly escaping a fatal blow to his neck. Yet, Bai Wen's strike still severed a substantial portion of his body, leaving Akaza with but half a head, 1 right hand, and a third of his torso. The reason this technique was named annihilation was due to its incorporation of the 3rd form's further destruction, the 6th form's explosive force, and the utmost suppression of recovery. Akaza's body could not mend, and further damage ensued. Bai Wen, expressionless, regarded him as he retracted Susanu. Star breath, 1st form, starshine. With a single stroke, Bai Wen severed Akaza's head. No, I refuse to accept this. Akaza screamed in anguish. How can I perish here? I have only just attained the supreme realm. I cannot die. A powerful surge of emotional turmoil assailed Akaza's mind, and he observed flesh buds slowly sprouting at his neck. Realizing the urgency, Bai Wen knew he must not allow him to transcend his limits. He swiftly severed these flesh buds with his blade. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the open space. Bai Wen glanced at the sky, estimating that dawn was merely 5 minutes away. It was then that he might truly end Akaza's existence. Oh, you bastard. Do not impede me. Akaza continued to wail. I must reach that realm. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A wooden door suddenly materialized beneath Akaza's body. Bai Wen instantly recognized it as Muzan's blood demon art. Realizing too late that it would also attempt to draw him in, he hastily distanced himself from the door, helplessly watching as only Akaza's head and a third of his body were teleported away by Muzan. No, Bai Wen could only let out a powerless roar. Upon returning to headquarters, he found Yose and recounted the events. Yose patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. The important thing is that you came back." Akaza had not truly reached the supreme realm, nor had he transcended his limits. Bai Wen shouted in fury, "But he fought against me and overcame everything. How many more lives will the Demon Slayer Corps lose?" Yose fell silent, having never witnessed an upper moon and pillar clash, let alone an upper moon being forced to flee. All he could do was comfort Bai Wen. In the infinite castle, Muzan gazed thoughtfully at the kneeling Akaza. He had not anticipated Bai Wen's rapid growth, capable of defeating Akaza. Thus, the only beings capable of slaying Bai Wen were Muzan and Kokushibo, although Muzan would never engage directly. This placed the onus on Kokushibo, yet he feared Bai Wen's swift descent might result in his own defeat, a loss too great to bear. Kokushibo regarded Akaza with a hint of admiration, for he too had attained the supreme realm, albeit in a diminished form, and felt a twinge of envy. Indeed, Kokushibo envied Akaza for overcoming the vulnerability of his neck, a feat he had not accomplished, striking a blow to his pride. Yet it remained evident that Akaza could never triumph over Kokushibo. After much contemplation, Muzan resolved to bide his time, enduring for decades if necessary, until he could eliminate Bai Wen. He commanded Kokushibo to ensure Akaza remained within the infinite castle, permitting him only to venture out for sustenance, while other demons continued their search for the blue spider lily. Kokushibo was indifferent, possessing no interest in anything beyond his own existence and Muzan's. Akaza, however, could not contain himself. He relished the thrill of engaging with powerful adversaries, unwilling to remain confined within the infinite castle. Consequently, Muzan assigned Kokushibo as Akaza's sparring partner. However, it is improbable for Muzan to survive for several decades. Who knows when Nezuko will conquer the sunlight? Chapter 40. How Bai Wen perceives others, and how others perceive Bai Wen. A member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Tianming, is eager to understand how the Mist Hashira regards his predecessors, and how those predecessors view the Mist Hashira. Thus, he sets out to investigate, visiting each household in turn. His first stop is the home of the Mist Hashira. Tianming inquires, how do you perceive your predecessors? Predecessors? That would include the Hashira, the trainers, and the master. I presume. Since you are sincerely asking, I shall graciously enlighten you. The stone Hashira, Jyomi-I, is quite composed. I consider him akin to an elder brother. For he saved my life once, a deed I still remember. The sound Hashira, Tenjin, is a flamboyant individual, both in speech and manner. While he may be somewhat bothersome, he possesses redeeming qualities, such as having 3 wives. The water Hashira, Ju, may appear aloof and proud, but deep down, he is kind-hearted. However, he harbors a low self-esteem, believing himself unworthy to be a Hashira, and he is rather unpopular among others. The flower Hashira, Kanawo, is gentle and distinct from her sister. I consider her a mentor of sorts. The insect Hashira, Shinobu, has a rather cunning disposition and tends to isolate herself, though I suppose she is also a mentor to me. The wind Hashira, Sanemi, is a rather tempestuous fellow, often seeming confused in his endeavors, yet he is quite meticulous. A little secret. If you visit him, be sure to bring rice cakes, as he has a fondness for Kanawo. Tianming nodded, slightly dazed. The flame Hashira, Kaijiro, is simply an old coot. I'd rather ignore him. The sun Hashira, Rengoku, is a radiant individual. We fought together once. Remember to speak loudly when you visit him, for his eardrums were damaged. The serpent Hashira, Abanai, is quite eccentric, and don't be intimidated by his serpent-like demeanor. He is fond of the love Hashira, Mitsuri. The mist Hashira, Michiro, became a Hashira just 2 months after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, a genius, though he pales in comparison to me, often appearing forgetful and dazed. Bai Wen declared with an air of arrogance. The love Hashira, Mitsuri, though gentle, lacks composure. She does not harbor any animosity. Her sole reason for joining the Demon Slayer Corps was to find a husband, and she is aware of Abanai's affections for her. The former water Hashira, Shinobu, is also a mentor of sorts to me and is beloved by her students. As for the former instructor, Kenroji, Sai, I can only say he took on a rather troublesome disciple. Tianming wished to inquire further, but Bai Wen was reluctant to continue. As for the master, despite struggling to walk, he remembers the name of every demon slayer, possessing a remarkable charisma. Tianming nodded, indicating that he had taken note. He then proceeded to visit the homes of other Hashira. At the Butterfly Mansion, Kanawo is indeed a powerful individual, seemingly well-versed in the affairs of many, though not particularly serious. On a scale of 10, I would rate her a 9, Kanawo remarked with a smile, startling Tianming, who recognized the fearsome aura of the Hashira. Shinobu remained silent, rolling her eyes and displaying a look of disdain. Yet, Tianming could discern envy and admiration in her gaze. Shinobu finally muttered, 7 points. It cannot be higher. At that moment, Ju was reminiscing with his master on the Misty Mountains. Master Water Hashira, how do you view the Mist Hashira? The Mist Hashira? Quite extraordinary indeed. He possesses an unparalleled strength, akin to a cheat. I would rate him a 9, Ju replied. Tianming encountered Kagaya and posed a question. A prodigy indeed. Such talents are seldom seen throughout history. 10 points. Tianming then sought out the sound Hashira, Tenjin. He is the most flamboyant and the strongest Hashira, yet in my heart. He ranks only 4th in flamboyance, While 4th, he still deserves 10 points for his flair, Tianming inquired about the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The most flamboyant is, of course, our illustrious master. The 2nd is the great deity of festivities, Lord Tenjin, The 3rd is my 3 wives. He certainly qualifies as the 4th flamboyant, Tianming wished to leave this gossip-laden place swiftly. He found Michiro, who became a Hashira in 2 months. Oh, he resembles a large dog? A very reliable and formidable predecessor. I would rate him an 8. By the way, what shape was that cloud again? Tianming then approached Kaijiro and Rengoku, the father-son duo. Kaijiro did not answer, but merely scoffed, refusing to give any points before departing. Rengoku remarked, a predecessor who aided me in overcoming adversity, truly deserving of a 10. Tianming encountered Jyomi-I. The boy I once knew has transformed into a formidable warrior, worthy of great respect. I would give him a 9. Next, Tianming approached Sanemi. Humph. That guy is a rascal. He appears knowledgeable, but considering the many suggestions he has offered, I would give him a 7. Is that a rice cake? Tianming found Abanai. I have no particular impression. I can only say he is powerful, so innate. Upon meeting Mitsuri, he exclaimed, "Ah, the super adorable predecessor. Her quirky demeanor is utterly kawaii. 10 points, ah?" Mitsuri blushed at his words. Tianming then reflected and visited Kagaya. The master is very responsible and has assisted many. He deserves a perfect 10. In total, the scores amounted to 116 points, with a maximum of 140. The overall evaluation was 83. Chapter 41. Inosuke and Tanjiro. After completing a mission, Bai Wen was traversing a mountainous path when he suddenly sensed a weak presence approaching. Charge! Upon hearing that cry, Bai Wen chuckled, recognizing it as Inosuke. Indeed, he spotted a child wearing a boar's head charging toward him. Bai Wen swiftly grabbed the boy's head and pressed him to the ground. "Let go of me!" Inosuke shouted furiously. "Shut your mouth and tell me, do you wish to become strong?" Bai Wen began to persuade Inosuke, intending to bring him to his home. What is it to you? Inosuke retorted, though his body quivered slightly. What if I told you there is a way for you to become as powerful as I am, allowing you to effortlessly defeat bears? Would you be interested? Inosuke's interest was piqued. Although he frequently battled wild beasts, he had never defeated a bear. "How can you prove it?" Inosuke questioned, still skeptical. Bai Wen smiled faintly, and Inosuke felt a rush of wind. As he regained his composure, he saw a bear ahead. Inosuke glanced between Bai Wen and the bear, and in an instant, Bai Wen vanished, reappearing before the bear and delivering a mighty punch, sending it flying. Inosuke watched in awe as Bai Wen's eyes sparkled beneath his boar mask, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Teach me, the naive Inosuke exclaimed, promptly following Bai Wen home. Breathing techniques? That sounds splendid, Inosuke remarked. Indeed, Inosuke's innate talent ranks among the highest within the protagonist ensemble. Even in the absence of formal instruction, he was able to independently devise the beast breathing technique, ultimately becoming one of the principal combatants against Muzan. In truth, the breathing styles currently possessed by the Demon Slayer Corps are ill-suited for someone of your genius. It is only fitting that you create your own breathing techniques. To effectively handle Inosuke, one must employ 2 strategies, flattery and provocation. Inosuke, upon hearing Bai Wen extol his genius, puffed out his chest in pride, declaring, "Do you not see who I am?" Bai Wen could not help but chuckle at his exuberance. In a mere 2 months, Inosuke successfully crafted his own beast breathing technique, approximately 2 years ahead of the original timeline. However, this version of beast breathing bore the subtle influence of Bai Wen, rendering it somewhat reminiscent of star breathing, thus distinguishing it from the original. The first form of beast breathing, Fong 1, piercing thrust, has evolved from the original's dual blade strikes into a singular thrust that manifests as 3 swift strikes. The second form, Fong 2, razor split, adopts a stance that closely resembles star breathing. Sixth form, Susanoo starburst. The fifth form, Fong 5, wild Fong eruption, has transformed from an offensive technique into a defensive maneuver, influenced by the Stellar Guardian. At this juncture, Inosuke had only developed up to the 7th form, spatial awareness, and had yet to unlock the subsequent techniques. Observing the falling leaves, Bai Wen sighed, knowing that in just a few months, the Kamadu family would face slaughter, yet he felt powerless to avert this fate. Unable to contend with Muzan Kabutsuji, he pondered whether he might undermine Kagaya's authority and recruit Tanjiro to his side. It seemed a viable plan. Looking at Inosuke, Bai Wen found him to be rather dependable, save for an incident a few days prior when he had beaten a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. As winter set in, Bai Wen ventured to the village, witnessing familiar events unfold. Upon encountering Tanjiro, who lamented over a shattered plate, he exclaimed, Mr. Uchiha, you are here as well." Tanjiro greeted Bai Wen with excitement. Bai Wen acknowledged him with a nod and exchanged pleasantries, only for Tanjiro to suddenly produce a package containing some money, stating, "Sir, you left this at my home a year ago." Bai Wen smiled and accepted the money, thinking him a forthright boy. The following day, Tanjiro trudged through the snow, despairing as he carried Nezuko on his back. Why has it come to this?" he lamented. "Nezuko, please don't die." With this thought, his pace quickened. Bai Wen observed from a nearby tree, silently watching Tanjiro. "I will undoubtedly save you. I will not allow you to perish. I will rescue you, dear brother." Tanjiro silently shouted within. Suddenly, Nezuko stirred, emitting hoarse sounds as if awakening from a slumber. She swayed behind Tanjiro, causing both to tumble over a cliff. "Oh no, Aya!" Tanjiro screamed in terror. "Don't become a demon. You must hold on. Keep fighting," he urged desperately. As the time drew near, Bai Wen murmured to himself. He leapt from the tree, aiming a blade directly at Nezuko's head. Tanjiro, witnessing this scene, gasped in horror and instinctively shielded Nezuko. Bai Wen's sword merely grazed Tanjiro's hair. They both tumbled into the snow, coming to a halt against a tree. How could Mr. Uchiha be wielding a sword? Tanjiro murmured in disbelief. Why must you protect her? Bai Wen began his performance. Sir, she is Nezuko, my sister. Nezuko, in that moment, let out a piercing cry. Nezuko. Tanjiro quickly attempted to silence her. Do you still see her as your sister? Bai Wen challenged. What? Tanjiro exclaimed, bewildered. Bai Wen leaped toward Nezuko, thrusting his blade toward her. Tanjiro threw himself down, protecting Nezuko. I have such a big sister. Tanjiro gasped, observing the transformation in Mr. Uchiha, who now regarded Nezuko with a predatory gaze. While Nezuko seethed with rage beside him. Do not move. I am a demon slayer. My duty is to eradicate demons, even if it means severing your sister's head. Please wait, sir. She has never harmed anyone. Tanjiro pleaded. Then how do you explain that she almost harmed you just now? Bai Wen countered. That's not my family, Tanjiro stammered. The one who slaughtered your entire family is that very creature, Bai Wen declared. So it is not Nezuko, sir. Tanjiro cried out in desperation. I do not know why she has become this way, but she still recognizes me. I will not allow anyone to harm her. I will surely transform Nezuko back into a human, Tanjiro asserted. The irreparably damaged become demons, never to revert to humanity. Furthermore, if you wish to save her, take up your axe and fight me. I will no longer engage in idle chatter. The weak have no voice. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and picked up a stone, hurling it at Bai Wen. Susanoo, first form. The stone struck the Susanoo, which loomed large, one hand gripping the struggling Nezuko while the other wielded a colossal blade. Instilling immense dread in Tanjiro. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his fear, grasping the axe and dashing towards Susanoo. Bai Wen struck back with his blade, and Tanjiro felt a searing pain, collapsing to the ground. The axe came crashing down upon Susanoo, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Nezuko struggled, and Bai Wen, momentarily loosening his grip, allowed her to break free and shield Tanjiro. Bai Wen glanced at Nezuko, swiftly knocking her unconscious, then cutting a bamboo stalk to fashion a muzzle for her. He hoisted both the human and the demon over his shoulders and returned home. Nezuko. Tanjiro sprang to his feet, relieved to see Nezuko peacefully sleeping beside him. But tension returned as he noticed Bai Wen observing him. Bai Wen waved his hand, assuring him, It's all right. I have faith in your sister now. Really? Sir? Tanjiro exclaimed with excitement. Bai Wen nodded and proceeded to share the truths about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps, along with his status as a Hashira. Tanjiro gazed at Bai Wen in astonishment, beginning to grasp the extent of his power. After enduring a year of Bai Wen's rigorous training, both Tanjiro and Inosuke had become formidable adversaries. Bai Wen imparted the total concentration breathing technique to Tanjiro, alongside the water breathing styles he had mastered. While Tanjiro could learn star breathing, he found the sword techniques inaccessible without the Susanoo. Bai Wen also revealed that his father's Hinakami Kagura dance is a form of breathing technique as well, suggesting that perhaps Tanjiro could merge water breathing, Hinakami Kagura, and star breathing into a singular style. Tanjiro absorbed Bai Wen's words with unwavering conviction. In his youth, he had witnessed his frail father performing the fire god dance in the snow for an entire night. Tanjiro pondered the three forms of breathing techniques, endeavoring to amalgamate their strengths. The water breathing technique, characterized by its enduring and protracted nature, is well suited for prolonged combat. The fire god dance, fierce and overwhelming, inflicts a searing pain on his lungs even after a brief usage. The star breathing technique can be deemed the most versatile, allowing for effective combat regardless of the chosen form, though its limitation lies in being accessible solely to the skilled sword master, Kanji Ubuyashiki. Inosuke, a prodigy, exhibited a protective demeanor towards his new companion and offered Tanjiro numerous insights. The meteor breathing's first form, meteor slash. Tanjiro, inspired by the water and star breathing techniques, augmented with the fire god dance as a support, crafted the meteor breathing. While not as formidable as the sun or star breathing techniques, it certainly surpassed the 5 primary forms. This development rendered Zenitsu the weakest among the trio. The second form of meteor breathing, reverse slash, is a powerful upward strike, emphasizing strength more than the star breathing technique. The third form, falling meteor, involves a downward assault from the air. The fourth form, sudden meteor wheel cut, is reminiscent of Yasuo's EQ combo. Currently, Tanjiro had only developed 4 techniques. His limited combat experience hindered further advancements. Chapter 43, The Trio. A year later, Bai Wen calculated that it was time to send Inosuke and Tanjiro out for the final selection. After inquiring at the Butterfly Mansion, he learned that Kanoho would also be participating in the selection. He also discovered that Aoi Kenzaki, Kiyoshi Teranai, Samaire Nakahara, and Naho Takada had entered the Butterfly Mansion a year prior. 9 days later, accompanied by a boisterous shout of charge, a somewhat exasperated Tanjiro and Inosuke returned. Tanjiro dashed to Nezuko's room and found her awake, curiously observing her surroundings. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro exclaimed with delight as he rushed forward to embrace her, while Inosuke regarded him with disdain. Inosuke had grown indifferent towards the comatose demon, believing that a girl could not possess much strength, and found Tanjiro's antics far more entertaining. Bai Wen inquired about who among them had succeeded in the selection. Tanjiro counted on his fingers and replied that many had passed, notably Kanaho, a blonde-haired individual, and a rather rude, pointed-headed person, among others. "It seems my influence has had quite an impact," Bai Wen mused. Inosuke scoffed, dismissing the others as unworthy of comparison to Tanjiro. "Who is Tanbaki Yashikiro?" "I am Tanjiro." "Mind your own business, Tanjiro," retorted Inosuke. 15 days later, a swordsman from the swordsmith village arrived, and Bai Wen immediately recognized him as Steel Hashira. "My name is Steel Hashira." The swordsmith for Tanjiro Kamado and Inosuke Hashibara. Please have some tea," Tanjiro offered. Steel Hashira seemed oblivious, removing his hat to reveal his fiery mask and began to unpack. Inside were 3 swords, 2 of which bore blades resembling beastly fangs. "This is the Nichiren blade. Its materials are sourced from the closest mountains to the sun, crafted from sand iron and crimson ore." Please drink tea," Tanjiro continued. Inosuke disregarded the formalities and snatched his sword, while Steel Hashira appeared to anticipate something as he watched Inosuke's blade transform into a bluish-gray hue. "Oh, a blue-gray sword. How exquisite," Steel Hashira exclaimed, momentarily captivated. Suddenly, he turned to Tanjiro, causing him to flinch. Are you the child of Hashiraki? How auspicious." "No. I am the son of Tanjiro Kamado and Aoi Tanjiro," Tanjiro clarified. "No, I meant the scar on your forehead." "I don't want to chat. Just look at the color of your sword." "Oh, all right." As Tanjiro grasped his Nichiren blade, it began to glow red, eliciting excitement from Steel Hashira. However, it ultimately transformed into a dark crimson shade, rather than the black of the original tale. "Dark crimson? I've never seen such a color," Steel Hashira murmured. "But it's remarkable," he reassured himself, finding solace in witnessing a new hue. "Lord Hashira, may I see your sword?" Steel Hashira turned to Bai Wen, whose anticipation was unmistakable even through the mask, prompting a chuckle from Bai Wen. Upon drawing his sword, Bai Wen held it momentarily, only to discover it began to change color. The silver gradually deepened, morphing into a myriad of hues that resembled a starry sky. Steel Hashira leaned in closer, unable to conceal his envy as he muttered, "How infuriating. Why wasn't he the one crafting Lord Hashira's blade? Why, oh why?" Bai Wen could only smile, finding amusement in this intriguing character. Subsequently, Inosuke and Tanjiro became inseparable as they undertook missions together. "Wow, Tanjiro Kamado, Inosuke Hashibara, you are to head to the mountains in the southeast to exterminate demons. Demon slayers. Go. Inosuke, we're on a mission. Roar. Hurry up, Tanjiro. I am Tanjiro. Tanjiro Kamado." At that moment, a crow approached, pecking at Tanjiro's crow. The crow, feeling slighted, perched on Tanjiro's shoulder. Indeed, even among crows, there exists a strict hierarchy, with the Hashira's crow being particularly haughty. "Lord Hashira, you must also venture to the southeastern mountains to slay demons, as there are suspicions of upper-rank demons present." The mention of upper rank caused Inosuke's heart to race. Though he may be simple-minded, he was not foolish and felt the weight of fear in the presence of a demon stronger than Bai Wen. Yet Bai Wen remained unfazed, confident that as long as the likes of Muzan Kabutsuji did not appear, he would be able to protect both Inosuke and Tanjiro. "Crow, lead the way. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Nezuko, let us depart." Roar. Inosuke shouted with enthusiasm. "All right." Tanjiro secured Nezuko in a box crafted by Bai Wen's carpenter, shouldering it as he set off alongside Bai Wen. As night fell, they reached the mountain's outskirts, where Bai Wen spotted a blonde-haired individual, cowering and reluctant to ascend. Bai Wen recognized him as Zenitsu. Confused, he thought to himself, shouldn't Zenitsu's first mission be elsewhere? Unbeknownst to Bai Wen, due to his saving of Kanaho, additional Hashira became available, hence the situation was managed. Upon seeing the trio approach, Zenitsu's excitement surged, and he rushed towards them. Tanjiro greeted him. "Hello, I am Tanjiro Kamado, and this is Inosuke Hashibara. What is your name?" "I am Zenitsu Agatsuma. Why don't we venture up the mountain together?" Zenitsu felt a sense of relief upon encountering fellow comrades. Bai Wen smiled gently. "Uchiha, you are Lord Hashira." Zenitsu exclaimed with delight, not merely due to the presence of his idol, but because he knew that Lord Hashira would assuredly protect them. "In this mission, I shall refrain from intervening unless you find yourselves in mortal peril. In my opinion, it would be prudent for you to form a trio." Inosuke was reluctant, yet he acquiesced for the sake of Bai Wen. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu felt a wave of relief wash over him, while injuries were inevitable. At least death was not a certainty, was it? Chapter 44. The Ninth of the Upper Moons, Ziluan. Bai Wen, accompanied by the three swordsmen and a box, ascended the mountain. Once atop, Inosuke, brimming with excitement, began to run about, prompting Tanjiro to quickly rein him in. Zenitsu watched the two with a sense of timidity, while Bai Wen glanced at the trio before vanishing in a flash. At that moment, a figure emerged before them, more akin to a puppet than a person. It was pierced by violet threads, its face devoid of eyeballs, only dark sockets remained, and its nose was a bloody mess. Upon witnessing their companion's demise, the three were consumed by rage. Fallen Breath, Third Form, Falling Meteor. Tanjiro leaped into the air for a strike. Beast Breathing, Second Fong, Sharp Blade Slash. Inosuke delivered a ground strike. Help! 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 Zenitsu unleashed a sonic assault. The puppet evaded the onslaught of the two. Only Zenitsu's attack found its mark. The puppet retaliated with a punch, and Tanjiro hastily defended himself. Fallen Breath, First Form, Meteor Slash. Beast Breathing, Third Fong, Fang's Tear. They barely managed to block the punch, but its tremendous force was undeniable. Ah! Inosuke could no longer contain himself and struck Zenitsu squarely in the face. Zenitsu gasped and collapsed to the ground. Though they were down a member, they were joined by a demon, Nezuko, who emerged from the box, gazing at the two with concern. Nezuko, danger! Tanjiro shouted anxiously. The puppet's attention shifted to Nezuko, momentarily halting its movements before launching a punch in her direction. You bastard! Do not harm Nezuko. Fallen Breath. Fourth Form, Sudden Meteor Wheel Slice. Beast Breathing, Fourth Fong, Fragmented Blade. The puppet's right hand was severed, yet in the next instant, a violet thread reconnected the dismembered hand to its arm. Nezuko, understanding the situation, aimed a kick at the puppet's head, but the puppet deftly evaded. Just as it dodged, a figure struck with incredible speed. Thunder Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap, and Flash. With eyes closed and brows furrowed, Zenitsu drew his blade, moving with astonishing swiftness. The puppet could not avoid the attack, losing its entire right arm in the process. Now that's more like it, Inosuke remarked, brandishing his dual blades as he charged at the puppet. Beast Breathing, Third Fong, Fang's Tear. Fallen Breath, First Form, Meteor Slash. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Nezuko blocked the puppet's escape route, while Inosuke aimed for its head with his blades. Unfazed, the puppet spread its arms wide. And as the trio and the demon approached, a thunderous explosion erupted. Beast Breathing, Fifth Fong, Frenzied Fangs. Inosuke severed the chunks of flesh to protect himself and others. Fallen Breath, Fourth Form, Sudden Meteor Wheel Slice. Tanjiro distanced himself from the puppet, slicing through the flesh. Thunder Breathing, First Form, Thunderclap, and Flash. Zenitsu, the fastest, fled the scene. Nezuko, lacking skills, was caught in the blast and sent flying but quickly began to recover. However, she soon fainted with a soft ugh. Zenitsu also collapsed. Nezuko, Zenitsu, Tanjiro cried out in concern. Bai Wen made his way toward the area where the crimson light was most intense, ultimately discovering a purple wheel. From the center of the wheel, a head emerged, inscribed with the words Upper Moon 9. Upon spotting Bai Wen, the wheel quivered. It is Uchiha 1, a being capable of defeating Akaza. Panic surged through him. I'm done for. Blood Demon Art, King of Puppets. The purple will summon 5 puppets, merging them into a colossal puppet. Blood Demon Art, Puppet Explosion. The wheel cried, its artistic style shifting above Bai Wen. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, and the wheel watched in trepidation as the smoke cleared, revealing a figure that filled it with despair. Uchiha 1, adorned with several ribs. Susanu's initial form, Star Breathing. First Form, Starry Radiance. With a single slash, the purple wheel hastily retreated into the wheel itself. The purple wheel was cleaved in two, yet its neck remained intact, allowing it to continue regenerating. Bai Wen stared in disbelief at the amorphous entity before him. My dear Gonlin, where is your head? Dare you show yourself? Star Breathing. First Form, Starry Chaos. Bai Wen unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the mass, reducing the purple wheel to countless fragments that gradually turned to ash. With Ziluan's demise, the threads controlling the puppet ceased to exist and crumbled to dust, leaving the puppets lifeless on the ground. However, a hidden team would arrive to handle the aftermath. Having found the 3 swordsmen and the demon in the box, Bai Wen witnessed Tanjiro carrying Nezuko while Inosuke, albeit reluctantly, hoisted Zenitsu down the mountain. Urgent order. Urgent order. Transport Tanjiro and Nezuko to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Wow. Tanjiro has injuries on his forehead, and Nezuko has a bamboo stick in her mouth. Additionally, please summon Lord Takedo to attend the Hashira meeting. Bai Wen glanced at the crow, gently patting its head. Previously, he had penned a letter to Yoya, similar in content to what he had written to the elder Kaneo. Bai Wen ensured Inosuke and Zenitsu were settled before proceeding to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with Tanjiro and Nezuko. Chapter 45, The Hashira Assembly. As Bai Wen arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, carrying Tanjiro and the box, the 11 Hashira along with Yoya had already gathered. He unceremoniously dropped the bound Tanjiro to the ground and placed the box beside him, discreetly distancing himself from Shimi. Tenjin, Shimi, Kocho, and Makijiro cast hostile glances at Bai Wen. Ju remained inscrutable, while Shinobu appeared to regard Bai Wen with frustration. Michiro gazed skyward. Kane and Shinobu regarded him with a glimmer of anticipation. Mitsuri looked utterly perplexed. Kayajiro observed Bai Wen with a complex expression. At that moment, Ju had yet to encounter Tanjiro, thus his hatred for demons remained undiminished. Shinobu, influenced by Kane, began to harbor hopes for coexistence between humans and demons. Mitsuri shared a close bond with Kane and Shinobu, yet Kocho appeared troubled, embroiled in conflict. Upon awakening, Tanjiro found himself at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, facing the 12 Hashira. Kill him. Indeed, kill him splendidly. More importantly, how shall we deal with Uchiha? Kocho, perched on a tree, inquired. Tanjiro, suddenly anxious, cast a quick glance at Bai Wen, who offered him a reassuring look. The sight of him unbound gives me a headache. How can a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps shield a demon? What course of action shall we take? Speak up, Uchiha. Mitsuri glanced at Kocho, her cheeks flushing. She then looked at Bai Wen, her face reddening further. Shinobu turned to Tanjiro and asked, I would like to know why you brought a demon on this mission. I'm eager to hear your explanation. Tenjin placed his hand on the hilt of his blade and stated, enough inquiries. Not at all. Tanjiro exclaimed anxiously. Nezuko is different. She has never consumed human flesh. She absolutely would never. Shinobu glanced at Bai Wen, conveying a questioning look, and Bai Wen returned her gaze with an affirmative nod. Do not spout such trivial madness. She is your kin, hence your bias is evident. Therefore, your words hold no credibility. I, for one, remain unconvinced. The peculiar movements of Aoi's hands drew attention. Am I to be deemed untrustworthy as well? Bai Wen replied nonchalantly. Aoi was momentarily speechless, as indeed. Bai Wen and Tanjiro were not related by blood. Xingming scrutinized Bai Wen, seemingly attempting to peer into his thoughts. Bai Wen met Xingming's gaze and sighed. I apologize, brother Xingming. At that time, I did kick Nezuko and inflicted some harm, which must have drained her considerably. Yet, despite facing me, who had activated Susanoo, she chose to protect Tanjiro and engage in combat with me. Even a demon understands the nutritional value of rare blood. Aoi retorted. Even a serpent knows it is easier to prey on the weak, Bai Wen countered. Aoi fell silent once more. Aoi-kuin's flustered expression is simply adorable. Mitsuri thought to herself. You are merely going around in circles with your mundane arguments, you simpleton. You claim she would not harm humans, but what if she did? You must provide resplendent proof. What is the name of that bird in the sky? Michiro pondered. Well, I believe Lord Shinjuro is aware of this matter. Is it truly acceptable for us to handle this privately? Mitsuri timidly suggested. Perhaps we should wait for Lord Shinjuro's arrival to discuss it together. Tanjiro remained silent, recalling Bai Wen's advice to speak less during the Hashira meeting. Suddenly, Shinazugawa's hand lunged toward the box, but Bai Wen clapped his hands, interrupting the attack. A fleeting glance at Shinazugawa revealed his resentful stare. Humph, Shinazugawa said nothing. Uffed. Mitsuri could not suppress her laughter at Shinazugawa's misfortune. I apologize. Lord Shinjuro has arrived, declared the two white-haired little girls. Yoya emerged from the room. How is everyone? My beloved children. At that moment, the scars on Yoya's face were quite formidable. He looked up at the sky. Good morning, everyone. What splendid weather we have today. Is the sky blue? The semi-annual Hashira meeting had once again commenced, and it was a pleasure to see those familiar faces. Tanjiro stared blankly at Yoya. Is he injured? Or is he unwell? He is Lord Shinjuro, after all. Shinazugawa forcefully pressed Tanjiro's head to the ground. Damn it. Tanjiro felt a surge of frustration, and at that moment, he noticed all 12 Hashira kneeling on one knee. I am genuinely pleased to see that Lord Shinjuro is in good health. Please take care of yourself. Shinazugawa appeared as if seeking a quarrel. Thank you, Shinazugawa. I also wish to greet Lord Shinjuro, but alas, I was robbed, Mitsuri thought privately. Now, could you please elucidate the situation regarding the Demon Slayer Corps swordsman Tanjiro Kamado, bringing along a demon? I must apologize for troubling everyone. I have accepted Tanjiro and Nezuko. I hope you all can acknowledge them as well. Even though Lord Shinjuro has said so, I find it hard to accept, Xingming wept. I too categorically refuse to acknowledge a swordsman accompanied by a demon, Tenjin declared haughtily. I have heard Lord Shinjuro's words. Mitsuri blushed again. I am indifferent. It will all be forgotten eventually. Michiro continued to gaze at the sky. I do not believe. I despise demons, always stubbornly declared. Humph. It is best to eliminate demons altogether, Mangekyō remarked. The duty of the Demon Slayer Corps is to slay demons, and I disagree. Shinazugawa remained irate. Ju interjected succinctly. I believe I can trust that, Kane stated. Well, I will heed my sister's words. I am a devoted admirer of Butterfly Shinobu. I will vouch for her. Bai Wen stated succinctly. Kaijiro glanced at his father, then at Bai Wen, and finally at Yoya, sighing quietly without uttering a word. Bring forth the letter. Yes. A nearby little girl complied, retrieving a letter from her clothing. This letter is authored by the esteemed Hashira, Uchiha 1. I shall read an excerpt. If Nezuko were to attack a human, I would personally slay her, then Tanjiro, and finally take my own life. Trust that I possess the capability to do so. Tanjiro looked at Bai Wen, astonished that Bai Wen would guarantee such a thing, tears streaming down his cheeks. What of self-destruction? If one wishes to die, they should do so on their own. What kind of assurance is that? Who can guarantee she will not attack humans? Shinazugawa shouted in fury. Bai Wen glanced at Shinazugawa, picked up the wooden box, and walked into the shadows, opening it to reveal Nezuko, who crawled out and curiously stared at the group. Bai Wen, expressionless, drew his blade and sliced his own arm, blood trickling down. Nezuko looked at Bai Wen's wound and then at his face. Chapter 46. Acceptance of Nezuko. Nezuko lifted her clothing to cover Bai Wen's wound. Everyone was taken aback by this scene, especially Shinazugawa. What has happened? Yoya inquired. Nezuko has lifted her clothing to staunch Lord Wen's bleeding. This serves as proof that Nezuko will not attack humans. Tanjiro's anxious expression softened somewhat. Tanjiro, he turned to Yoya. Even so, there will still be those who do not acknowledge Nezuko, I presume. Henceforth, you must prove yourselves. You and Nezuko must fight as members of the Demon Slayer Corps and contribute to our cause. What is this sensation? It is so gentle. Perhaps it is the tone of his voice? This person's voice makes me feel weightless, Tanjiro thought. Go forth and vanquish the Upper Moon demons. Only then will you earn the acknowledgement of everyone, and your words will carry greater weight. Nezuko and I will defeat Muzan Kabutsuji. Together, Nezuko and I shall sever the chains of sorrow. Before that, you should first be able to defeat the puppet of Upper Moon 9, Kyogai. Oh, by the way, I dispatched Kyogai with a single strike, Bai Wen quipped at Tanjiro. Tanjiro's face immediately turned beet red. Yes. No, I cannot laugh. No. Mitsuri hurriedly stifled her laughter. The other Hashira also struggled to contain their amusement, with the exception of Michiro and Ju, who remained oblivious. All of you Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps possess exceptional talents, and have undergone hellish training, facing death countless times. You have also triumphed over formidable demons. Indeed, such lofty aspirations. Kaijiro expressed his faith in Tanjiro. It is precisely for this reason that the Hashira earn respect and privileges. Tanjiro, you too must show them respect. I understand now. Your master, 1, once defeated the Upper Moon 2 alongside 3 Hashira, and 2 years later, he managed to vanquish Upper Moon 3, Akaza, forcing him to flee. Thus, his words carry the utmost weight. Tanjiro, your matters have been addressed. You may withdraw now. Bai Wen glanced at Tanjiro. Please escort Tanjiro back to my residence. Come forth. Bai Wen placed Nezuko back in the box and handed it to a nearby member of the Hidden Corps. Subsequently, Tanjiro and the demon within the box were sent away. All right, let us commence the Hashira meeting. Ah, are you the adopted son? Adopted son? What is that? It refers to the swordsmen trained by the Hashira, selected only if they possess extraordinary talent and abilities. I suppose so. My master never mentioned such things to me. Upon arriving at Bai Wen's courtyard, they encountered Inosuke, who was charging forward. The members of the Hidden Corps exchanged glances, questioning whether Tanjiro truly was the adopted son. Alas! Tanjiro, come quickly. Inosuke greeted Tanjiro upon sighting him. I am not Tanjiro, I am Tanjiro Kamadu. Why would he teach me? Because I am a genius. Ha. Did Lord Hashira mention this? An Insect Corps member inquired. Of course. When I first encountered him in the mountains, he asked if I desired the power to defeat bears, and so I followed him. The Insect Corps members exchanged glances, finding this successor rather naive. That night, the 12 Hashira convened, with Yose and his 2 daughters seated together. As you all reported, the casualties inflicted by demons have surged to unprecedented levels, and the lives of the populace are under an unparalleled threat. The number of Demon Slayer Corps members must increase. I would like to hear your thoughts. Mitsuri spoke first, stating, I have surveyed the members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and their quality has declined to an unimaginable degree, rendering most of them nearly useless. This is largely the responsibility of the trainers, who cannot even discern who is fit for duty. I believe this is due to the irrationality of the final selection. Shiranui added. What is wrong with the final selection? Yose asked, puzzled. Some weak members have had the fortune of remaining on the mountain for 7 days without encountering a single demon. while some capable members are besieged by multiple demons upon their ascent. I am sure Mitsuri can relate to this. Mitsuri nodded, unable to deny it. Ju must have seen such individuals as well. Kanroji, Ju said dejectedly. I believe the final selection should be amended. Perhaps by pitting a member against one or several demons. As long as they can slay a demon, they should pass the selection. The greater the number of individuals, the more challenging it becomes to govern. The current era is markedly different from the past, Shinobu remarked. Akaza interjected. Those who join the Demon Slayer Corps due to the loss of loved ones, as well as those with a lineage of exceptional fighters, possess a strong sense of resolve and fighting spirit. However, those who fall into neither category struggle to embody such fervor and determination. Speaking of that boy, to think he encountered an upper moon shortly after joining. Even we find it challenging to encounter one. Perhaps he possesses an ability to attract demons. I envy him. Kaijuro exclaimed. Shiranui cast a wistful glance at Kaijuro. Doma, Kageyama, Kinyen, Akaza, and Kokushibo. I have encountered 5 upper moons myself. Indeed. It seems Muzan wishes to conceal certain matters. It is truly vexing. However, demons continue to voraciously consume humanity, amassing strength, and will never perish. To avenge the fallen, we can only undertake one course of action. I believe the Hashira gathered here today are the most elite since the era of the Warring States, comprising Uchiha Wumi, Yuzui Tenjin, Rengoku Kaijuro, Kanemi Yamai, Kochu Kane, Kochu Shinobu, Rengoku Kaijuro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, Shinazugawa Mitsuri, Takeda Mwichiru, Kanroji Mitsuri, and Tomioka Ju. My children, I anticipate your spectacular performances. Muzan Kabutsuji, no matter the cost, we shall defeat you. We will undoubtedly vanquish you. Chapter 47, The Confrontation. Shiranui tossed Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Inosuke into the Butterfly Mansion, instructing Kanazaki Aoi, Kanaho, and the 3 sisters to conduct their total concentration breathing training, then went to find Zenitsu, forcefully bringing him to the Butterfly Mansion, primarily due to the presence of girls. Thus, Shiranui comfortably lounged at home for a month before visiting the trio of swordsmen and the demon within the box. Tanjiro sat with a troubled expression, while Inosuke bellowed, ha 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 ha, claiming he had defeated Kanaho. It appears that Kanaho left quite an impression on him. Only Zenitsu wore a blissful visage. Upon seeing Shiranui, Inosuke exclaimed, come on, let us engage in a boiling water contest. If I can defeat you, I shall be the strongest. Kanaho's face momentarily flashed with fear at Inosuke's challenge to Shiranui, but she quickly resumed her smile. In the past, Shiranui had faced Kanaho, Shinobu, and the 3 of them together without suffering any disadvantage. Each time, they ended up drenched. Shiranui glanced at Inosuke, then at Zenitsu, and finally at Tanjiro, before looking at Kanaho and casting a glance at Kanazaki Aoi and the sisters. After some contemplation, he said, all 8 of you come at me together. Kanazaki Aoi attempted to fetch a larger table, but Shiranui conjured one using Takamagara. 18 cups of water were placed on the table, not medicine, as per Kanaho's request. Then, 7 individuals experienced true despair. Kanaho underwent yet another bout of hopelessness. At the start of each round, before they even made a move, the table was left completely devoid of water, and their heads were drenched. Even Kanaho and Inosuke, who were on the brink of mastering total concentration breathing, could not perceive Shiranui's movements. They could only see a fleeting shadow. Under Shiranui's training, Inosuke was close to mastering total concentration breathing, significantly improved compared to the original story, while Tanjiro struggled due to the intensity of the breathing techniques, and Zenitsu fared no better. Then the 4 began to blow gourds. What does Kanaho have to do with me? Inosuke and Kanaho could blow gourds as large as their bodies. Tanjiro nearly succeeded, while Zenitsu was the least proficient. Inosuke was eager to see how large a gourd Shiranui could blow. Shiranui conjured a gourd over 3 meters tall for Inosuke to blow, but Inosuke, with his face turning crimson, could not burst it. Shiranui effortlessly shattered it. Inosuke felt quite hurt. Moreover, the gourds Shiranui conjured were sturdier than ordinary ones. After teasing the children, Shiranui transformed into a reclining chair, comfortably lounging in the sun, and unknowingly fell asleep. Zzz. Upon waking, it was already evening, and he found himself alone, inwardly lamenting, did no one call for me? Looking at the sky, he noticed the beautiful stars and leaped onto the rooftop to gaze at them. Hey, what are you doing up here? Upon noticing it was Shinobu, Shiranui replied, I'm stargazing. Is that not permissible? Shinobu ignored him. Shiranui ignored her in return. The night sky was indeed beautiful, yet Shiranui felt a profound sense of oppression. He yearned for home. Yes, although he had made many friends in this world, become a Hashira, and even fulfilled certain regrets, the deep-seated loneliness within him remained unfillable. He too had a home, friends, and classmates. He felt that if he did not confide in someone, he might lose his sanity. Unlike other protagonists of reincarnation novels, who seemed to forget their homeland upon arrival, he longed for his old friends. He lacked a system to facilitate his return. After a considerable time, Shiranui spoke softly. Do you realize how much you have changed? What changed? Are you ill? Shinobu replied, puzzled. In truth, everyone has undergone significant changes. Let me tell you about another world. In that world, I do not exist. Shinobu interrupted. Stop. Stop. You insufferable pest. I do not wish to hear your words. However, Shiranui continued as if he had not heard. In that world, there is no Hashira. Kane would perish in her battle against Doma. Silence. Shinobu Kochu felt a surge of anger, as if madness had overtaken her today. Will you listen to me until I finish? Bai Wen pleaded earnestly. In that world, Kane perished, and you transformed. You were not as irritable as you are now, but rather resembled your sister. Yet all along, it was merely an act. Subsequently, you took your sister's place and became the insect Hashira. Kyujuru, Muichiro, and Mitsuri would ascend to the rank of Hashira. It would not be I who encountered Tanjiro, but Ju. Tanjiro would seek to learn from Sakanji, and then he would go on to slay Lower Moon 5, Rue. Indeed, in that world, Lower Moon still existed. However, once Rue was slain, he vanished, except for Lower Moon 1, Enmu, who would survive. Without my guidance, Kanjuro would continue to languish in despair. Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko would join Kyujuru on the Mugen train. Tanjiro and Inosuke would vanquish Lower Moon 1. Kyujuru would face Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Kyujuru would perish by Akaza's hand. Tenjin and 3 others would confront Upper Moon 6 in the Yoshiwara district. Tenjin would triumph over Upper Moon 6. But he would lose an arm. Do not mourn, for it is a relatively favorable ending. Next came the Swordsmith village, where Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, and Upper Moon 5, Yako, would appear. Mitsuri, Muichiro, 3 others, and Kanroji's brother would resolve that conflict. Then Muzan would assault the residence of the master, who chose to bury numerous explosives within his home, leaving no trace, including that of his wife and daughter. Several Hashira would be transported back to the Mugen castle by Nakeim. Ju and Tanjiro would confront Akaza, ultimately slaying him. You, Kane, and Inosuke would face Doma. At that moment, you would have infused your body with a plethora of toxins, exceeding the lethal dosage for a demon by 800 times. You would perish. As would Doma, though Kane and Inosuke would survive. Muichiro, Jyomi-I, and Kanroji's brother would encounter the strongest demon, Kakushibu. Both Muichiro and Jyomi-I would fall. Yet Kakushibu would also meet his end. In the final confrontation, all would battle Muzan. Mitsuri, Kaneo, and Jyomi-I would perish, but Muzan would fall as well. Ju, Kanroji, and Tenjin would be the surviving Hashira. Yet both Ju and Kanroji would not live beyond 25, as they had developed the Hanafuda. Such is the conclusion of that world. Kochu Shinobu was left in shock, her intuition confirming the veracity of Bai Wen's words. Surprised, are you? In truth, I am not of this world. Bai Wen stated calmly. The information she had received tonight overwhelmed Shinobu, rendering her momentarily incapacitated. I hail from another realm. That should explain my extensive knowledge. But why share this with me? Because I am profoundly lonely. I believe Jyomi-I would perceive it. You are the only one around me with whom I can confide. I fear that if I do not express this, I might descend into madness. I long for home, yet I cannot return. Shinobu regarded him silently. And Bai Wen returned her gaze. Well, since you cannot go back, let us consider this place your home, Shinobu said, her rare tenderness surfacing. I am unsure how to comfort you, for I have never encountered such a situation before. Thank you, Shinobu. Silence enveloped them. Chapter 48. The ninth star of the breath of the stars, the starry sky, bathed everything in radiant light, seemingly converging upon Bai Wen. Shinobu gazed at Bai Wen with astonishment, glancing at her own shadowed figure, feeling a tinge of melancholy. However, as a few butterflies flitted to her side, she felt somewhat reassured. Bai Wen, sensing the starlight, appeared to be guided by it. He leaped down from the rooftop, standing on the ground to embrace this newfound power. Ninth star of the breath of the stars. Bai Wen unsheathed his blade, carving 2 arcs in the air, forming a circular blade of energy, which then slowly coalesced back into his body. However, it seemed to inflict no damage. Meanwhile, on the side of Zero, damn it, this hurts, Zero exclaimed in terror, feeling his soul diminished significantly. Why is this happening? He thought. Could this technique truly harm me? He sought to alter Bai Wen's mindset, hoping he would refrain from using that move frequently. Yet he realized that the blade energy encircled his will, and any reckless movement could annihilate his consciousness. Instantly, Zero froze in fear. Damn it, if my strength hadn't diminished so drastically, I wouldn't feel so helpless. Does this technique have any effect? It appears to cause no harm. You'll know once you strike me. Fine, dance of the insect breathing, beast sting. Bai Wen offered no resistance. As Shinobu's blade was about to pierce his head, a measure of blade energy erupted from his mind, attaching itself to Shinobu's sword, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Oh, it seems to be a defensive skill, Shinobu realized with clarity, retracting her blade. Yet, the quantity of blade energy was finite, sufficient to store perhaps 2 ninth stars. 2 months later, Tanjiro and Zenitsu had also mastered the explosive breath technique, and the group maintained their full concentration breathing. Bai Wen sought out Yoya, forming a trio with them. Tanjiro's crow located the three, instructing them to handle an incident in a nearby town where Flame Hashira Kyujuru Rengoku had already arrived. 5 ants, Kyujuru declared, seated in a restaurant, devouring bowls of noodles. While the trio stared in disbelief, alongside astonished patrons watching him consume 10 bowls. After finishing his 11th bowl, Kyujuru turned to the trio, giving them a thumbs up. You must be the disciples of the Flame Hashira. I will take good care of you, Kyujuru exclaimed boisterously. As night fell, a gray domain quietly enveloped the entire town. Kyujuru was abruptly awakened in the inn, sensing the approach of a demon. He roused the trio, and the 4 exited the inn. Blood Demon Art, Void Flash. Kyujuru sensed the impending danger. First form, Unknowing Fire. He severed the incoming flash of light, confronting a demon with a gaping hole in its chest, Upper Moon 10, Kyogai. He sensed that this demon was nearly his equal in strength, perhaps even slightly stronger, but it would be impossible to kill him. Tanjiro, Inosuke, Zenitsu, you must retreat. I will handle this demon. Understood, Flame Hashira. The trio replied, aware that they could not intervene in such a battle. Kyogai merely observed him, making no move to impede Kyujuru. Blood Demon Art, Resonance. Kyogai vanished, reappearing before Kyujuru, delivering a powerful blow. Fourth form, Seething Flame Vortex. Though the punch did not breach Kyujuru's defense, Kyogai retaliated with a kick, channeling power into his hand. Kyujuru noted Kyogai's movements. Third form, Flame Tiger. Kyogai's hand reached out, colliding perfectly with Kyujuru's blade, severing his arm. Kyogai frowned and retreated. From this encounter, he concluded that Kyujuru possessed immense battle experience. However, he had cast his Blood Demon Art, Null World, over the entire town, making any battle effortless for him. Sixth form, Raging Flame Slash. He was not a demon suited for a head-on confrontation. Blood Demon Art, Resonance. Kyujuro Rengoku, witnessing the evasive maneuvers of the formidable demon, continued to unleash his sword techniques. Fifth form of Flame Breathing, Flame Tiger. The demon retaliated with its Blood Demon Art, Void Flash. Forcing Kyujuro to retreat momentarily, it pondered its next move. Blood Demon Art, Void Space. With a swift motion, it cleaved the air, causing a rift to appear from which a horde of lesser demons emerged. Hungry. Eat. These demons, lacking in intellect, were enraptured by the aroma of flesh wafting from the nearby village. Anxious to eradicate these fiends, Kyujuro declared. Sixth form of Flame Breathing, Flame Flash Slash. Blood Demon Art, Void Bullet. Your opponent is me. Frustration surged within Kyujuro. First form of Meteor Breathing, Meteor Slash. Second form of Beast Breathing, Fong Slash. Roar, roar, roar. Come forth. Humph. Help. Kyujuro-senpai, leave them to us. Be careful, you two. The demon, sensing an impending threat, prepared to eliminate these little nuisances. First form of Flame Breathing, Unknown Fire. Your opponent is me. Chapter 49. The Trio, The Demise of the Demon. Curse it. The demon was unaccustomed to such indignation. Fifth form of Flame Breathing, Flame Tiger. Yet, Kyujuro pressed on relentlessly, leaving the demon no opportunity to strike at the 3 swordsmen. Blood Demon Art, Void Flash. Sixth form of Flame Breathing, Flame Flash Slash. Blood Demon Art, Resonance. First form of Flame Breathing, Unknown Fire. Damn you. The demon seethed, overwhelmed by Kyojuro's unyielding advance, a profound sense of defeat washing over it. The trio faced a demon adept in Blood Demon Arts, far more powerful than the previous lesser fiends. First form of Meteor Breathing, Meteor Slash. Blood Demon Art, Flash Strike. This demon was swift, evading Tanjiro's strike in an instant and retaliating with a powerful punch. Sixth form of Beast Breathing, Fong Barrage. Inosuke rushed to shield Tanjiro from the blow. Tanjiro, don't be careless, Inosuke urged. Right. Tanjiro, momentarily oblivious to the mispronunciation of his name, retaliated with second form of Meteor Breathing, Reverse Cut. Second form of Beast Breathing, Fong Slash. Nezuko began to deal with the demon nearby. Stay away. Zenitsu cowered, avoiding the demon. Blood Demon Art, Demon Explosion. The demon concentrated its power at its chest, launching a projectile towards the two. Boom. The explosion sent them tumbling, appearing somewhat disheveled. Zenitsu was also caught in the blast. Knocked unconscious. Blood Demon Art, Flash Strike. The fallen trio could not defend against the impending attack. First form of Water Breathing, surface slash. Third form of water breathing, flowing dance. First form of thunder breathing, thunderclap. The trio, Lindsay, Koyama, and Murata arrived in the nick of time, swiftly severing the demon's neck. Tanjiro and Inosuke stared in awe at the trio, who had dispatched the demon in an instant. Lindsay exclaimed, "Hurry, we still have many demons to face. Let us assist Master Flame Hashira Kaijiro." "All right," Tanjiro replied. Seventh form of flame breathing, flame blade slash. Blood demon art, void flash. Kaijiro could only watch helplessly as the demons he had summoned were mercilessly exterminated, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Second form of water breathing, water wheel. Fourth form of water breathing, striking tide. Second form of thunder breathing, rice spirit. The thunder, aided by the water's momentum, struck with increased ferocity, compelling even the demon to take heed. Blood demon art, resonance. Meanwhile, Kaijiro seized the moment, calculating the demon's landing position. Ninth form of flame breathing, purgatory. He unleashed his ultimate technique in a downward slash towards the demon's head. What? The demon gasped in shock. Blood demon art, void bullet. Seventh form of water breathing, ripple thrust. Eighth form of water breathing, waterfall basin. Sixth form of thunder breathing, thunderstrike. The trio once more found their mark, striking the demon's neck, rendering it unable to defend itself, and severing its head. Ha ha ha. You three must be the disciples of the Flame Hashira. Truly remarkable. Hee. Not at all. It is you, Master Kaijiro, who is truly exceptional. Having completed their mission, the 7 demon slayers visited a noodle shop for a meal. Kaijiro, with his prodigious appetite, devoured 15 bowls of noodles. Tanjiro consumed 2 bowls, while Inosuke managed 13. Zenitsu watched as Nezuko polished off 3 bowls, though she herself could not eat even one. Koyama, being quite the eater, finished 7 bowls, and Lindsay outdid him with 10. Murata, however, ate the least, finishing only 1 bowl. The staff gazed in horror at the 51 empty bowls, hastily clearing them away, fearing that these 8 patrons might skip out on the bill. Yet, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were well off, and there was no chance of them neglecting to pay. Upon returning to the Demon Slayer Corps, the group recounted their encounter with the Upper Moon 10 demon. Yose was elated, as Muzan was now left with only 9 Upper Moons. Lindsay, Koyama, and Murata were promoted to Grade A members. Murata's growth surpassed what was depicted in the original tale, though he still fell short of Jew. Upon hearing of the trio's involvement in the slaying of the Upper Moon 10, the usually stoic Shinobu showed no emotional reaction. What? That Upper Moon 10 could injure someone? Chapter 50. The Cross-Dressing Shinobu. Subsequently, Shinobu found herself with nothing to occupy her time and began to lounge about. In her idle moments, she would visit the Butterfly Mansion, where her demeanor towards Shinobu had improved significantly, much to Kanawa's astonishment. Months later, the Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, arrived at the Butterfly Mansion to discuss taking several girls for a mission with Kanawa. Tenjin did not create a ruckus as he did in the original story, attempting to forcibly take the girls, for the Butterfly Mansion was now under the protection of Kanawa and Shinobu, with Shinobu being a Hashira in her own right. Furthermore, White Text could be considered a half-member of the Butterfly Mansion, effectively counting as 4 Hashira. Thus, Tenjin was quite respectful. Both Kanawa and Shinobu pondered over the situation. If the girls of the Butterfly Mansion could assist in the mission, they would be more than willing to send them forth. However, where exactly would Tenjin be taking them? The Yoshiwara Flower District. The Yoshiwara Flower District? It goes without saying that they were reluctant to allow Kanawa, Aoi, and the 3 sisters, Nezuko, to go there. White Text observed from the sidelines, munching on a watermelon. Coincidentally, Shinobu caught sight of White Text's exquisite features and suddenly hatched a plan. Clearing her throat, she said, "Mr. Tenjin, I have a splendid candidate in mind." "Oh, is there someone magnificent enough to undertake such an important mission?" Of course. Kanawa looked at Shinobu with some confusion, as she did not recall such an outstanding candidate. "Pray tell, who is this magnificent individual?" Tenjin inquired eagerly, as his 3 wives were present. Shinobu remained silent, casting a suggestive glance at White Text, who was still eating his watermelon. Kanawa and Tenjin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity. "Can he manage it?" Tenjin asked hesitantly. "Absolutely. Just look at him. Is he not handsome? A bit of makeup, and he would be perfect." The trio shared a knowing look before all eyes turned to White Text. Why are you all looking at me?" White Text questioned, puzzled. Suddenly, it seemed that Bai Wen had an epiphany as he surveyed his surroundings. Noticing the absence of the 3 musketeers, he glanced at the smiling Shinobu, gulped nervously, and slowly inquired, "Could it be as I suspect?" Shinobu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is precisely as you think." After a relentless onslaught from Kanahui, Shinobu, and Tenjin, employing every tactic from emotional appeals to threats and seduction, Bai Wen, with a woeful expression, reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, Bai Wen was playfully pushed into the room by a grinning Shinobu, while Kanahui pondered for a moment before joining them, leaving Tenjin outside in a state of bewilderment, pondering whether he should enter. Moments later, a despondent Bai Wen was unceremoniously pushed out by Kanahui and Shinobu. Tenjin's eyes sparkled with surprise as he beheld the figure before him, an ethereal beauty that could rival the allure of fallen flowers and moonlit nights. Captivating and enchanting in every aspect, Bai Wen, though still clad in the garments of Kanahui and Shinobu, appeared far more stunning than either of them. Shinobu, on tiptoe, playfully pinched Bai Wen's cheek, exclaiming her envy. Bai Wen shot a fierce glare at Shinobu, but with his current appearance, the expression seemed adorably charming. Humph, Bai Wen huffed, though his voice bore no distinction from that of a girl's, a remnant of his prior training in voice modulation. Ah, I never imagined the Hashira would be so magnificent, Tenjin chuckled, only to feel a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he noticed Bai Wen's murderous gaze directed at him. The bruised Tenjin, alongside the stunning Bai Wen, made their way to the Yoshiwara Flower District, where the pair drew many admiring glances, Bai Wen as a breathtaking beauty and Tenjin as a striking gentleman. Ahem, Wenjun. We are to play the role of destitute siblings, Tenjin whispered to Bai Wen, who shot him a sidelong glance as they approached the Kayagaka house. According to Tenjin's investigation, the Ojaya, Shirjimi House, and Kayagaka House were the three most suspicious establishments. However, Bai Wen was aware that the famed courtesan, Warabaheim, also known as Daki, resided in the Kayagako house. Tenjin readily agreed, relieved to finally rid himself of this troublesome task. Upon arrival at the Kayagako house, Tenjin feigned an air of desperation. The brothel's matron, taken aback by Bai Wen's beauty and perceiving them as naive, sought to bargain for a lower price. Tenjin, indifferent to how much Bai Wen could be sold for, ultimately purchased him with relative ease, much to the matron's delight, as such beauty promised significant profit. She ordered her staff to lavishly adorn Bai Wen. As night fell, excitement rippled through the venue upon the arrival of the new courtesan. The matron proclaimed that no one knew her name, including themselves, which incited uproarious cheers from the patrons. Amidst the throngs of admirers, Bai Wen caught a glimpse of a cold gaze, none other than Warabaheim, the Upper Moon 6, Daki. Eventually, a lecherous patron paid an exorbitant sum for a mere glance at Bai Wen. After attending to the guest, Bai Wen returned to his quarters to rest. Despite lacking musical skill, the patron remained entranced by Bai Wen's beauty, oblivious to the quality of his performance as he randomly plucked at the strings of the shamisen, embellishing it with flirtatious lines he had adapted from his previous life into a more masculine context, which, albeit awkward, still captivated the patron. On a moonless night, Bai Wen did not sleep but sat silently on his bed, anticipating Daki's arrival, knowing she had a penchant for beautiful girls, believing it would preserve her youthful complexion. Chapter 51, Daki and a Mysterious Shadow. Bai Wen waited for an extended period until the night deepened, around 2 in the morning, when a faint sound indicated Daki's arrival. I have awaited you for long, Bai Wen spoke first, maintaining his feminine voice. Oh, it seems you knew I would come, Daki queried curiously, underestimating the threat posed by the enchanting figure before her. Daki, notorious for her penchant for destruction of beauty, remarked, it appears you are well informed. Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? How did they discover my presence here? Bai Wen replied coolly, I did not come here to engage in idle chatter. I have a message for you. Speak, and then you may depart, Daki retorted icily. You shall meet your demise here, Bai Wen declared, removing his upper garment to reveal his torso, and with his true voice proclaimed, this is a trial. Kono Uchiha no Bukida. Daki gasped in shock, realizing that if he could defeat Akaza, who could easily vanquish her, then he could effortlessly end her life as well. Yet she possessed an advantage. As a twin with her brother, Jitaro, only simultaneous decapitation could truly kill her, a fact she was confident Bai Wen was unaware of. With a swift motion, Daki shattered the window and fled. Susanoo. Bai Wen enveloped himself in armor, best suited for combat in confined spaces. In a flash, he darted towards Daki. With his speed, catching up to her was effortless, yet he found himself frustrated by the lack of opportunity to eliminate her. Daki persistently employed her blood demon art to disrupt him, manipulating ribbons to her advantage. While such tactics posed no direct threat to Bai Wen, as a Hashira, he had to exercise caution to protect the resident's property from destruction, while Daki, unburdened by such concerns, ran freely. The commotion roused many slumbering souls, who soon beheld the two figures soaring through the air. A few sharp-eyed individuals recognized them as the courtesan Warabaheim and the new courtesan. Just as they began to speak, Bai Wen shot them a piercing glare, causing them to break into a cold sweat, having never encountered such a fearsome gaze. Daki, noticing the crowd, chuckled softly. Blood demon art, 8-fold ribbon slash. This marked Daki's first use of her blood demon art against innocent bystanders. Bai Wen frowned, recognizing her strategy to exploit his duty to save others. Third form, Starry Flash. He dashed before a man, shielding him from the attack. The man, bewildered, misinterpreted Bai Wen's intervention as an act of affection from the stunning girl who had come to his rescue. My name is Benjin Chuyen. May I inquire about your name? The person bore a foolish expression. Bai Wen shot him a glare, asserting, I am a man. Breath of the Stars, third star, Starry Flash. Bai Wen had no time for idle chatter and immediately pursued Daji. In this city, there now existed one who would yearn for Bai Wen day and night. Upon seeing Bai Wen in pursuit, Daji was taken aback. Blood Demon Technique, 8-fold Ribbon Slash. Breath of the Stars, 8-star, Pre-Flash Star. Bai Wen deftly evaded the ribbons. For the Pre-Flash Star could even evade the mightiest attacks of Enmu. He flickered before Daji. Star Extinction. Daji, unable to dodge in time, felt Bai Wen's blade sever her neck. Yet, Bai Wen did not depart. He fixated on Daji as if attempting to summon Kabutsuji Muzan. However, Kabutsuji did not appear, and Daji's neck restored itself. Bai Wen was perplexed. Daji slowly rose, a cold smile gracing her lips as she remarked, It appears you are aware of my trump card. However, my brother is not with me. He resides elsewhere, and you shall never slay me. Blood Demon Technique, 8-fold Ribbon Slash. Breath of the Stars, first star, Starry Radiance. This is vexing, Bai Wen thought to himself. If my blade cannot end you, then perhaps the sun can. Trust me, I can drag you to dawn. Daji's expression shifted. They were twin beings, and if she perished, her brother Kabutsuji would be consumed by flames elsewhere, leading to his demise. Breath of the Stars, second star. Starry Earth and Heaven. Bai Wen cleaved Daji into 3 segments, waiting for her to restore before severing her again. Daji had never endured such humiliation. Yet, what could she do? This was a formidable opponent capable of defeating Enmu. Meanwhile, Tenjin had also found his 3 wives, and the 4 embraced each other before Tenjin urged the 3 women to return home. Understanding that their presence here could be a burden, the 3 departed. Tenjin watched the chaotic crowd, knowing Bai Wen had found the demon. After a moment's contemplation, he raced towards that direction. In the distance, amidst a thicket, an indistinct figure dashed forward, revealing only fleeting glimpses of purple before vanishing from sight. The direction of its flight led straight to the Yoshiwara Flower District. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Daji commanded her ribbon doppelgangers to spring into action. Unfortunately, her luck had run thin, just as several doppelgangers returned. She found herself with only a few at her disposal. However, Tenjin was no fool. Having tracked the demon's presence, he swiftly dispatched the doppelgangers, leaving Daji isolated and forlorn. Daji felt tears welling up. Chapter 52, Kokushibo. Tenjin quickly located Bai Wen, and upon locking eyes with him, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Breath of the Stars. First star, Starry Radiance. Breath of Sound, first form Roar. Breath of the Stars, second star, Starry Earth and Heaven. Breath of Sound, second form, Twin Flute Array. Breath of the Stars, third star, Starry Flash. Breath of Sound, third form, Cyclic Melody. Breath of the Stars, fourth star, Illusory Stars, Vast Ocean. Breath of Sound, fourth form, Resonating Slash. Breath of the Stars, sixth star, Stellar Explosion. Breath of Sound, fifth form, Harmonious Strumming. Daji lay on the ground, utterly despondent as they unleashed their attacks. Yet, just as they reveled in their assault, the purple figure arrived at the Flower District. Suddenly, Bai Wen was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of danger, more intense than that experienced during his encounter with Muzan. Breath of the Moon, first form, Dark Moon Palace. Breath of the Stars, first star, Starry Radiance. He hastily turned to block the incoming strike, but the lunar arcs that emanated were not hindered, resulting in several strands of blade energy erupting from his body, intercepting the crescent blades. Bai Wen quickly distanced himself from the figure before him. Breath of the Moon, 6 eyes. Indeed, it is Kokushibo. Tenjin, take Daji away. It would be best to delay until dawn. I shall confront him. Be careful, Tenjin replied, not refusing. For he understood that the clash between these two was beyond his capacity to intervene, especially with Daji still present. Kokushibo merely observed Tenjin, making no effort to impede him. For Daji held no significance in his eyes. After calming his thoughts, Bai Wen spoke, Upper Rank 1, Kokushibo, Muzan truly holds me in esteem. Akaza is a formidable warrior I admire. Your ability to defeat him demonstrates your prowess, yet it is but a fraction. Kokushibo replied nonchalantly, disinterested in all things. However, shifting the topic, he inquired, what breathing technique do you employ? Intriguing, it appears to be on par with my Breath of the Moon. Kokushibo's gaze was keen, instantly discerning the intricacies of the Breath of the Stars. The Breath of the Stars, though I believe your Breath of the Moon pales in comparison. Bai Wen now sought merely to buy time. Oh, Do enlighten me. What makes the breath of the stars so formidable? Kokushibo remained unfazed by Bai Wen's remarks. For instance, the breath of the stars, 8-star, pre-flash star. Breath of the moon, 4th form, black eclipsing moon. He lunged in any direction while swiftly drawing his blade, generating a multitude of crescent blades. Kokushibo leapt backward, and at that moment, Bai Wen flickered to Kokushibo's front. As Kokushibo swung his blade, Bai Wen flashed to his rear. Star extinction. Breath of the moon, 5th form, moon spirit catastrophe. Kokushibo deflected the blow. Despite being the 5th form, Bai Wen wielded the 8th star. In Kokushibo's eyes, Bai Wen appeared instantaneously before him, indicating that this truly was a flash. Transparent world. Kokushibo activated transparent world, and in an instant, he perceived the interior of Bai Wen's being. However, he found it perplexing. Although he could see Bai Wen, it felt as if he could not fully grasp him. A disconcerting sensation. Future sight. Bai Wen faced Kokushibo, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. Kokushibo tilted his head, pointing at him. Are you clad in that attire? Bai Wen glanced down at his tattered dress, revealing his upper body bare, creating an odd appearance. Well, shall you wait a moment? Bai Wen tentatively asked. Kokushibo nodded. Very well, I shall wait for you. It must be said, Kokushibo possessed a commendable warrior's spirit. Bai Wen manipulated his energy, shattering his clothing and makeup entirely. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted an individual of similar stature and swiftly dashed over, stripping them of their garments and donning them himself. Come forth, Kokushibo. Breath of the moon, 1st form, dark moon palace. Heard you. Breath of the stars, 7-star, star pursuit. Bai Wen unleashed a blade of energy, hurtling towards Kokushibo. Having learned from Akaza that Bai Wen seemingly possessed the ability to foresee the future, Kokushibo was unperturbed. Breath of the moon, 1st form, dark moon palace. The blades clashed, and Bai Wen felt an immense force coursing through his hand, leaving it numb. In contrast, Kokushibo remained unfazed. Breath of the moon, 6th form, eternal night, solitary moon. Return to dust. Bai Wen lacked confidence in his ability to withstand this attack. In truth, he did not possess the strength to engage Kokushibo. Breath of the moon, 6th form, eternal night, solitary moon. Indeed, if he could foresee my next move, then I shall suppress him with absolute strength. Kokushibo charged at Bai Wen, his demon blade swinging, devoid of any breathing technique. Breath of the moon, 5th form, moon spirit catastrophe. Is that so? Bai Wen pondered quietly, realizing that Kurizetsu had accurately calculated that there was no way for him to evade the impending attack, leaving him no choice but to withstand it head-on. Susanoo, 2nd form, moon breathing, 5th style, moon's calamity vortex. Although this was primarily a defensive technique, its offensive power should not be underestimated. Kurizetsu's assault struck entirely against Susanoo, the colossal figure absorbing the full brunt of the attack, resulting in a faint crack appearing upon its surface. It was undeniable that Kurizetsu was a formidable opponent, a level that Yorichi could not hope to match. Bai Wen thought to himself. At that moment, Kurizetsu ceased his movements, surveying the densely packed buildings around them with a hint of displeasure. This place is unsuitable for our battle. We should move outside. Agreed, Bai Wen eagerly acquiesced. Both fighters halted, and a bizarre scene unfolded as a 6-eyed lemon and a silver-white half-giant wielding a massive blade emerged from the streets of Yoshiwara. Once outside in the woods, they exchanged knowing glances. A blade materialized in the hands of Bai Wen's Susanoo. Moon breathing, 6th style, long night's crescent moon of interstice. Susanoo, 2nd form, star breathing, 6th style, starburst. However, they did not unleash their attacks face-to-face, but rather back-to-back, clearing a vast expanse of forest around them to create an open battleground. After the trees were felled, they turned to face each other, sharing a knowing smile. Moon breathing, star breathing. Chapter 53, Kurizetsu vs. Bai Wen. Moon breathing, 2nd style, pearl blossoms in the moonlight. Susanoo, 2nd form, star breathing, 2nd style, starry earth and sky. Bai Wen initiated the offensive. Moon breathing, 2nd style, pearl blossoms in the moonlight. Kurizetsu regarded Bai Wen's attack with indifference, casually launching his own strike in response. Bai Wen swung his blade, generating 2 cutting winds, as if he had anticipated Kurizetsu's own twin gusts. Boom, boom. The sounds echoed as Bai Wen successfully parried Kurizetsu's blow. Nevertheless, Kurizetsu appeared remarkably unfazed, while Bai Wen exerted immense effort. Humph, you are merely courting death by engaging me now. Moon breathing, 4th style, black eclipsed moon calamity. Bai Wen's foresight provided him with substantial advantages, allowing him to discern Kurizetsu's next moves with clarity. Susanoo, 2nd form, star breathing, 6th style, starburst. Moon breathing, 4th style, black eclipsed moon calamity. Swish, swish. Two sounds of slicing air rang out as Kurizetsu merely took a couple of steps back to evade the twin strikes, simultaneously executing a lightning-fast draw cut, rendering Bai Wen's explosive sword intent ineffective against him. Moon breathing, 6 style, long night's solitary moon of interstice. Bai Wen's expression shifted slightly. Concentrating on simultaneous rapid slashes in the same direction, he released multiple cutting winds accompanied by countless crescent-shaped blades. Star breathing, 9th style, star's return. This technique, Bai Wen would dare to claim, was the strongest defensive skill in the entire Demon Slayer universe. With a mere thread of blade energy, it could effortlessly repel any offensive. Moon breathing, 6th style, long night's solitary moon of interstice. Kurizetsu unleashed a multitude of cutting winds, adorned with crescent blades, directed straight at Bai Wen. Meanwhile, the surrounding circular blade energies seemed to come alive, dispersing in strands to counter Kurizetsu's assault. Oh, Kurizetsu's interest was piqued. What sort of technique is this? Might you share it with me? Captivated by Bai Wen's enigmatic swordsmanship, Kurizetsu, much like Doma, disregarded Muzan's orders, engaging Bai Wen in a discussion about sword techniques. This suited Bai Wen perfectly. He desired to prolong the encounter. Well, this technique is something I comprehended a few days ago. You've witnessed its effects. How might one learn this technique? Kurizetsu inquired. Intrigued, unwilling to miss any opportunity for growth, especially one as peculiar as this. Do you truly believe I would divulge such knowledge? Fool. Humph. Kurizetsu did not take offense. Moon breathing, 1st style, dark moon palace of the heavens. Susanoo, 2nd form, star breathing, 1st style, stellar radiance. Bai Wen preemptively unleashed a slash, creating the illusion that he was faster than Kurizetsu, despite the latter's superior speed. Moon breathing, 1st style, dark moon palace of the heavens. However, the power differential was stark. Bai Wen struggled to withstand Kurizetsu's onslaught. Were it not for Susanoo, he would likely have been vanquished instantly. Moon breathing, 3rd style, envious moon's erosion. Producing crescent blades at the edge of his sword, Bai Wen executed a series of slashes, releasing 2 new moon-shaped gusts while surrounding himself with numerous various-sized circular blades. Susanoo. 2nd form, star breathing, 5th style, starry celestial guardian. Although Bai Wen's sword techniques were significantly more intricate than Kurizetsu's, his own limitations kept him at a disadvantage, particularly since Kurizetsu was holding back. This realization left Bai Wen feeling increasingly frustrated. Susanoo, 2nd form, star breathing, 7th style, star chaser. A wave of blade energy shot forth. But Kurizetsu merely shifted slightly to evade the strike, only to find Bai Wen closing in on him. Kurizetsu fixed his gaze on Bai Wen, unable to discern any weaknesses. Though his transparent world allowed him to see Bai Wen's bones and muscles, he could not identify any vulnerabilities, which astonished him. He could not fathom that anyone could exist without a flaw, leading him to believe Bai Wen must harbor some secret. Moon breathing, 1st style, dark moon palace of the heavens. The first form of any breathing style could be deemed applicable in any situation, and Kurizetsu's blade met Bai Wen's charge with a defensive stance. Moon breathing, 5th style, moon's calamity vortex. Though primarily a defensive technique, its offensive effects were not to be underestimated. Return to dust. Bai Wen hastily retreated to his original position to avoid harm from Kurizetsu. Moon breathing, 5th style, moon's calamity vortex. Pushing Bai Wen back. Kurizetsu meticulously scrutinized Bai Wen's body, using his transparent world, examining every nook and cranny. Eventually, he uncovered a curious detail. Bai Wen's blood seemed to bear a trace of Muzan's essence, though the amount was minuscule and the suppressive effects were rather poor. Have you consumed Muzan's blood? Kurizetsu inquired bluntly. You discerned that using your transparent world? Bai Wen questioned. Kurizetsu nodded affirmatively. Well then, give me a reason to trust you, Kurizetsu. Humph. What difference does it make if I speak or remain silent? I am determined to kill you. Bai Wen's expression hardened. I have many hidden cards. Be patient. With that, Kurizetsu's demon blade suddenly elongated, transforming into an evolved version of his blade. Moon breathing, 7th style, eclipsed mirror moon reflection. Foresight proved its worth once more. The power of this technique was incomparable to prior attacks. Bai Wen's demeanor grew grave. Susanoo, 2nd form, star breathing, 6th style, starburst. Moon breathing, 7th style, eclipsed mirror moon reflection. Kurizetsu swung his evolved demon blade, unleashing 5 massive shockwaves that surged forward in a fan-like fashion. As these colossal shockwaves advanced, they were accompanied by numerous smaller arc-shaped shockwaves. Bai Wen raised his sword to counter the 5 massive shockwaves. The explosive force of his strike obliterated 4 of them, while a significant portion of the smaller shockwaves were also destroyed. The remaining colossal shockwave, along with several smaller ones, struck Susanoo, yet failed to inflict substantial damage. Chapter 54, Kurizetsu vs. Bai Wen 2. Moon breathing, 11th style, continuous moonlight. How infuriating. This technique has never appeared in the original work. Bai Wen thought, regardless of the circumstances. He must evade first. Breath of the Moon, 11th form, no moonlight. He wielded the evolved demon blade, forming numerous crescent blades along the edge, and struck forward fiercely, unleashing a colossal arc of circular blade wind. Bai Wen felt the overwhelming circular blade aura, his heart racing with trepidation. The circular blade aura sliced through everything in front of Kokushibo, obliterating all the trees. Breath of the Moon, 10th form, piercing slash of the moon. Susanu's 3rd form. Breath of the Stars, 5th form, celestial guardian. Breath of the Moon, 10th form, piercing slash of the moon. Two massive vertical circular blades descended upon Bai Wen. The two swords of his Susanu clashed against these circular blades. The sound of slicing echoed, as if Kokushibo's winds were severing Bai Wen's blades. Ultimately, these two blade winds were cleaved apart by Bai Wen. Breath of the Moon, 9th form, descending moon. Kokushibo closed in relentlessly, forcing Bai Wen to defend himself in haste. Kokushibo intends to cut off my escape route. Breath of the Stars, 8th form, preemptive flash. Breath of the Moon, 9th form, descending moon. Kokushibo unleashed a torrent of blade winds, sealing Bai Wen's retreat. However, blinking would not be hindered. Bai Wen flickered between the numerous blade winds and crescent blades, utilizing his foresight to its fullest, accurately predicting each attack. Eventually, Bai Wen flickered to face Kokushibo. Star obliteration. Breath of the Moon, 12th form. Calamity approaches the moon. A fearsome slash surged towards Kokushibo. This attack had little range, yet possessed immense power. But Kokushibo's expression remained unchanged. Breath of the Moon, 12th form. Calamity approaches the moon. A defensive technique that required no blade swinging, continuously rotating his form, generating a multitude of blade winds adorned with countless crescent blades. Bai Wen resolved to endure a strike, determined to land a blow on Kokushibo. Susanu absorbed the full brunt of the attack, developing numerous fissures, and only then did Kokushibo's expression shift slightly. He believed that Susanu, having taken this blow, would surely shatter. The result was that Kokushibo withstood Bai Wen's strike, losing a substantial portion of his body. Yet, in an instant, Kokushibo's body restored itself, delivering a punch to Susanu, further destabilizing its already precarious state. Bai Wen's face paled, and he hastily distanced himself from Kokushibo. Is this truly your strength? It seems rather unimpressive, Kokushibo mocked. Well, compared to you, it certainly falls short, Bai Wen replied. Oh, Kokushibo raised an imperceptible eyebrow. With your nature, such words should not escape your lips. What is there to boast about? You can heal from injuries, and severed arms can regenerate instantaneously. Moreover, we fight under the cover of night, advantageous to you, and you possess centuries to hone your skills. Although you are quite astute, I would still relish turning you into a demon. However, Lord Muzan has specifically ordered your demise. Shadow of the Blade. Armored Susanu. Takamagara. Mythology. Kokushibo gazed at the three figures, recalling the battle with Akaza, realizing he must eliminate these two avatars first. Breath of the Moon, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. Bai Wen foresaw Kokushibo's next move and immediately countered with this technique. Breath of the Stars, 6th form, Starburst. Breath of the Stars, 4th form, Illusion of the Starry Sea. Breath of the Stars, 7th form, Star Pursuit. Breath of the Moon. Kokushibo's expression shifted sharply. He had fallen into an illusion. Breath of the Moon. 7th form, Mirror Moon Reflection. Drawing upon information from Akaza, Kokushibo executed a sword technique, unleashing 5 shockwaves that tore the illusionary space apart, successfully breaking free from the illusion. Breath of the Moon, 8th form, Moon Dragon Tail. Kokushibo unleashed a sword technique, aiming to annihilate Bai Wen's avatar in one fell swoop. Bai Wen's main body advanced behind Kokushibo, barely managing to block this attack with the shadow of his blade, though the sword shattered. Bai Wen's left eye flashed, and another blade appeared in the shadow's grasp. Breath of the Moon, 12th form. Calamity approaches the moon. Star obliteration. Breath of the Moon, 12th form. Calamity approaches the moon. Though similar to the previous exchange, this time Bai Wen's strike served a defensive purpose. Breath of the Moon, 13th form. Assaulting moon, celestial change. Bai Wen furrowed his brow. He could not evade this attack and would have to endure it. Breath of the Stars, 4th form. Illusion of the Starry Sea. A blade emerged from the shadow behind, thrusting toward Kokushibo. However, Kokushibo's speed was extraordinary. He seized this opening to strike. Breath of the Moon, 13th form, Assaulting Moon. Celestial Change. The singular thrust, propelled by the evolved demon blade, unleashed an incredibly swift and sharp blade wind. Accompanied by a flurry of small blade winds and countless crescent blades, obliterating all enemies in its path. Bai Wen braced himself against this attack, the armored Susanoo completely shattering. His body sent flying, small blade winds and numerous crescent blades leaving deep gashes upon him, blood slowly oozing forth. Chapter 55, Upper Moon 2. 10,000 wheels, still an external force, the recovery and might of demons. Bai Wen, with great effort, rose to his feet, fixating his gaze upon Kokushibo, suddenly speaking. Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Kokushibo's pupils trembled. He was astonished that someone knew his name, yet he was certain no one in this world should be aware of his true identity. Kokushibo glared at Bai Wen, demanding, "How do you know?" Humph. Bai Wen did not answer his question. Truly a disgrace. Why transform into a demon? To personally doom the fate of your family and brother? Upon hearing the word brother, a furious expression could not be contained within Kokushibo. What else do you know? How pitiful. Bai Wen continued to provoke Kokushibo. The sensation of severing your brother's corpse. Does it not feel splendid? What of the flute you gave him? Was it not shattered by your own hand? Bai Wen continued to taunt. It seems your knowledge exceeds my expectations. Kokushibo spoke in a deep tone. Then, prepare to die. Breath of the Moon, 15th form. Crescent Moon Wheel. Susanoo's 3rd form. Bai Wen's legs had lost all strength, and he could only brace himself. Takamagara. Mythology. Breath of the Moon, 15th form. Crescent Moon Wheel. He swung the evolved demon blade in a sweeping arc, forming an immensely powerful vortex adorned with an unfathomable number of crescent blades, and then struck forward with the demon blade, the vortex hurtling toward the enemy. They had no choice but to evade. The massive vortex obliterated Bai Wen's Susanoo, though much of its force was mitigated. The remaining vortex pierced through Bai Wen's abdomen. A gaping hole appeared in his stomach, collapsing weakly to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, a wooden door appeared beside Kokushibo, and Muzan Kabutsuji slowly emerged from within. Muzan glanced at Kokushibo, extending a blood vessel to pierce Bai Wen's neck. Subsequently, beneath Muzan, Kokushibo, and Bai Wen, a wooden door materialized, and the three entered the Infinite Castle. As dawn broke, Tenjin vanquished Daki, igniting her in a fierce blaze, while far off, Jutaro too was engulfed in flames. The Upper 6 and Upper 7 met their demise. Tenjin hastily made his way to the battleground where Hakuji fought, only to be met with a harrowing sight of devastation that sent a chill through his heart. It was there that he spotted a pool of blood, and a grim realization dawned upon him. Hakuji might have perished. Dejected, he returned to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and conveyed the news to Yosei. A heavy silence fell as Yosei understood the gravity of the situation. This truth could not remain concealed. He announced to the entire Demon Slayer Corps that the Shinobi Pillar, Uchiha Hakuji, had tragically succumbed in battle against Upper 1, Kabutsuji Muzan. In an instant, the entire organization was engulfed in sorrow. The trio of companions, the Three Musketeers, and Kane Kocho fainted upon hearing the news. Without Hakuji, they felt utterly lost. Even Inosuke, who had grown up in the mountains, sensed the overwhelming grief. Kane had developed a deep affection for Hakuji during their time together, only to be met with the cruel twist of fate that he was now gone. In Infinity Castle, the transformation took a full 5 days before Hakuji became a demon, the words Upper 2 flickering in his eyes. The moment he awoke, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind, as though he were missing vast swathes of memory. Remarkably, Hakuji's appearance bore no significant changes. Who am I? He pondered. Muzan summoned all the Upper Moons, devoid of any emotional upheaval despite the loss of Daki and Jutaro, for he had gained Hakuji. Here were Kokushibo, Akaza, Hantengu, Gyako, Neikime, Kage, and Hiken. Blood Shadow, and Hiken took a step back, gripped by fear. From this day forth, he, known as Wanluin, shall be Upper Moon 2, Muzan proclaimed. Oh, so my name is Wanluin? A surge of excitement welled within the dormant spirit of Zero, who felt invigorated by Hakuji's soul. However, an overwhelming surge of blade energy surged forth, piercing Zero's consciousness, rendering him unconscious. Thus, the ranks of the Upper Moons were redefined. Upper 1 Kokushibo, Upper 2 Wanluin, Upper 3 Akaza, Upper 4 Hantengu, Upper 5 Gyako, Upper 6 Neikime, Upper 7 Hiken, and Upper 8 Kage. Wanluin, what is your blood demon art? Kokushibo inquired solemnly. With the other Upper Moons casting curious glances, Wanluin took a moment to contemplate. My blood demon art is Butterfly Star. He summoned 6 butterflies that gracefully flitted toward Upper Moons 3 through 8. The 6 demons playfully toyed with the butterflies until, boom, the butterflies exploded, leaving the demons in a ghastly state. Yet, the regenerative abilities of Upper Moons were formidable. In an instant, they were restored. Blood demon art, Void Worm. A gaping void appeared behind Wanluin, from which several insects crawled forth, causing the other demons to hesitate. The insects began to gnaw on the wood within Infinity Castle. But Wanluan, displeased, snapped his fingers, causing the insects to perish and disintegrate into ash. Blood Demon Art. Wings of the Butterfly. A pair of wings resembling those of a butterfly sprouted from Wanluan's back, and with a flap, he soared into the air. Blood Demon Art. Butterfly Transformation. Wanluan's form disassembled into countless butterflies, scattering momentarily before converging back into his original shape. Chapter 56. The Transformation of Kagyuki. Wanluan was teleported by Nakheim. Muzan assigned him 3 tasks: to locate the blue spider lily, to annihilate the demon slayer core, and to consume humans to grow stronger. Yet, a subconscious voice warned him against harming others, leading him to embark on the quest for the blue spider lily instead. Upon arriving at a town, he inquired at various apothecaries about the elusive flower, only to be met with a chorus of apologies. As he exited the town, 3 individuals launched an attack from behind. Second form, Rice Spirit of Thunder. Third form, Flowing Dance of Water. First form, Dust Whirlwind Slash. Wanluan narrowed his eyes. Blood Demon Art. Butterfly. He transformed into butterflies, deftly evading their strikes. The trio recoiled in fear. The butterflies reformed into Wanluan, who scrutinized the 3 attackers, recognizing the swordsman wielding thunder-breathing techniques. A flicker of familiarity sparked within him. "Why are you attacking me?" Wanluan inquired, genuinely perplexed by their aggression. As he had lost all memory of his past as a demon, despair flickered in their eyes as they glimpsed the words Upper 2 reflected in Wanluan's gaze. Drawing their swords, they braced for confrontation, but in Wanluan's view, their movements were painfully flawed. Even their combined strength would be no match for a Hashira, let alone an Upper Moon, especially one as formidable as Upper 2. Upon hearing Wanluan's question, the trio imagined that Upper 2 was disdainful of their weakness. Wanluan contemplated imparting a lesson to them, but before he could act, one of them struck. Sixth form, Thunderclap and Flash. The swordsman unleashed his attack, not upon Wanluan, but rather against his 2 companions. Taken unawares, they were pierced through the body. "Ah, Kagyuki you!" The 2 screamed in agony. Wanluan watched in confusion, unable to comprehend their chaotic behavior. Kagyuki, in a manic frenzy, cackled. "For me to survive, someone must be sacrificed." He knelt before Hakuji, pressing his forehead to the ground, humbly pleading, "My lord, I am Kagyuki Anatoma. Please do not kill me. I am willing to become a demon." Wanluan's eyes flickered with recognition. This scene felt eerily familiar. Who exactly was Kagyuki? Wanluan pondered deeply, mistakenly interpreting Wanluan's contemplative tone as deliberation on the pros and cons of turning him into a demon. Kagyuki implored, "I assure you, I shall serve Muzan with unwavering loyalty. I will honor you as my master. I can withstand your potent blood. Please trust me." Desperation dripped from his voice, and in a moment of reluctant acquiescence, Wanluan replied, "Very well, I grant you this favor." Thus, in a miscommunication between the 2, Wanluan conjured a drop of Muzan's blood, allowing it to fall into Kagyuki's palm. "Drink it." As Kagyuki consumed the blood, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. Meanwhile, the crow, Tsujikich, watched in shock, unable to fathom that his master had been killed by Kagyuki. The notion that Kagyuki had willingly sought to become a demon shattered his perception of reality. "I must relay this news to Lord Muzan," he resolved, stealthily flitting toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, unnoticed by Kagyuki. Wanluan, however, detected the little crow's presence but chose to disregard it. Tsujikich returned to the headquarters and reported to Yozei, "Alas, my lord, my master has been slain." Yaozai endeavored to soothe the emotions of the crow, seeking to find him a new master, only for the crow to divulge a far more shocking revelation. He was killed by his companion, Kaigaku. "What?" Yaozai inquired incredulously, his forehead veins bulging with anger, for he held a deep disdain for such a person as Kaigaku. "Why did he slay your master?" Yaozai asked in a low, grave tone. "Because," sobbed the crow, "they encountered the Upper Moon too, and in a bid to save his own life, Kaigaku murdered my master. And he has since transformed into a demon." Yaozai took a moment to steady his turbulent heart. "The Upper Moon too, is that a Kaza?" Yaozai queried. "No, it is a demon capable of transforming into a butterfly." "What?" Yaozai gasped, swiftly engaging in thought. According to the information previously relayed by the Hashira, there exists no Upper Moon that can metamorphose into a butterfly, suggesting he may be a newly transformed demon. The potential of a newly turned demon attaining the rank of Upper Moon 2 is unfathomable. Kaigaku must be a disciple of Mr. Sakanji. You must inform the other crows to expedite the search for my wife, Zenitsu, and have him accompany his grandfather to Temiyama to prevent Mr. Sakanji from falling into despair." "Yes, my lord." Upon learning this news, Zenitsu abandoned his intentions to tease Nezuko and hurriedly raced towards Temiyama in search of his grandfather. Tanjiro and Inosuke followed suit. The malevolent spirit within the box was carried by Tanjiro. Upon reaching Temiyama, Sakanji fainted upon receiving the news. A day later, Sakanji awoke, parched. Desperate to retrieve his sword to atone for his actions, Zenitsu clung tightly to Sakanji, refusing to let him go. Tanjiro stood nearby, attempting to console Sakanji. Inosuke interjected, stating, "You are merely evading responsibility. If you truly wish to atone, then you must slay Kaigaku yourself." After much persuasion from the three, Sakanji ultimately relinquished the thought of suicide. However, they noted that he began practicing swordsmanship. Chapter 57, Mastering the Moon Breathing Techniques. Wanluan crushed a strand of hair given to him by the female demon. She had informed him that by crushing this hair, he could return to the Infinity Castle at any time. However, merely transforming into a demon required dragging Kaigaku into the shadows. Yet Wanluan foolishly believed that this transformation must occur within the Infinity Castle. The female demon looked at Wanluan, perplexed, and asked, "My lord, what are you doing?" Transforming into a demon does not require going to the Infinity Castle? Wanluan asked, bewildered. The female demon remained silent, merely observing him. "My lord, one only needs to drag him into a shadow to become a demon. It is unnecessary to go to the Infinity Castle," she explained. Wanluan fell silent. "Fine, I declare that transforming into a demon must occur within the Infinity Castle. Is that clear?" he stated in an authoritative tone. The female demon lowered her head, succumbing to Wanluan's oppressive demeanor, and replied, "Yes, my lord." Wanluan surveyed his surroundings and happened upon Kokushibo practicing his swordsmanship. Moon breathing. First form, Dark Moon, Palace of the Sky. The speed of his unsheathing strike was so swift that the blade was nearly invisible, leaving a multitude of crescent blades in its wake. Moon breathing. Second form, Jewel Flower, Dancing Moon. He pivoted, unleashing 2 blades of wind, each adorned with numerous crescent blades. Moon breathing. Third form, Envying Moon, Erosion. Circular crescent blades formed at the edge of his sword, followed by a series of slashes, releasing 2 crescent-shaped winds and surrounding them with crescent blades of varying sizes. Moon breathing. Fourth form, Black Erosion, Moon Calamity, Return. He lunged in any direction, executing a rapid unsheathing strike that generated a multitude of crescent blades. Moon breathing. Fifth form, Moon Spirit, Calamity Vortex. A defensive technique that could be unleashed without unsheathing his blade. Spinning continuously, it created a massive vortex of wind blades that repelled any enemies advancing towards him, while leaving countless crescent blades along the trajectory of his strikes. Moon breathing. Sixth form, Long Night, Solitary Moon, Uninterrupted. He concentrated his attacks on a single point, executing a series of rapid slashes while releasing multiple winds, accompanied by countless crescent blades. Wanluan observed Kokushibo repeatedly wielding his sword, feeling a stirring within him. He sensed that mastering moon breathing would elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. He approached Kokushibo directly and requested, "I wish to learn your moon breathing. Teach me." Kokushibo stared blankly at Wanluan, pondering how this fellow had become a fool upon transforming into a demon, lacking even the most basic understanding of demon etiquette. How much memory had Muzan erased from him? At that moment, Muzan's voice echoed in Kokushibo's mind, instructing him. Remarkable, even the Demon King himself is teaching. Thus, Kokushibo imparted the rhythms, key points, and his centuries of experience with moon breathing to Wanluan. As Wanluan experienced moon breathing, he found it to be entirely distinct from star breathing. Moon breathing emphasized widespread damage, while star breathing focused on speed and unpredictability. Furthermore, having continuously practiced star breathing, he subconsciously veered towards it during his training with moon breathing. However, a benefit of becoming a demon was the ability to study tirelessly for 24 hours without feeling fatigued. After 15 days, Wanluan successfully mastered moon breathing, and Kokushibo began teaching him sword techniques. To Wanluan's surprise, the cutting energy effect of his Nichiren blade harmoniously complemented the crescent blades of moon breathing. Thus, within the span of less than a day, Wanluan adeptly learned the first 6 techniques of moon breathing. The subsequent 10 required a demon's blade, while he possessed only a Nichiren blade. Upon mastering moon breathing, a moon appeared in the center of Wanluan's sword. He sought someone to practice against and requested the female demon to teleport him away. Before departing, Muzan cautioned him on several matters. He was permitted to use only blood demon arts and moon breathing, must wear a mask, and must speak in a different voice. Upon emerging, Wanluan extended his senses, detecting 2 powerful auras in the distance, which he surmised might belong to the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he sprinted towards that direction. "Oh dear, Shinobu, do not frown so. Come, smile for me." A clone with green hair urged the nearby Shinobu Kocho, known as the Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. "I'm fine," Shinobu replied absently. Moon breathing. First form, Dark Moon, Palace of the Sky. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the two. Moon breathing. No way. Insect breathing. Dance of the butterfly. Love breathing. Fourth form. Scorching love. Bewitchment. The two reacted swiftly, evading Wanluen's unsheathing strike. They turned to find a masked figure before them, utilizing moon breathing, an art not mastered by any human, thus indicating he was a demon. Wanluen observed Shinobu, feeling a strange instinct to protect her. Insect breathing. Dance of the bee's fangs. True deception. Love breathing. Second form. Regretful wandering love. Without exchanging words, both advanced towards Wanluen with lightning speed. Blood demon art. Transforming butterfly. They morphed into butterflies, soaring away from Wanluen. Witnessing this blood demon art capable of metamorphosis, the two realized he was Upper Moon too. Moon breathing. Second form. Jewel flower. Dancing moon. Observing the two blades of wind, they understood they needed to evade. Love breathing. Third form. Love cat's rain. Insect breathing. Dragonfly dance. Compound eyes. They dodged the two blades of wind and launched an assault on Wanluen. Blood demon art. Void insect. Wanluen slashed forward, creating a rift from which a multitude of insects emerged. The two could only redirect their assaults towards the insects, unaware that the creatures' exoskeletons were astonishingly resilient. Moreover, the speed of these insects was extraordinarily swift, with one already making its way towards the face of Butterfly Shinobu. Wanluen's expression involuntarily shifted, and with a snap of her fingers, the insects began to perish in droves. Third form of moon breathing. Moon erosion. Insect breathing. Butterfly dance mockery. Fourth form of love breathing. Scorching love enchantment. Fifth form of moon breathing. Moon spirit catastrophe. Insect breathing. Bee-tooth dance true flick. Fifth form of love breathing. Unstable romantic claws. Sixth form of moon breathing. Long night. Solitary moon. Unbroken. Insect breathing. Centipede dance. 100 insect serpent belly. Sixth form of love breathing. Cat foot romantic wind. Blood demon technique. Transform into butterfly. After executing 6 sword techniques, Wanluen transformed into a butterfly and soared away. Before departing, she left behind a voice. Your techniques lack power. You must strive harder. The two watched Wanluen's retreat, sensing that she had come merely to toy with them, having barely unleashed half of her true strength. Yet what could they do? They were equally helpless and resolved to relay the news of Wanluen's mastery of moon breathing back home. Chapter 58. Special edition of the Zhongyuan Festival, the most powerful breathing technique. From a distance, Wanluen concentrated to form a new body. Through the skirmish, she realized that she was not particularly suited to moon breathing, yet she always felt that it could significantly enhance her power. Why did she harbor such a peculiar sentiment? If that were the case, there might be only one solution: to amalgamate the extensive destructive capabilities of moon breathing with the eerily swift star breathing. After several days of relentless practice, she found herself unable to achieve this synthesis. Was it even feasible? It seemed utterly impossible. If one chose power and range, one had to forsake agility and become a stationary artillery, as exemplified by moon breathing. Conversely, if one opted for agility and formidable strikes, the range would inevitably be limited. As showcased by star breathing, could there exist a breathing technique that encompassed all 3 attributes? Sun breathing. Sun breathing comprises a singular technique, the 13th form, which can be subdivided into 12 distinct shapes, embodying range, damage, and speed in equal measure. However, when examined closely, it appears that its range does not surpass that of moon breathing, nor does its speed rival that of star breathing. The true strength of sun breathing lies within its wielder, Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Yet Wanluen remained oblivious to this, as she began to explore the commonalities between moon breathing and star breathing. Damage. However, their damage effects were markedly different. Moon breathing inflicted numerous wounds upon the adversary's body, leading to a slow and bloody demise. In contrast, star breathing emphasized a single, decisive strike, clean and unencumbered. Furthermore, the intricacy of star breathing far exceeded that of moon breathing. Each time Wanluen attempted to fuse these two breathing techniques, star breathing consistently eclipsed moon breathing. What could perfectly merge the essence of the stars and the moon? Today marks the Zhongyuan Festival, the 15th day of the lunar calendar, when humanity gazes at the night sky and perceives only a full moon. Yet Wanluen could discern the stars concealed beneath the moonlight. Moreover, the Zhongyuan Festival, also known as Ghost Festival, is the day of the year when the yin energy is at its peak. Wanluen fixated on the moon and the stars, as if guided by their presence. Suddenly, both the moon and the stars vanished, dissipating into the night sky. The heavens were bereft of their celestial bodies, casting an oppressive darkness. Unconsciously, Wanluen unleashed star breathing. The night sky was once again adorned with stars. She then transformed her breathing technique into moon breathing. The stars in the night sky faded, replaced by a resplendent full moon. Wanluan ceased her breathing technique. The world returned to darkness. Drawing her blade, the sun wheel sword had transformed into pure black. Wanluan executed star breathing, and both the sun wheel sword and the night sky shimmered with stars. Switching to moon breathing, the sun wheel sword and the night sky morphed into a full moon. How could the sun wheel sword undergo such a multitude of color transformations? Takamagara. Wanluan uttered a name. A sword materialized behind her, not silver white, but pure black. Takamagara, she proclaimed. An abundance of pure black swords emerged, soaring into the night sky, forming the essence of darkness. Instantly, everything seemed to fall into place. The swords forged in Takamagara melted, and the molten essence returned to Wanluan's sun wheel sword. In that moment, a torrent of memories flooded her mind. Unconsciously, she began to manifest an entirely new breathing technique, night breathing. First form of night breathing, night of 10,000 stars, moon obscured, swiftly swinging the sun wheel sword for a draw. A multitude of full moon blades and star blades accompanied the residual sword force, illuminating the darkness. Second form of night breathing, night wheel, night pearl, moon star sky. With a fierce downward slash, she unleashed 2 gusts of blade wind, accompanied by a plethora of full moon blades and star blades. Third form of night breathing, night of the dark star. Capable of advancing in any direction while executing 3 slashes, it would generate 3 gusts of blade wind, accompanied by numerous full moon blades and star blades, the residual sword force further obliterating the enemy's form. Fourth form of night breathing, night star universe, moon spirit. A defensive technique that required no swinging of the sun wheel sword. It would generate a multitude of blade winds around her, accompanied by full moon blades and star blades, ensnaring the opponent as if they were trapped in a sea of stars. Fifth form of night breathing, long night, arc moon, star blade calamity wind. Concentrating in one area for rapid strikes, she unleashed multiple gusts of blade wind, infused with full moon blades and star blades, with the residual sword force erupting violently. Sixth form of night breathing, night's harbinger, mirror returns to the stars. Sweeping in a fan shape, she released 5 colossal shockwaves that traversed the ground, accompanied by numerous arc-shaped small shockwaves, while simultaneously advancing with the sun wheel sword, allowing her to flicker back to her original position, leaving a shockwave in her wake. Seventh form of night breathing, night's omens, shadow crossing the moon. Foreseeing the future, she flickered in various directions, creating shockwaves in her path, ultimately delivering a powerful strike that formed 2 spiraling gusts of blade wind, laden with countless full moon blades and star blades. Final form of night breathing, Zhongyuan full moon. Stars unseen. With a slash towards the heavens, she formed a gust of blade wind, as if the moon was bestowing its strength upon the strike. Again, she thrust towards the night sky, generating another gust of blade wind that intersected with the previous one, as if the stars were granting power to this new force. The 2 gusts of blade wind descended, crashing forcefully onto the ground, leveling the uneven terrain. This is the might of the most formidable breathing technique, night breathing. Night breathing may indeed be the most harmonious breathing technique suited for a demon's form. After creating this technique, Wanluan felt as though she glimpsed something soaring into the night sky, yet upon closer inspection, nothing was there. Is there a breathing technique that surpasses this one? Perhaps. It exists only in another realm. Upon completing night breathing, Wanluan felt her mind clear significantly, as if all it required was a spark to recall everything. Furthermore, her strength had risen considerably. Once again, a strand of hair belonging to the maiden was crushed, and I returned to the infinite city. The maiden gazed at Wanluan with a bewildered expression. Lord Wanluan, why have you come again? Wanluan shot her a glare. Is it any of your concern? The maiden lowered her head, silenced by his presence. Very well, you are indeed formidable. Wanluan immediately sought out Kokushibo, eager to engage in a contest. Kokushibo regarded Wanluan with curiosity, but ultimately fell to his might. Although Kokushibo did not reveal all his hidden cards, neither did Wanluan. The astonishment on Kokushibo's face as he beheld Wanluan's mastery of the breath of night was palpable. He could not fathom its intricacies, signifying that the breath of night had surpassed the breath of the sun. This realization struck Kokushibo hard, for he had once sworn never to be defeated again. Oh, Wanluan is not human, thus it matters not. With this thought, Kokushibo's spirits lifted somewhat, yet a lingering discomfort remained. He yearned to learn the breath of night from Wanluan, but was disheartened to find that he could not comprehend Wanluan's teachings, revealing that his innate talent was inadequate for such mastery. This only deepened his frustration, driving him to train even more fervently in sword techniques. Chapter 59, The Forge Village Arc. Following Wanluan's victory over Kokushibo, he ascended to the status of the new upper rank 1. After a period of idleness, Wanluan, along with Hanten Goku, Yu Hua, Jinyan, and Shuiying, were summoned by Muzan, who commanded them to proceed to the Forge village to eliminate its inhabitants. Fearing for his own safety, Muzan dispatched several demons for the task. Wanluan furrowed his brow and informed the 4 demons as they exited the infinite city, "I shall not kill. That task falls to you." Goku and Yuhua rejoiced at Wanluan's declaration, interpreting it as a signal that he would not feast upon humans, meaning they could indulge themselves instead. Working alongside Lord Wanluan was indeed exhilarating. In the Forge village, there existed a miraculous hot spring that invigorated those who bathed within. Many gathered to enjoy its soothing waters. Among them were a trio of sword-wielders, the undying Kawajiri Jinya, the Box Demon, and Butterfly Shinobu, accompanied by Kane Kocho, Kanata, Mitsuri Kanroji, Michiro Takedo, Kaijiro Rengoku, and the elderly Sanemi. Rengoku, mourning the loss of his companion, found himself despondent and sought solace in the hot spring, with Shinobu accompanying him and Kane following closely behind. Their master was among them, and the trio's spirits were dampened by the recent events. I sense a multitude of powerful auras. Collectively, they rival no less than the strength of 8 Hashira. Wanluan declared, "Yuhua, create an explosion and report back to me immediately." Wanluan commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent, and none deemed it inappropriate. Jinyan and Shuiying, you shall defeat the weaker members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Goku, confront the stronger opponents, and be prepared to seize any opportunities that arise. I will personally vanquish these foes, Wanluan instructed. Understood, Lord Wanluan. The 4 demons affirmed. Yuhua rolled away to execute his orders. After a considerable time, a resounding boom echoed from the Forge village, sending many of its residents flying, though miraculously, none perished. As Yuhua prepared to unleash his blood demon art upon a few victims, he recalled Wanluan's instructions and begrudgingly rolled back toward him. The Demon Slayer Corps, alerted by the explosion, dispelled their negative emotions and rushed outside to assess the situation. There, 15 individuals beheld 5 demons before them. The foremost demon wore a mask inscribed with the character for 1, leading them to realize that this upper rank 2 had defeated Kokushibo to ascend to upper rank 1. Behind him were Yuhua, an elder, and at the rear stood Shuiying and Jinyan, whom Rengoku recognized. The 14 demon slayers exchanged glances, their unspoken camaraderie as members of the Corps evident in this moment. They instinctively selected their opponents based on strength. Takedo Michiro and Kawajiri Jinya faced Yuhua. Rengoku Kaijiro and Kane Kocho confronted Goku. The trio squared off against Shuiying, while the 3 swordsmen and Nezuko took on Jinyan. The insect Hashira Shinobu, the flower Hashira Kane, the love Hashira Mitsuri, and the former wind Hashira Sanemi faced Wanluan. Wanluan surveyed his opponents and inquired, "Are you all my adversaries? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wanluan, the newly appointed upper rank 1. Might I know your names?" "Humph, we have nothing to discuss with you," Shinobu replied coldly. Wanluan, unfazed by her words, responded, "How should I put this? You are fortunate, for I shall not take your lives. It is my creed to neither kill nor consume humans." "Go to hell, demon," Shinobu retorted, clearly disbelieving his declaration. "Your vessel is rather asymmetrical," Takedo remarked, sticking out his tongue at Yuhua and even spitting at him. "What? This is the pinnacle of art. What do you know? Well then, I shall craft a new vessel using your and this boy's heads." Yuhua replied, somewhat irked. "I am the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. I will not allow you to harm the innocent." Rengoku declared resolutely. "Wah, please do not bully the weak." Goku lamented, considering himself feeble. "Inosuke, Zenitsu, Nezuko, give it your all." Tanjiro encouraged from the sidelines. "Oomph, I hope you do not disappoint me," Jinyan remarked. "Murata, let us inflict as many wounds as possible on him. And Shoyo, aim for a swift kill," Lindsay instructed. "Understood, Captain." Lindsay, the leader of the trio, affirmed. "Heh, kill me? You are hardly worthy," Shuiying scoffed. "Your speed is far too sluggish." Chapter 60, Michiro vs. Yuhua. Michiro glanced at Jinya, noticing he could not even utilize the breathing technique, and advised, "Use your gun to distract him." Jinya nodded, holding respect for the Hashira, save for the wind Hashira. Michiro's demeanor had become notably more cheerful compared to his original portrayal, and his strength had grown considerably. Yuhua wielded a pot adorned with aquatic patterns. Blood demon art, 1,000-fin fish kill. Several fish erupted from the vessel, swimming towards Michiro. Suddenly, these fish released sharp needles that shot towards him. Michiro, observing the incoming projectiles, deftly deflected them with his blade, making a face at Yuhua. Breath of the mist, first form, descending misty haze. He lunged at the fish, swiftly piercing through them. With a dismissive glance at Yuhua, he spat at him. Yuhua's anger flared. "I am an upper rank. How dare you spit at me? Do I not deserve respect? Though I cannot best that monster Wanluan, dealing with you will be child's play." Yuhua produced a vessel adorned with wave motifs. Blood demon art, blood prison bowl. He swung the pot, releasing a torrent of water that sought to ensnare Michiru. Breath of the Mist, second form, eightfold mist. 8 slashes descended, cleaving through Yuhua's water prison. Is this it? I expected something more formidable. Inujuru continued to taunt, fully aware that if his opponent lost their composure, the battle would become significantly easier. How infuriating. Yuhu was genuinely enraged, summoning a vessel adorned with patterns reminiscent of aquatic plants. Blood, just as he was about to unleash his blood demon art. A bullet whizzed through the air, shattering the vessel into countless fragments with a sharp crack. Yuhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the remnants of his artistic creation, unable to fathom its destruction. Breath of Mist, fifth form, Sea of Mist. Seizing the moment, Inujuru charged towards Yuhu. Sensing the threat, Yuhu cast a wary glance at Inujuru before vanishing, reappearing within another vessel not far away. Inujuru's mind raced as he deduced that Yuhu could likely teleport between vessels. Destroy all the vessels, Inujuru shouted, disregarding whether the distant Jinya heard him. Blood demon art, hell of octopus vessels. In a fit of fury, Yuhu unleashed his blood demon art. A colossal octopus emerged from the vessel, swelling to the size of a house, and slowly advanced towards Inujuru. Countless tentacles reached out, intent on ensnaring him and squeezing the life from his body. Yet, Inujuru would not succumb to such a fate. Breath of Mist, sixth form, Moonlit Mist. Though the octopus was remarkably resilient, Inujuru's strength far surpassed that depicted in the original narrative, allowing him to rend the creature apart effortlessly. Watching the massive octopus disintegrate before him, Inujuru felt not a stir of emotion, but rather a hint of amusement. Your vessel is quite asymmetrical, it's truly hideous. Rather than berating Yuhu, he chose to criticize the vessel itself. You know nothing of art. Do not make such reckless judgments. Yuhu retorted, seething with rage. Blood demon art, 10,000 glutinous fish. Yuhu summoned his signature move, producing 10 vessels emblazoned with glutinous fish patterns. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out. Yuhu had anticipated this, twisting his form. However, he neglected the vessels, resulting in not just 2 but 3 being shattered. Thus, 10,000 became 7,000. Breath of Mist, 7th form, hazy. This was Inujuru's original technique, enabling him to deftly evade the fish, which crashed to the ground lifelessly. Breath of Mist, 1st form, distant mist. Inujuru swung his blade towards Yuhu's head, sensing imminent danger. Yuhu hastily retreated into a vessel. During his retreat, Inujuru adjusted his aim, managing to slice off a small segment of Yuhu's form. How infuriating, Yuhu thought bitterly. This opponent was likely the strongest Hashira he had ever faced, excluding that monstrous Wanluan. Since that is the case, I shall hold nothing back. Yuhu underwent a transformation within the vessel, abruptly bursting forth, declaring that the true battle had only just begun. Inujuru held his blade aloft, acutely aware that Yuhu had grown significantly stronger. Chapter 61, Kyujuru, Kanao vs. Hantengoku. Kyujuru regarded the pitiable elder before him, yet he was undeniably a malevolent demon. Upper Moon 4. Exchanging a glance with Kanao, they understood each other's intent. Breath of Flame, 1st form, Unknowable Fire. Breath of Flower, 1st form, Wisteria. Together, they decapitated Hantengoku, only to find it perplexing that he offered no resistance whatsoever. Sensing something amiss, they swiftly distanced themselves from Hantengoku. To their astonishment, Hantengoku's form split into 2, manifesting as his 2 manifestations, rage and laughter. In reality, he possessed a 3rd manifestation, fear, but it had taken refuge. Kill them quickly, they cried. Hee, why not have a little fun? Quit the chatter, you worthless fools. TCH, such boring creatures. Manifestations of a demon, are they? Kyujuru observed, noting that the more menacing-looking one appeared stronger. Kanao, you handle the one with the smile. I shall confront the more formidable-looking demon. As a Hashira, Kyujuru felt it was his duty to protect the weak. Kanao, lacking a better plan, merely nodded. Breath of Flame, 2nd form, Rising Flames. Kyujuru initiated his assault on Rage. The latter wielded a silver staff, blocking Kyujuru's strike. Simultaneously, Rage swung his staff, unleashing an electric attack towards Kyujuru. Breath of Flame, 4th form, Fiery Whirl. Kyujuru effortlessly countered Rage's onslaught. Breath of Flame, 5th form, Flame Tiger. Kyujuru charged at Rage, swiftly severing his neck. Kyujuru remained vigilant, confident that if Hantengoku could split once, he could undoubtedly do so again. As anticipated, Rage's form divided once more, revealing a warrior clad in armor, brandishing a gun, the manifestation of Hantengoku's sorrow. How tragic. Has Rage fallen so low? Quit the chatter. Kill him now. Rage bellowed. Breath of Flower, 3rd form, Flashing Blossom. Kanao focused intently on her attack, disregarding the laughter holding a fan before her. Hee, little girl, Do be gentle. Laughter replied with a grin, conjuring gusts of wind through his blood demon art and fanned to assault Kanao. Kanao swiftly closed the distance, aiming a strike directly at his head. Laughter narrowly evaded, yet his neck suffered a grievous wound. Hee hee, how amusing! Laughter exclaimed, brandishing his fan to retaliate against Kanao. Breath of Flower, 6th form, Swirling Peach. Kanao leaped into the air, miraculously harnessing the wind's force created by Laughter to sever his neck. Observing Laughter with a puzzled expression, she watched in astonishment as he once again split into 2 forms. Hee hee, old friend, shall we play? Ha ha, well I am keen to play. Can we not discuss killing her first? The 2 manifestations were indeed Hantengoku's laughter and joy. Seeing the 2 figures, Kanao retreated. I shall handle the 3 demons. Kyujiro shouted. You should deal with the smiling demon. The embodiment of responsibility was vividly expressed in Kyujiro. Kanao, lacking her own strategy, reluctantly acquiesced to Kyujiro, although she was not entirely comfortable with him facing 3 demons alone. Hearing their exchange, the 4 demons exchanged glances and decided that Laughter would confront Kanao while Rage, Sorrow, and Joy would team up against Kyujiro. Breath of Flame, 6th form, Blazing Slash. Kyujiro knew that when outnumbered, he must first establish dominance, otherwise he would be overwhelmed. Rage unleashed a thunderous attack with his staff aimed at Kyujiro. Joy, a bird-like creature, generated sonic waves through his mouth, but Kyujiro, with his impaired hearing, was nearly immune, forcing Joy into close combat, an arena where he struggled. Sorrow wielded a long spear, launching shockwaves with expert precision, even eliciting praise from Kyujiro. However, due to Kyujiro's advantages against their abilities, the 3 demons found themselves continually on the defensive, showing signs of being overwhelmed. Breath of Flame, 9th form, Purgatory. Ultimately, Kyujiro unleashed the most powerful sword technique of the Breath of Flame, obliterating the heads of the 3 demons. Kanao's situation fared equally well. Though Kola was compelled to take the situation seriously, his strength could be deemed the weakest among the 4 avatars. Coupled with the formidable prowess of Kanao, Kola stood no chance against her. Breath of Flowers, 6th form, Whirl Peach. In the end, Kanao successfully severed Kola's head. The 2 observed the 4 demons. Eager to discern any peculiarities, they witnessed all 4 demons fully restored. Filled with rage, Jigu glanced at the other 3 demons, crushing their bodies and absorbing them into himself. Ultimately, he evolved into a youthful demon. On his back, he bore 5 Thunder God drums inscribed with the character for hatred, wielding an S-shaped drumstick. Indeed, he was the mightiest avatar of Hantengu, Zohakuten. Zohakuten gazed at the 2, proclaiming that the true battle had only just commenced. Kyujiro and Kanao raised their swords, confronting Zohakuten, sensing that his power surpassed the combined strength of the previous 4 demons. Chapter 62, The Trio vs. Blood Shadow. Breath of Water, 3rd form, Flowing Dance. Breath of Thunder, 2nd form, Rice Spirit. Breath of Water, 7th form, Droplet Ripple Stab. The trio launched an assault on Blood Shadow. Although their speed was remarkable, Blood Shadow, a master assassin, was even swifter. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Shadow. In an instant, Blood Shadow vanished, rendering their attacks futile. Back to back. Our master taught us to remain calm in peril. Lindsay bellowed. All right. The 3 stood back to back, vigilant of their surroundings. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Droplet. 2 concealed weapons hurtled toward Murata and Koyama. The duo's expressions tightened as they raised their blades to deflect the projectiles. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Mist Realm. A dense fog of blood enveloped them. Evade the blood mist. Lindsay urged his companions. Breath of Water, 6th form, Twisting Whirlpool. Koyama, Murata, advance. Lindsay dispelled the blood mist with the Twisting Whirlpool, instructing his partners. Good. Breath of Thunder, 4th form, Distant Thunder. Breath of Water, 8th form, Waterfall. Blood Shadow's countenance hardened. These 3 little demons exhibited excellent teamwork. In a swift movement, he evaded their assault. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. 2 daggers appeared in his hands, aimed directly at Murata. Breath of Water, 6th form, Twisting Whirlpool. Murata spun midair, forcing Blood Shadow to retreat. These 3 individuals possessed terrifying combat experience and remarkable synergy. Their fighting styles even bore similarities, Blood Shadow mused. He felt utterly powerless against such a cohesive team. 1 in defense while 2 attacked rendered him nearly helpless. How could he possibly eliminate one of them? As Blood Shadow pondered, Murata regained his composure, twisting his blade toward Blood Shadow's neck. Breath of Water, 1st form, Surface Slash. Blood Shadow, observing the incoming strike, blocked Murata's attack with his daggers. Breath of Thunder, 1st form, Lightning Flash. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Blood Chaos. Lindsay sensed the impending danger and rushed forward. Breath of Water, 7th form, Droplet Ripple Stab. He thrust toward the blood mist, but struck nothing. Breath of water, ninth form, water flowing splash. Murata quickly distanced himself from the blood mist. Koyama swung his sword, cleaving through the mist, causing several concealed weapons to fall. Blood Shadow, observing from a distance, was astounded. What manner of creatures were these three? Their combat style mirrored his own. Could it be? Ha ha ha. Would they commit suicide if they saw me transformed into a demon? Blood Shadow contemplated. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Clone. 2 crimson clones materialized behind him. Onward. Blood Shadow commanded coolly. I'll handle the 2 clones. You focus on Blood Shadow. Murata declared. Be careful. The 2 did not refuse. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Droplet. Blood Demon Technique, Shadow Strike. Breath of Water, first form, Surface Slash. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Shadow. Lindsay and Koyama unleashed their most potent skills. Their almost instinctual coordination enabled the water dragon to carry an electric current. The 2 exchanged glances, as if awakening something profound. Mixed breath, Thunder Dragon. A golden thunder dragon surged towards the 5 heads, effortlessly obliterating them. The dragon's momentum remained unyielding, charging directly at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow, taken aback, realized he must employ that technique. Blood Demon Technique, Blood Demon Bodyguard. This technique was developed after witnessing the formidable Susanoo of Bai Wen in their previous battle. Blood surged from his body, coalescing into a colossal red half-giant that ultimately shielded him from the Thunder Dragon. The 2 gasped. This thing resembles our master's Susanoo. Blood Shadow, observing the approaching Murata, slowly proclaimed that the true battle had only just begun. Chapter 63, The Protagonists vs. Golden Flame. Dance of the Fire God. First form, Round Dance. Tanjiro, recalling Bai Wen's admonishments, had forsaken the breath of the falling star and opted to wield his fire god Kagura. Breath of Beasts. First form, Piercing Shot. Though Zenitsu remained timid, he heeded Bai Wen's guidance, and, for Nezuko's sake, dared to strike at the demon. Nezuko, lacking sword skills, could only throw a punch at Golden Flame. Breath of Gold, third form, Broken Gold Force Wheel. Golden Flame, regarding the trio and their demon with disdainful amusement, swung his blade, launching a massive golden wheel alongside several smaller ones. Zenitsu charged ahead, severing Golden Flame's golden wheel. Oh, this is intriguing, Golden Flame mused. I held back considerably, yet he managed to cut through my wheel, indicating he possesses some strength. As his blade thrust forward, Zenitsu was flung aside. Before Golden Flame could react, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Inosuke's assaults had already arrived. TCH, how bothersome. Breath of Gold, second form, Golden Prism. Golden Flame slashed upward, unleashing several golden wheels. One of the golden wheels hurtled towards Nezuko, leaving her with some scars and her kimono marred. Golden Flame then blocked Tanjiro and Inosuke's strikes, astonished by their immense strength. Yet, the one with the boar's head was the most powerful. Moreover, why did this technique resemble that of Lord Wanluan so closely? Was it mere coincidence? Golden Flame scrutinized Inosuke, posing the same question he had to Blood Shadow. Breath of Thunder, first form, Lightning Flash 6 strikes. Zenitsu, unwilling to appear foolish before Nezuko, dashed to Golden Flame's front, ready to unleash 6 strikes. Sensing pressure from the trio, Golden Flame shouted, Golden Style, Golden Skin. Flame Style, Flame Blade. His skin transformed, adopting a metallic texture, while flames ignited around his blade, neutralizing their onslaught. Breath of the Sun, fourth form, Golden Phoenix Shadow. Breath of Fire, fifth form, Fire Train. Breath of Beasts, fifth form, Wild Fong Eruption. Breath of Thunder, first form, Thunderclap Flash. Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood. Nezuko, adorned with a bamboo tube, uttered the inaugural line of this tale, causing Kinyin to gaze at her in astonishment, realizing that she was not mute. However, shortly thereafter, his sword exploded. Indeed, it truly did. Nezuko's abilities inflicted damage to the demon blade that was exponentially greater, a fact not elucidated in the original narrative. Stripped of his weapon, Kinyin cast a profound glance at Nezuko. Unable to unleash his sword technique, he was left to confront the onslaught of the 3 swordsmen. Flame Style, Flame Bullet. Kinyin gathered energy in his hands, and with a sweeping motion, sent 9 projectiles hurtling towards the trio. The 3 were compelled to retreat, evading the explosive flames. Kinyin glanced at Nezuko, who was perilously close, refraining from attacking. He understood that, aside from the 3 upper-ranked demons, the rest lacked the ability to slay demons, save for those who had acquired a Nichiren blade. His own sword was a demon blade, and having just shattered, he could only inflict harm upon Nezuko, not kill her. Breath of Fire, 11th form, Solar Eclipse Dragon Dance. Breath of Beasts, Temporary Tooth, Explosive Spiral Slash. Breath of Thunder, first form, Thunderclap Flash, Divine Speed. At this moment, the The three swordsmen unleashed their most formidable techniques, and Qin Yan felt an immense pressure. Golden style, golden thrust. Flame style, flame bullet. Qin Yan possessed a hidden card, yet he hesitated to employ it due to its substantial energy cost. He would not resort to that technique unless absolutely necessary. To his astonishment, both his golden thrust and flame bullet were utterly obliterated by the trio, intensifying the pressure he felt. It appeared that he had no choice but to use that technique. Qin Yan mused. Qin Yan style, golden blade flame edge. In an instant, Qin Yan's figure vanished, leaving the three swordsmen bewildered as they searched for his whereabouts. Here, a voice resonated from above. The three swordsmen quickly looked up to find Qin Yan hovering in the sky, approximately 40 blades trailing behind him, each engulfed in flames. This technique was inspired by Bai Wen's Takamagara. Having been profoundly influenced by Bai Wen, Qin Yan crafted this technique in homage. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the three, declaring fiercely, "The true battle has only just begun." Chapter 64, The Might of Wanluan. Mitsuri flicked her wrist, launching her flexible sword towards Wanluan. Wanluan raised his hilt, blocking the strike. He then heard a rush of wind behind him. Swiftly turning, he deflected another attack, discovering it was Kanai, the flower pillar. At that moment, Wanluan sensed a killing intent approaching from his left, aimed directly at his head. Upon turning, he found it was Shinobu, the insect pillar. Wanluan stepped back slightly to evade the strike. He intended to thrust his blade at Shinobu, but found his hand unwilling to rise. Reluctantly, he redirected his attack towards Kanai behind him. Breath of Thunder, first form, thunderclap flash. Just as Wanluan's blade was about to reach Kanai, Sakanji utilized the Breath of Thunder to strike Wanluan's blade, diverting its trajectory and sparing Kanai from injury. He quickly seized Kanai by her collar, pulling her back. Breath of Love, first form, first love's tremor. Breath of Insects, dance of the butterfly. Breath of Flowers, first form, wisteria. The three, regaining their composure, unleashed their techniques upon Wanluan. Wanluan narrowed his eyes. Blood demon art, transforming butterfly. He transformed into a swarm of butterflies, evading the trio's assaults and regrouping not far away. Just as his feet touched the ground, Sakanji launched an attack towards Wanluan in an instant. Breath of Thunder, fifth form, Heatwave Thunder. One could only commend Sakanji for his wealth of combat experience. His timing and positioning were impeccable. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen victim. But who was Wanluan? The author's chosen champion. Breath of the Moon, fifth form, Moonlight Catastrophe. Wanluan felt that confronting four opponents required no recourse to the night-breathing techniques. Furthermore, Muzan forbade him from utilizing the star breathing, compelling him to rely on the moon breathing with which he was less proficient. Yet, it far surpassed Sakanji's thunder breathing in power. He effortlessly repelled Sakanji's lightning strikes. What an intriguing form of moon breathing, Sakanji mused silently. Breath of Flowers, fifth form, Fruitless Peony. Breath of Insects, Dance of the Dragonfly, Compound Eye Hexagon. Breath of Love, fifth form, Unsteady Love's Chaotic Claw. Each was a rapid succession of attacks. However, the three women, being close friends, exhibited remarkable synergy, negating any potential for their attacks to counteract one another. Sakanji understood this well and refrained from launching his own technique initially, fearing it would disrupt the trio's coordinated assault. Breath of the Moon, first form, Dark Moon Palace of the Night. If such feeble attacks were all they could muster, it would hardly suffice. At this juncture, they ought to employ ranged offensive skills. That old man was still capable. Wanluan executed a rapid draw slash that deflected the trio's onslaught, while simultaneously offering critique, genuinely wishing to guide them. However, his words, falling upon the ears of the four, sounded more like mockery. Breath of Thunder, fourth form, Distant Thunder. Breath of Insects, Dance of the Bee Stinger, True Flicker. Breath of Flowers, sixth form, Swirling Peach. Mitsuri refrained from attacking, instead standing ready to counter Wanluan's advance. Wanluan observed the trio's techniques, nodding in approval. Indeed, this technique warrants the use of night breathing. Night breathing, third form, Night's Stellar Dash. Wanluan swiftly surged forward, wielding 3 blades of wind to counter the trio's attacks. Naturally, he had greatly tempered his strength, wishing for no casualties. Moreover, he exerted even less force against Shinobu. For reasons unknown, the trio's techniques were easily neutralized, and Kanai and Shinobu gazed at Wanluan with wide eyes, astonished. For this night breathing, third form, bore an uncanny resemblance to his star breathing, third form. Mitsuri and Sakanji, having never witnessed the star breathing, remained oblivious to any anomalies. Breath of Flowers, third form, Glimmering Gem. Breath of Love, fourth form, Scorching Love's Enchantment. Breath of Insects, Green Caterpillar Dance, Shadowless Fall. Breath of Thunder, first form, Electric Strike Thunder. The 3 women executed their skills with breathtaking speed, charging towards Wanluan. while Sakanji aimed to disrupt him, hoping to allow the trio's attacks to take effect. Heh! Such commendable cooperation, but alas, you are merely too weak. Night breathing, first form, night of 1,000 stars. What did they hear? Starshine? What is starshine? Star breathing. First form, starshine. Could it be? No. Impossible. Shinobu and Kanai desperately rejected the horrifying conjecture that arose in their minds. Wanluin withstood the onslaught of the four, his blade illuminating the night, rendering darkness as bright as day. This illumination of the night truly was. Chapter 65, Awakening. Wanluin observed the astonished butterfly sisters with a hint of confusion. I merely employed a sword technique, and you are left in such shock? Can you withstand this move? He inquired before launching his attack. The breath of the night, fifth form, long night, crescent moon, star blade, catastrophic wind. This technique cannot be withstood, it must be evaded. Sakanji discerned the formidable might of this move and cautioned. Indeed, the breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap. The breath of insects, dance of the butterfly, teasing. The breath of flowers, third form, radiant blossom. The breath of love, third form, love as cat raindrops. Originally offensive sword techniques. The four were compelled to use them for evasion. Fortunately, Wanluin's attack did not possess the same grotesque range as other sword techniques, allowing them to escape unharmed. Insect's breath. Dance of the BS fangs. Mitsuri, Shinobu, and Kane gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom why Shinobu would recklessly attack Wanluin, who could not be harmed unless besieged by 5 or more Hashira. Even if all 11 Hashira were to confront him, he could ensure his own escape unscathed. However, Shinobu remained undeterred. She sensed that Wanluin had deliberately held back during his attack, and thus wished to seize this opportunity to gauge his true strength. She was unafraid of death. Wanluin cast a disdainful glance at the approaching Shinobu, scoffing, "Such a feeble assault cannot harm me." The breath of the moon. First form, dark moon, celestial palace. Just as he intended to strike her away, he heard Shinobu's command, "You, do not move." To his astonishment, Wanluin found himself truly immobilized. This sensation stemmed from an innate instinct to refrain from movement. Why do I feel this way? Wanluin could only watch helplessly as the seemingly frail Shinobu lunged towards his mask. Kane, Mitsuri, and Sakanji were equally astonished by Wanluin's sudden stillness. Could it be that Shinobu possesses some form of enchantment? Only Kane understood the gravity of the situation, her body trembling. With a sharp crack, Wanluin's mask shattered into 2 pieces, falling to the ground, while he remained poised with his blade drawn. As Shinobu gazed upon this familiar visage, the words Upper Moon 1 flickered in her mind, and her blade could advance no further. The 3 gazed at Wanluin's face, halted in their actions, rendered speechless, unable to comprehend why the former Hashira had turned into a demon. "Why have you become a demon?" Shinobu questioned, her voice quaking with sorrow. Are we engaging in conversation now? Very well, but as for your talk of becoming a demon, I do not comprehend. Or perhaps, I have simply forgotten. Wanluin shook his head, genuinely conversing with Shinobu. "Do you understand how many lives you have taken by becoming a demon?" Hey, I have not killed anyone. My subconscious informs me that I must not harm or kill." Wanluin furrowed his brow, disliking the sensation of being wrongfully accused. The breath of thunder, first form, thunderclap. Sakanji swiftly dashed to Shinobu's side, pulling her back, uneasy about a demon standing before his comrades. Returning to her place, Shinobu fixated on Wanluin's eyes, realizing he spoke the truth. "If you have not killed anyone, Uchiha Oben, you may yet be accepted, provided you break free from Muzan's control. Did you not assert that your mission in this world was to vanquish Muzan Kabutsuji?" Shinobu reiterated Oben's earlier words, hoping to rouse his awareness. Your words sound familiar." Wanluin pondered, feeling no particular sentiment about Shinobu invoking Muzan's name. "Muzan? What is that? Is chatting more important? Do you know who I am?" "The former Hashira, Uchiha Oben." "Am I called Uchiha Oben? I thought I was Wanluin." Wait, Tanjiro? Who is that? Inosuke? And who is he?" At this moment, a multitude of memories surged into Wanluin's mind, causing his IQ of 65 to momentarily falter. At that juncture, Wanluin ceased speaking, his eyes becoming vacant. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Oben finally regained his senses. "Oh, yes, I am Uchiha Oben. Muzan Kabutsuji, you shall perish," Oben declared through gritted teeth. As for curses, once a demon appeared who regained their memory, it would exceed Muzan's control, allowing the demon to break free from the curse. However, at this moment, Oben could only recall the name Uchiha Oben, entirely forgetting the name Hakuban. "I apologize," Uchiha Oben said. "Initially, I was pierced through by Kokushibo and lost consciousness. I surmised that it was then that Muzan transformed me into a demon." As he spoke, he touched his eyes, using his will to erase all traces of Upper Moon 1, restoring his original starry gaze. Chapter 66. The Fall of the Four Demons, Overcoming Sunlight. Blood Demon Art. Array of fish scales. The figure of Tamayo moved with astonishing speed and elusiveness, rendering Michiro incapable of clearly perceiving his movements. The Breath of Mist. Seventh form, Haze. He was compelled to unleash his ultimate technique, evading Tamayo's onslaught to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, Jinya had consumed a small portion of Tamayo's flesh and clashed with him directly, yet he could not seize Tamayo. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Tamayo's indistinct figure was suddenly grasped by the neck, and neither party could discern the assailant's movements. As Michiro focused, he was stunned to discover that the individual before him was none other than the deceased former Hashira, Uchiha Oben. Tamayo was equally astonished, unable to fathom why Lord Wanluin would seize him. Lord Wanluin. Tamayo trembled, sensing the disarray. I am not Wanluin. I am Uchiha Oben. Oben narrowed his eyes. With a firm grip, he crushed Tamayo's neck. Tamayo's body collapsed to the ground, his head instantaneously regenerating. Warily regarding Oben, he attempted to employ his blood demon art to flee, yet Oben would not grant him that favor. The Breath of Night, first form, Night of 1,000 Stars. In an instant, Tamayo's head fell to the ground, his body gradually disintegrating into ashes, even before he could utter a final word. Tamayo was dead. Glancing at Michiro and Jinya, he signaled that he would explain matters later, as he set out to eliminate other demons. Michiro nodded vacantly, appearing rather endearing. Jinya nodded in a dazed manner, his expression rather fierce. Whoosh! A flurry of fiery blades shot towards the three and the demon. The Breath of Thunder, first form, Thunderclap. The Dance of the Flame God, fourth form, Illusory Sunbow. The Breath of Beasts, seventh form, Spatial Awareness. The three executed their sword techniques, narrowly escaping the fiery blades. Nezuko could only dodge, sustaining a wound that exposed more of her attire. As 40 blades returned, Kinyen prepared to deliver a final blow to the four adversaries. Takamagara. A figure charged in from the distance, shouting. A multitude of black blades surged towards Kinyen. Kinyen's pupils constricted into pinpoints. Why would Lord Wanluin attack me? Yet he could not comprehend, as his head was severed, falling to the ground and turning to ash. Kinyen was dead. The three swordsmen stared blankly at Oben. Master. You, Tanjiro began. Nezuko dashed towards Oben, transforming into an octopus and wrapping tightly around him. Though Nezuko usually enjoyed playful banter with Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu, she was evidently far more excited upon encountering Oben, a fellow being. We shall discuss matters later. You all take a moment to rest, Oben instructed the trio and Nezuko. All right, Tanjiro trembled in response. One desired to coax Nezuko down, yet she clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Zenitsu gazed at one, his face betraying an unreserved blend of jealousy and envy, though devoid of hatred. With a sense of resignation, one could only lead his cephalopod companion into battle against the demons. Alas, the trio collapsed helplessly to the ground, utterly incapable of contending with the blood-drenched shadow of the blood demon. Keek keek, perish in my most formidable state, the blood demon sneered ominously. Night breathing. Third form, Night Star Rush. In an instant, the blood demon's sanguine magic was shattered. He had not even uttered a sound before his body was rent asunder, silenced forever. The blood demon was dead. The master gazed in disbelief at the familiar visage, when glanced at his companions, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he shook off the octopus, saying he would explain later, and proceeded to haunt the Hantengu. The master also mentioned the wandering little mountain. He hurriedly added, when cast a sidelong glance at him, I am the wandering one. The three, still in a daze, continued their search for the Hantengu. Flame-breathing, ninth form, Purgatory. Kayajiro once again severed the head of the upper moon, Hantengu. Yet, the Hantengu restored itself once more, causing discomfort to the two. Since it can regenerate its head, let us obliterate its entire form. Night-breathing, final form, Midnight Full Moon Star, no star manifest. Kayajiro stared in shock at the figure that suddenly appeared beside him. Was it Nezuko? No. Senpai. Hantengu too was taken aback, exclaiming, why would Lord Wandering attack me? The Hantengu's body was obliterated, leaving no trace. However, dawn broke. Another hidden effect of night breathing was its ability to deceive all with its illusions. Flames engulfed the forms of Nezuko and Wan. Kayajiro's eyes widened as he beheld the two figures. Senpai has also transformed into a demon. Yet, in the next moment, Nezuko and Wen's bodies astonishingly reconfigured themselves. The two demons overcame the sunlight. When looked at his own form, a smile gracing his face, his figure vanished in an instant. Finding the timid clone of Hantengu, seizing it firmly in his grasp. I have a message for Muzan Kabutsuji, Wen said slowly to Hantengu, fully aware that Muzan was monitoring this moment. Nezuko and I have triumphed over the sunlight. simultaneously breaking the curse. All along, you, as the rats hiding in the shadows, have caused unnecessary casualties among our ranks. Now, your long-standing objective has been achieved by us. Your current goal should have shifted from the blue spider lily to the two of us, should it not? I grant you 30 seconds, if you remain silent. I shall slay Nezuko and take my own life. Believe in my resolve. 30. A dozen individuals had located the two demons, witnessing the bizarre spectacle. 2. Stop. The hand Tengu in Wen's grasp suddenly transformed in demeanor, addressing him. A faint smile graced Wen's lips. I give you 2 months, after which you shall summon Nakheim to this place, transporting everyone here to Infinity Castle for our decisive battle. I shall personally end your life. Wen proclaimed, leaving no room for refusal. Subsequently, regardless of Muzan's ensuing actions, he thrust Han Tengu into the sunlight. Han Tengu was dead. Chapter 67. Muzan's preparations. Infinity Castle. Muzan seethed with anger as he contemplated the message returned by Wen. That scoundrel had betrayed him at a critical juncture. He had nearly jeopardized his entire foundation. Though he did not regard Han Tengu and the other 3 upper moons as particularly significant, he genuinely felt pained. A sharp pang of anguish gripped him. He could not fathom how a demon he had casually created and one he had longed for had both escaped his control, also overcoming the sunlight. Yet, this demon king still feared the sun. Did he not care for his own dignity? This was intolerable. Yet what could he do? He was equally distressed. Currently, his high-end combatants consisted solely of Kokushibo, Akaza, Nakheim, and Kaigaku. Moreover, Akaza and Nakheim combined would struggle against Tamayo. Kokushibo could likely defeat 6 Hashira, while Akaza could manage 4. Nakheim, being a support type, would find it arduous to contend with even 2 Hashira. Kaigaku was even less capable, barely faring against a single Hashira. However, how many Hashira were there in the Demon Slayer Corps? 11, excluding Uchiha 1. Adding various cultivators and their small teams, there could be around 16 or 17 Hashira. Although he could potentially defeat about 7 or 8, he must confront Wen personally, for Wen could vanquish Kokushibo. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent. He had to engage them in battle 2 months hence. Tom was not on his side. He saw no hint of hesitation in Wen's eyes. If he did not confront them, the 2 demons would undoubtedly perish at Wen's hands. He was uncertain when they might meet their end. Losing them would diminish his chances of overcoming the sunlight. Nonetheless, he had granted himself a precise time frame, which held its advantages. He could expedite his transformation. Kokushibo. Muzan bellowed. Here. Kokushibo materialized instantly. The other 3 upper moons followed suit. You shall remain one of the upper moons. Has the wandering one been slain? That cannot be. Kokushibo questioned, perplexed. He betrayed us, Muzan replied with a sidelong glance. Kokushibo was once again taken aback. Why? Muzan regarded him again, explaining. In a critical moment, he was stimulated, regained his memories, and subsequently eliminated Han Tengu, Tamayo, Kinyin, and Blood Shadow. Kokushibo fell silent. Akaza, you are upper moon 2. Yes, Lord Muzan. Nakheim, you are upper moon 3. Yes, Lord Muzan. Kaigaku, you are upper moon 4. Yes, Lord Muzan. Muzan pondered for a moment before extending his veins, injecting Akaza and Nakheim with his blood. He dared not infuse Kokushibo and Kaigaku, for their bodies had reached their zenith and could no longer endure additional blood. Kokushibo and Kaigaku understood this and remained silent. After some time, Akaza and Nakheim emerged from their agony. Nakheim, procure a few more formidable demons. Muzan began to forcibly create more upper moons. Yes, Lord Muzan. Soon, several demons arrived at Infinity Castle, gazing around in awe at the unfamiliar surroundings. Muzan directly extended his veins into their bodies, injecting copious amounts of blood to enhance their strength. 2 demons managed to endure. Huan Mudi, you shall become upper moon 5. Goetsu, you shall become upper moon 6. Yes, Lord Kabutsuji. The 2 demons no longer wished to endure the soul-crushing pain, obediently kneeling before Muzan. Muzan departed. Kokushibo regarded the 2 demons. What are your blood demon arts? This was Kokushibo's second favorite inquiry since becoming a demon, the first being his pursuit of strength or objectives. Huan Mudi gazed at the towering Kokushibo before him, fear coursing through him. He now felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, yet stood so diminutive before such might. My blood demon art revolves around illusions. The blood demon arts are boundless, capable of ensnaring an enemy's consciousness in an otherworldly realm, rendering them unable to find their way back. However, their efficacy diminishes against particularly formidable foes. The blood demon art, reincarnation, allows adversaries to experience an ephemeral carousel of existence, leading their bodies to erroneously perceive their own demise. The remaining abilities pertain to mental assaults, as humbly articulated by the character. Kokushibo then turned his gaze towards the enigmatic figure. My lord, My power lies in summoning various monsters, the figure promptly responded. You two bear a resemblance to him, Kokushibo remarked. Who? The figure inquired with curiosity. Kokushibo cast a sidelong glance before cleaving him in twain with a single stroke. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Understood. In Chapter 68, preparations of the Demon Slayer Corps commenced. 2 days later, Yosei convened an emergency meeting of the Hashira. This time, 11 Hashira, including Waka, Sanemi, and Rengoku, were in attendance. The meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, for although Waka had conquered his aversion to sunlight, he was still considerably less resilient than Nezuko and would suffer discomfort under its rays, particularly during midday. 13 individuals, 1 demon, sat within the confines of the room. Gazing upon the ailing Yosei, who was gravely ill, his vision obscured, and even uttering a few words induced a fit of coughing. Consequently, Waka assumed the role of moderator for this assembly, a decision made with Yosei's consent. Yosei held immense trust in Waka, even after his transformation into a demon. Notably, Waka possessed intelligence that eclipsed that of the Demon Slayer Corps. The focus of this meeting was the impending confrontation set for 2 months hence. Waka spoke in a measured tone. Having spent a considerable time as an Upper Moon demon in Muzan's presence, I am intimately acquainted with all of the Upper Moons. However, I implore you not to harbor doubts regarding my character due to my demonic status, despite my past as an Upper Moon. Very well, the Hashira replied in unison. Allow me to introduce the remaining demons under Muzan's command. The first of the Upper Moons is Kokushibo, who wields the moon breathing technique. I shall demonstrate shortly. His blood demon art enables him to evolve, requiring a minimum of 6 Hashira to confront him. The second Upper Moon is Akaza, whose information you are all well aware of. Muzan is the demon responsible for the creation of Infinity Castle, and his blood demon art allows him to manipulate the castle and launch attacks through the sound of his instrument. Then there is Daki. Waka glanced at Sanemi, cautioning, do not become overly agitated. Sanemi appeared crestfallen. He employs thunder breathing, and his blood demon art enhances it. That is the gist of it. Muzan will undoubtedly confront me personally, as I possess the capability to defeat Kokushibo. Should he fail to engage me, no demon will be able to halt my slaughter. Thus, our primary objective remains the protection of Nezuko. Unlike my strength, she has merely overcome her aversion to sunlight, necessitating her concealment from Muzan's grasp. Waka had much to convey, and the assembly absorbed his every word, including matters concerning the markings. However, he cautioned against awakening the marks, as they would incur a reduction in lifespan. Ultimately, he demonstrated the initial 6 forms of moon breathing, stating that he could only discuss the latter 10 forms. He then inquired about the whereabouts of Tamayo before departing to seek her out. Upon knocking on the door of Tamayo's new abode, it was promptly opened by her. Upon beholding the familiar visage, her expression transitioned from confusion to astonishment, then to fear, pale incredulity gracing her features, a remarkable display of emotion. Sir, is that truly you? Tamayo stammered, realizing Waka had transformed into a demon. I shall explain everything shortly. I cannot remain standing at your door, can I? Waka chuckled. Oh. Waka elucidated the recent events, and Tamayo's understanding crystallized, allowing all the pieces to coalesce. Waka also drew 2 vials of his blood, administering them to Tamayo and Yashiro, enabling both demons to withstand sunlight. Yet, their resilience was inferior to Waka's. Although they would not perish under sunlight, they would still experience discomfort, which, for the 2 demons, was merely a trivial matter. During this period, Tamayo had been diligently researching a remedy against Muzan, yielding promising results. The 2 demons were elated. Waka proposed that they relocate to the Butterfly Mansion, wishing for them to collaborate with the Butterfly Sisters on their research. After a moment of contemplation, Tamayo resolved to investigate first before making any decisions. In the Swordsmith village, over 100 inhabitants had evacuated, for in 2 months, Muzan would arrive, necessitating their departure. Yet, nostalgia was scarce, as relocating was commonplace for them. Due to the village's unique circumstances, it frequently fell prey to demonic assaults. Even though the Demon Slayer Corps had provided robust protection, this matter was overseen by Waka. The Demon Slayer Corps across the lands found themselves in a state of heightened tension, as the activities of demons had reached an unprecedented zenith over the past few centuries, with multiple incidents of malevolent demons inflicting harm occurring almost daily. Those with time to spare, particularly the more formidable members, commenced relentless training, all to ensure they could contribute meaningfully in the forthcoming decisive battle. All trainers ceased taking apprentices, redirecting their focus towards self-improvement. Ultimately, selections were halted. This time, the Demon Slayer Corps adopted a philosophy of success or perish, leaving no room for retreat. In Chapter 69, the training of the trio proved remarkably effective, their strength nearing that of the Hashira. The three swordsmen were nearly as powerful as the Hashira themselves, while the A-rank members could contend with lower moons in combat. All preparations were aimed at the impending battle within Infinity Castle. 2 months later, in the Swordsmith Village, the Hashira, Waka, all A-rank members, and Sanemi convened. Nezuko was absent, residing at their lord's estate, while the trainers safeguarded their security, with the exception of Sanemi, who sought vengeance against Jutaro. Before them stood Muzan. Muzan, transport us to Infinity Castle, Waka stated with an even tone. Very well, Muzan replied. Before them, a wooden door materialized beneath the feet of all, and they entered Infinity Castle. At this juncture, the less formidable members, along with Tamayo and Yashiro, arrived to await the castle's destruction. Within Infinity Castle, the Hashira, Gyomii, Machiro, Sanemi, Tenjin, Kane, Shinobu, and Jinya confronted Kokushibo, their spirits weighed down by his formidable presence. Kokushibo regarded the 7 before him with indifference, dismissing even the Hashira's markings and transparent world as unworthy of his attention. His gaze lingered on Machiro for a fleeting moment. Is this individual my descendant? He bears a striking resemblance. However, I cannot be certain. Let us observe his capabilities. Kokushibo mused. First form of moon breathing, dark moon, evening palace. Akaza, eyeing the water Hashira Ju, the flame Hashira Kyajiro, the sun Hashira Tanjiro, Inasuk, and Kanaho with disdain, scoffed. Humph, aside from that Hashira with the eyes. The rest are not worth my consideration. The arrogant Akaza remarked, his gaze falling upon Kanaho. A woman? How troublesome. However, I must heed Lord Muzan's command. The technique unfolded. Invoking the destructive killing needles, transparent method. Muzan, with his head bowed, did not glance at the serpent Hashira Abanai and the love Hashira Mitsuri, merely plucking the strings of his instrument in silence, altering the spatial dynamics within Infinity Castle to keep them at bay while employing the melody as a means of attack. Koyama, Zenitsu, and Kanamori glared fiercely at the figure before them. Kagaya. Kagaya, you despicable wretch, may you rot in hell. Kanamori seethed with fury. Oh, pray tell. How amusing do you find the notion of a disciple slaying their master? Kagaya mocked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Zenitsu, brimming with rage, shouted. Do you have any idea how close you came to bringing death to my grandfather? Humph, you pitiful fool. I have no interest in those who disdain themselves. The thought that I would apologize or repent is nothing but a vain delusion. You, a mere practitioner of the first form of thunder breathing, are utterly worthless. If I am a mere practitioner of the first form, then you, Kagaya, are nothing but trash incapable of mastering even that. This was the first time Zenitsu directly addressed Kagaya by name. What did you say? Kagaya, having transformed not long ago, was easily provoked by Zenitsu's words. While I may not be a disciple of Kanamori-sensei, I too wield thunder breathing. I find no merit in employing the same techniques as you. So I might as well end your life swiftly. Koyama continued to incite Kagaya's wrath. Damn it all. Second form of thunder breathing, thunderclap. Muzan observed the scene with a glint of desire and madness in his eyes, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Illusory End, attack him. At this moment, Muzan was unaware that the Illusory End was immune to illusions. Blood Demon Art, boundless. The Illusory End, compelled to obey, unleashed an illusion upon Zenitsu. Humph. You dare to play tricks before me? Zenitsu cast a sidelong glance at the Illusory End. With a mental assault, he sent the Illusory End flying. Illusory End, eliminated. Blood Demon Art, void insects. A swarm of grotesque insects scuttled towards another target. The target, unable to evade, was swiftly devoured. Target, eliminated. Muzan's smile grew increasingly deranged. The more powerful Zenitsu became, the stronger he would be after devouring him. As for the Illusory End and the target, what were they? They were of no significance compared to my Zenitsu. All A-class members, along with previous bystanders, were engaged in slaying the demons within Infinity Castle. Chapter 70, 1 against 7. Fourth form of mist breathing, scattered mist slash. Although Machiro's speed was remarkable, this technique could reach almost any foe. However, Kokushibo effortlessly evaded it. Excellent, the transparent world. Though Kokushibo held disdain for swordsmen lacking patterns and transparency, he dared not underestimate the number of foes before him. Suddenly, a powerful gust surged from behind. Kokushibo turned to block, only to find a towering swordsman, over 2 meters tall. Through the transparent world, he observed the structure of the being before him and exclaimed, "A person who has refined their body to the utmost? Truly a once-in-a-century encounter. Among the swordsmen I have faced, aside from those 2, I shall deem you the strongest." Hearing Kokushibo's words, Kanamori remained unfazed. To your left, Kokushibo's expression tightened. In near-instant succession, he thrust out 2 blades, parrying the attacks. Upon inspection, he noted that his assailants were a pair of strikingly similar sisters, though one was lacking in physical prowess. Stealing a glance at Michiru, he mused, "Indeed, my descendant." At that moment, two more threats emerged. First form of sound breathing, roar. First form of wind breathing, dust whirlwind slash. "Humph, such feeble attacks cannot harm me," Kokushibo remarked. Second form of moon breathing, pearl blossoms in the moonlight. Effortlessly, he blocked their combined onslaught, unexpectedly noticing a scarred individual with white hair. "Your strength is formidable. Among the Hashira I have encountered, you rank as a strong contender," Mitsuri observed Kokushibo, drawing her blade across her skin, causing him to momentarily lose focus due to the sudden fragrant aroma, though he quickly regained his composure. "The rarest of blood? Interesting." Another two gusts approached from behind. Third form of flower breathing, flashing brilliant blossom. Second form of insect breathing, butterfly dance, mockery. Kokushibo stepped forward, evading the attack. Though a few strands of his hair were severed, yet he paid it no mind. Fifth form of mist breathing, sea of mist clouds. First form of rock breathing, serpent pattern rock duality. Sixth form of flower breathing, spiral peach. Insect breathing, centipede dance, swarming serpent. Mitsuri and Tenjin held their ground, remaining vigilant rather than attacking. Jiomei, spotting the fallen hair of Kokushibo, consumed it with glee. Fifth form of moon breathing, lunar catastrophe. Observing enemies approaching from four directions, Kokushibo smirked disdainfully. Such attacks could barely scratch his defenses. He easily deflected the strike, noticing that one of those consuming his hair bore a striking resemblance to the white-haired individual, sparking his curiosity. Fourth form of moon breathing, black eclipsing moon catastrophe. He directed an assault towards the peculiar figure. "Brother," Mitsuri cried out. For despite their frequent bickering and harsh words, she wished to prevent Jiomei from following in her footsteps. Kokushibo effortlessly bisected Jiomei, only to discover his body was regenerating. After a moment of contemplation, he realized, "Ah, so you are the flesh-eating demon I fought a century ago. No wonder." Kokushibo pondered. "I must admit, this generation of demon slayers truly astonishes me. It is a period brimming with talent." He glanced at the two female Hashira, puzzled, for while others possessed unique traits, they seemed entirely devoid of any. Even the second strongest brawny man boasted an immunity to toxins. Suddenly, he recalled that Wanloan had once mentioned feeling inexplicably lenient towards a female Hashira. Kokushibo had even scoured through Muzan's memories, discovering that the weakest female Hashira before him was indeed that very person. Jealousy stirred within him for reasons he could not comprehend. His grip on his weapon tightened involuntarily. Sixth form of moon breathing, long night, solitary moon, unbroken. Third form of rock breathing, rock skin. Third form of sound breathing, rounds of amber verses. The two managed to parry the strike. "Do not lose focus." Understood. Chapter 71. Extra chapter, Kokushibo. I shall create a world with Zenitsu. In a parallel world, Kokushibo stood, stunned, before the corpse of Zenitsu. In this parallel realm, Zenitsu had been slain by Muzan. An inexplicable fury surged from the depths of his heart. Muzan's expression shifted as he sensed his control over Kokushibo waning. In an instant, Kokushibo had seemingly broken free from his curse. Blood demon art, black blood thorn. He aimed to eliminate the traitor Kokushibo directly. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing Kokushibo's body. Instantly, he felt as though time had halted around him. Ding! The largest grudge in the world has manifested. The strongest Uchiha system has awakened. Would you like to bind the system? Uchiha. You are Uchiha, Kokushibo exclaimed. Ding! I am the system. A system? What is this? Kokushibo cast aside all wariness, his mind consumed solely by the notion of Uchiha. The system, a nearly omnipotent existence, can grant you everything. Could you resurrect me? Ding! The system can accomplish anything, as long as you bind with me. Quick, bind! Kokushibo shouted. Ding! The most powerful Uchiha system has been bound. Reward, a novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Ding! Reward, 3 pairs of system version Rinnegan and Infinite Chakra. Would you like to accept? Rinnegan? Chakra? What are those? Kokushibo inquired, perplexed. They are the eyes that grant you the power to resurrect. Chakra is the key to utilizing the Rinnegan. Claim it. Kokushibo urged impatiently. Ding! 3 pairs of Rinnegan have been claimed. The method of use will be automatically transmitted to the host's mind. Kokushibo felt a plethora of memories suddenly flood his mind, and his 6 eyes transformed into a mesmerizing shade of purple. Furthermore, his physical prowess had dramatically enhanced. He could even effortlessly defeat Yurichi Tsujikone. Indeed, this system did not deceive me. Ding! Mission issued. Eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan? The murderer of one must perish. Kokushibo declared fiercely. At that moment, time resumed its normal flow, and Muzan stared, bewildered, at Kokushibo, whose eyes had unexpectedly turned purple. In an instant, Kokushibo launched himself at Muzan, who widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Kokushibo spoke. Kabutsuji Muzan. A sack of rice must bear the pain, feel the suffering. A sack of rice must ponder the pain, contemplate the suffering. A sack of rice must accept too much, embrace the suffering. A sack of rice, I shall cleanse, understand the suffering. A sack of rice. I have washed so much mud, those who do not comprehend pain. And that pile of black tiles, cracked, cannot grasp true peace. Each grain is tainted, now it begins. Who bestowed upon you a sack of rice? Let the world feel the agony. Searing heaven's forest, Shinra Tensei. Muzan felt excruciating pain rip through his body. As he was forcefully propelled away and reduced to mere dust, Kokushibo glanced at one's corpse, which he had deliberately protected. The system version Rinnegan technique was born. Meanwhile, far in the Pure Land, one felt himself regaining vitality and couldn't help but wonder. After his demise, Nezuko had also perished, and all his memories returned. Soon, he sensed something within his body. What is happening? One stared blankly at his form. Looking forward, his eyes widened. This is the Rinnegan. Kokushibo actually possesses Rinnegan. And it's 3 pairs. I have created a world with one. Kokushibo murmured. Obito? Is that you? Obito? Kokushibo clarified everything to one. One was speechless. Chapter 72, the conclusion. One sensed the mythical mark, contemplated briefly, and resolved to head towards the location of Shinobu and Mitsuri. For that place is most likely where Nezuko exists. As long as I eliminate Nezuko, the space of this infinite castle will collapse without resistance. Casting a glance back at Muzan, he sprinted towards that direction. Shinobu and Mitsuri, battling Nezuko, felt immense discomfort. Nezuko's blood demon art was exceedingly peculiar, even more so than Shinobu's swordsmanship. Susanu's 4 forms, Breath of the Night's third moon, Night's starry rush. Nezuko gazed in shock at the enormous silhouette approaching. Unable to react before one struck her down with the force of thunder. Shinobu's lips twitched. Damn, an enemy I struggled against for so long. And you defeat her in a single move? With Nezuko gone, the infinite castle began to tremble, compounded by the chaos caused by dozens of perverts within. Before it collapsed with a resounding crash, expelling all its inhabitants and demons. One sensed the location of Tamayo, stealthily approaching that direction, but not too close. He aimed to keep Muzan occupied, hoping Tamayo could find an opportunity to inject poison. Tamayo seized a chance and successfully administered the poison into Muzan's body. Muzan exclaimed, "Are you targeting me?" With the poison coursing through him, Muzan's strength plummeted, rendering him incapable of contending with one. Seizing another opportunity, one approached Kokushibo, Akaza, and the other demons, uniting with everyone to eliminate them. Muzan was left utterly isolated. The group began to target Kabutsuji Muzan. If Muzan couldn't defeat one, how could he possibly overcome so many? His 5 brains and 7 hearts were consecutively destroyed, and even he felt powerless. Fixated on one, he blamed him. Taking advantage of one's moment of distraction, he extended a blood vessel and pierced one's body. This time, the blood injected carried not a curse, but his will. He believed one could not withstand the formidable will he had honed over a millennium. Even in death, he wished to drag everyone down to hell with him. And then Muzan perished. Nezuko felt immense joy, as this demon blood significantly enhanced his soul. He easily suppressed one's consciousness, gaining control over this body. He could even activate the complete form of Susanoo. These individuals stood no chance against Nezuko's overwhelming power. All were swiftly defeated. Nezuko frowned as he surveyed this body. A true nuisance, for this body possessed no inclination to kill. Nevertheless, it was a relief. It had been resurrected. One now felt as though he were trapped within a cage. While he could perceive the external circumstances, he was entirely unable to control his body. Gazing at the imposing figure beside him, he surmised that this must be the entity controlling his form. Yet, he was powerless. Observing his diminutive consciousness and then the vast consciousness before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, a key-like object suddenly appeared in his consciousness. He couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Suddenly, the key erupted with a brilliant light, shattering the cage surrounding his consciousness. The entity controlling his body widened its eyes in shock, astonished at one's escape. The key radiated light once more, and the consciousness before him was torn into fragments. Do not approach. Do not come near. Please stay away. One glared furiously at the consciousness, obliterating it into dust. As he dismantled this consciousness, all his memories surged back. However, he still regarded himself as Uchiha One. So what then is this key? A figure materialized within the key. Good heavens, it was the driver who had previously sent him through time. He elucidated various matters, claiming to be a primordial first-tier powerhouse or something to that effect, but one could hardly comprehend. In any case, It was about being dissatisfied with the original Demon Slayer narrative and selecting a fortunate one, a guinea pig, to traverse. He even provided two options: return to reality or remain in the Demon Slayer world. Good heavens, I am already Uchiha 1. What need have I for reality? In the Demon Slayer world, I have a wife. Crossed out. Ultimately, he chose to remain in the Demon Slayer realm, regaining control of his own body. He rambled on for a bit, and that was that. After some time, Tamayo developed a potion to transform demons back into humans. One, Nezuko, and Tamayo all imbibed it. Yashiro was reluctant to partake in the drink. He wished to preserve Tamayo's beauty eternally within this world. The Demon Slayer Corps had disbanded, and many had discovered their other halves: Tanjiro and Kanoho, Inosuke and Aoi, Zenitsu and Nezuko. After relentless effort, Wind Hashira managed to win Kanae's heart. Kaneo accepted a proposal from Shinobu, while Waku pursued Shinobu with fervor. On an outing, Waku encountered a child named Shadai, whom he brought before Jyomi-ai, clarifying everything. Jyomi-ai forgave Shadai and continued his path as a monk. Ju returned to the Misty Mountains, living alongside his mentor. In summary, it was a time of joy for all. Chapter 72, Slaying the Sound Maiden. Susanu's fourth form. Confronting Muzan, Uchiha Waku was not one to underestimate the situation. 100-meter Susanu erupted, shattering all wooden structures in its vicinity, while Waku's figure descended relentlessly. However, this infinite castle, true to its name, seemed unfathomable, stretching infinitely downward. Muzan smiled faintly, acknowledging the power that was undeniably yours. Behind him, 6 tentacles snapped off and fell to the ground, grotesquely transforming into 6 manifestations of Muzan himself. Go! At Muzan's command, the 6 figures leapt downward, launching an assault on Uchiha Waku. Susanu's fourth form, Night Breathing, Fifth Night, Long Night, Crescent Moon, Starblade, Calamity Wind. Countless blades of wind surged toward the 6 Muzans, yet Muzan was formidable enough to withstand the onslaught. One of the Muzans lunged at Waku, extending its tentacles. Clang, clang. The strikes echoed against Susanu, akin to a mere scraping. Waku scoffed dismissively. If you are but a clone, do not presume to challenge me. Susanu's fourth form, Night Breathing. First Night, 10,000 Nights, Starry Moon of Darkness. It seemed to slice through space itself, cleaving the Muzan in two, while numerous crescent and star blades obliterated the remaining parts, rendering the body irreparable. At that moment, a multitude of blood arrows suddenly flew forth. Blood demon art, blood arrows. A Susanu constructed from physical strength ultimately paled in comparison to chakra, proving remarkably fragile. Yet, with a single stroke, Waku made these blood arrows vanish without a trace. So, it is still an offensive technique? Waku pondered. Engaging Muzan would yield no results in the short term. He is the progenitor of demons. My strength is merely comparable to Kokushibo's, ultimately inferior. This implies that my physical prowess does not rival Muzan's. Therefore, I shall first eliminate the Sound Maiden. His body began to resonate with the mythic mark. Iguro Abanai, Kenroji Mitsuri. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against Muzan's attacks. He sensed it. Waku glanced toward a specific location. Is that where it is? Susanu's wings. 3 pairs of white wings unfurled from Susanu's back, resembling an angel. This halted Waku's descent. Night Breathing, Sixth Night. Returning stars of the calamitous mirror. Suddenly ceasing his fall, Waku startled even Muzan. What? This thing can fly? 5 shockwaves surged forth, catching Muzan off guard, shattering all clones. Waku did not linger in battle and charged directly toward the Sound Maiden. Muzan exclaimed, "What? You're flying at such speed." He was utterly unable to keep pace with Waku. Huh. Realizing you cannot defeat me, and now you flee? Wait, what? There's the Sound Maiden. Muzan was taken aback, hastening toward that direction. Soon after, Mitsuri gasped for breath. Iguro, are you alright? Abanai nodded. The enemy before them was exceedingly troublesome. This chilling aura. Suddenly, the arrow on Abanai's neck stirred uneasily, and he sensed it. Susanu's fourth form, Night Breathing, Second Night, Wheel of Night Pearls, Starry Heaven. A boisterous voice resonated. The Sound Maiden gasped in shock, hastily manipulating the infinite castle to extend numerous wooden structures for defense. However, it proved futile as these structures were shattered one by one. Danger. A crimson character seemed to materialize above the Sound Maiden. Flash. The Sound Maiden was directly obliterated. The infinite castle trembled ominously. Chapter 73, Thunder God. Thunder Breathing, First Form, Lightning Flash. X3. 3 figures radiating golden light surged toward Kaigaku. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Kaigaku howled like a madman, wildly swinging his blade. Thunder Breathing, Second Form, Rice Spirit. Black lightning scattered. Yet the 3 figures had already left wounds on him before he could strike. Kaigaku ultimately lashed out at the air in a frenzy. Kaigaku. Allow me to demonstrate this technique. Thunder breathing, 7th form, fire thunder god. Zenitsu fixed his gaze on Kaigaku, drawing his blade. And an abundance of golden lightning erupted around him, akin to the thunder god. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Old man, did you hold back in teaching me this? Kaigaku shouted vehemently. Thunder breathing, 6th form, electric roaring thunder. Yoshiyuki cast a disdainful glance at Kaigaku. TCH, ignorant fool, truly a bothersome one. He then looked at Zenitsu with a face of constipation. You snatched the 7th form. Why are you so fast? In that case, the 8th form is mine. Thunder breathing. 8th form, flying thunder god. Yoshiyuki vanished in an instant, golden light emanating all around. He then reappeared behind Kaigaku like a specter. Thunder breathing, 8th form, flying thunder god. Infinite spiral flash, ascending thunder, preordained transmission, transcending samurai blade slash. Yellow flash's second appearance, serial slashes, golden lightning interwoven, thunder god, celestial thunder, golden ancient, infinite Kirin. Ultimate thunder god slash. Naruto Uzumaki, well done. Truly impressive. Wait, it seems I was already quite skilled? Yoshiyuki drew his blade, and behind him appeared a Kirin, atop which rode a thunder god. With their combined slashes, Zenitsu and Yoshiyuki ravaged Kaigaku's form. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What are fire thunder god and flying thunder god? Old man, did you secretly teach them such powerful techniques? Curse it all. Kaigaku's resentful words echoed. Kaneo silently closed her eyes, a tear escaping the corner. Ultimately, it is my duty to resolve this. Zenitsu, Yoshiyuki, thank you. Thunder breathing. Kaneo placed her hand on the hilt of her blade, while Yoshiyuki perched on a nearby wooden structure, his expression grave. His master often disciplined him at critical moments, honing his unparalleled crisis awareness. At this moment, Kaneo's presence felt a mere breath away from his master. Final form. A torrent of golden light enveloped Kaneo, akin to the thunder god of the heavens. Kaneo abruptly opened her eyes, her sclera now of vivid crimson. This is the blade I have amassed over 60 years. I initially intended to wield it against Kibutsuji Muzan, yet here it is, aimed at you, celestial thunder god. In an instant, her figure vanished, not merely a teleportation, but transcending it entirely. The Nichiren blade in Sakashima's grasp seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming force, and in the next moment, it blazed a fiery crimson. Heavenly blade. Descend into hell, Kagaya? Our bond as master and disciple has come to an end. Kagaya gazed at Sakashima in terror, his mouth opening to plead for mercy. Yet, Sakashima's blade had already pierced through Kagaya. Kagaya fell lifeless. Sakashima slowly descended upon a structure, an insurmountable sorrow enveloping him. Suddenly, the infinite castle began to tremble violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Chapter 74, Complete Form. Kokushibo felt an ominous foreboding. Why were these creatures before him so formidable? They were merely ants. Yet he could not eliminate them swiftly. Just as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the infinite castle crumbled. Kokushibo was transported away. Thinking he could finally take a moment to rest, Kokushibo was abruptly frozen in shock. Before him loomed an enormous entity. He recognized it as Womu's Susanoo, but it was colossal, akin to a mountain, with 3 pairs of wings extending from its back and a long blade reaching skyward. He estimated that this Susanoo stood at a towering height of 200 meters. My goodness, the blade is coming for me. Kokushibo gasped, hastily attempting to leap aside. The long blade of Susanoo descended, its momentum only increasing, surging forward. The strike was unstoppable, cleaving into a mountain ahead. Instantly, the mountain was bisected. When Muzan witnessed this scene, he felt a chill run through him. He considered himself powerful, yet to sever a mountain. Surely even that individual could not achieve such a feat. Blood demon art, blood arrow. He unleashed a few skills symbolically, contemplating how to escape. Akaza felt utterly frustrated. Upon his teleportation, he found himself precariously balanced on a mountain, almost losing his footing. As an upper moon, he could not afford to lose face in such a manner. Once steadied, he spotted a blinding white light. In an instant, Akaza was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. A single strike capable of cleaving a mountain could not be withstood by Akaza's defenses. His body was completely annihilated, leaving no chance for recovery. Akaza fell lifeless. The fully realized Susanoo unleashed the breath of night, the final night of the full moon stars. A lengthy name for a skill, yet its efficacy was extraordinary. Womu's strike, the strongest ever recorded, was sufficient to eradicate anything in its path. As he swung his blade toward the sky, 2 blades of wind, nearly 1,000 meters long, surged toward Kokushibo. My goodness! Kokushibo exclaimed. Moon breathing, 15th form, crescent moon wheel. Symbolically, he countered with a strike, hastily attempting to flee. Who could withstand a 1,000-meter blade of wind? As the wind descended, Kokushibo's offensive was neutralized, and soon after, he too was completely obliterated. Kokushibo fell. Lifeless. A massive crater appeared where he once stood, resembling the creation of a basin. Muzan witnessed the 1,000-meter blade of wind carve out this basin. Even he could not possess such overwhelming power. He murmured to himself. Run, for heaven's sake. Muzan was gripped by terror. This was far beyond what he could withstand. What kind of eyes were these? So powerful. Just as he contemplated exploding, he suddenly felt something piercing into him. Muzan turned, puzzled. Tamayo. Tamayo. As if paralyzed. He felt his life force draining at breakneck speed. Muzan gasped in horror. What the hell? Gritting his teeth, he attempted to ensnare Tamayo with his tendrils. If he was to suffer, then Tamayo would not escape unscathed. Descend into hell, you vile wretch. I am prepared. This drug can diminish your recovery ability, preventing your escape. Muzan gazed into Tamayo's eyes, filled with resentment, and felt an inexplicable tremor within. His gaze then hardened with murderous intent. Tamayo, perish. Chapter 75. The Pillar's Divine Might Cuts Down Muzan. Water breathing, first form, water surface / Just as Tamayo thought her end was near at Muzan's hands, a chilling voice emerged from ahead. Swish. Muzan's tendrils, poised to strike, were severed. Muzan turned to find a man with a distinctive hairstyle, Ju Tomioka, the water pillar. As he prepared to attack, Ju deftly evaded, swiftly pulling Tamayo to safety. Do you all only know how to run? Muzan seethed with rage. About to give chase when he heard a voice from behind. You shall meet your end. Flame breathing, fifth form, flame tiger. Two fire-haired figures charged forth like tigers, Kyojuro Rengoku, the flame pillar, and Shinjiro Rengoku, the flame pillar's father. Muzan's expression shifted. His strength had diminished considerably. Scanning the surroundings for Susanoo, he felt a slight sense of relief. Clearly, this technique could not be maintained indefinitely. Muzan hastily retreated, his blood scattering and transforming into arrows. Blood demon art, blood arrow. The blood arrows shot toward the father and son duo, yet they merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Leave the rest to us. They swiftly vanished. Rock breathing, fifth form, rock wheel execution. An axe and a meteor hammer lunged at him. Mizunoto Akira. Muzan hurriedly raised a hand to defend, resulting in one hand being severed while the other was nearly reduced to pulp. Yet, he could not recover swiftly. Akira tossed the meteor hammer backward, its chain taut as if awaiting someone. Wind breathing, eighth form, initial violent wind slash. A white-haired man, 1 foot on the chain, charged toward Muzan, Kaneo Tsuyuri, the wind pillar. A multitude of spiraling wind blades sliced toward Muzan, inflicting numerous wounds upon his body. At this moment, Muzan's reflexes and core abilities had significantly waned. Enraged, he attempted to pierce this individual with his tendrils from behind. Yet, Tsuyuri grinned, reaching back to catch a flying iron chain. He promptly hurled himself to the left. Though his hand stung, it was far better than being impaled. Let us go, Akira urged, vanishing in a flash. Oh, put me down. Sound breathing, fifth form, sounding strings. Yuzui Tenjin, the sound pillar. A spinning blade soared toward Muzan. Wait, it wasn't TA blade. Insect breathing, dragonfly dance, compound I hexagon. What Yuzui Tenjin had thrown was not a blade, but rather Shinobu Kocho, the insect pillar. What the hell? Muzan was momentarily stunned, only for a blade tip to materialize before him. In an instant, both of Muzan's eyes were pierced, rendering him nearly blind. As Womo would say. This is what you call a slick maneuver? Shinobu smiled, dodging the incoming tendrils and making her escape. In the entire Demon Slayer Corps, it seemed only Akira, Tenjin, and Womu could pull off such audacious moves. Flower breathing, fourth form, red floral attire. Kibutsuji Muzan covered his eyes, yet the sounds behind him persisted. Is it never ending? The flower Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, wielded her blades, reducing the 6 appendages behind Muzan to merely 3. Ugh. At this moment, Muzan was akin to a frenzied beast. His body riddled with wounds. Unable to discern his surroundings, he could only flail his hands aimlessly. Mitsuri swiftly retreated. This lunatic, she scoffed. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the area. Has the fog arisen? Muzan pondered. It must be that group from the Demon Slayer Corps. Before he could finish his thought, a blade sliced into him from behind. Sixth form, moonlit mist. It was Taketu Mwichiru, the mist Hashira. This guy didn't even bother naming his technique. Third form, serpent's nest. The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, utilized the mist to wield his sword in an almost supernatural manner, obscuring Muzan entirely. Swish. Muzan's appendages vanished completely. First form, the shudder of first love. The love Hashira, Kanroji Mitsuri, cried out. Oh! Muzan screamed in terror, realizing he could feel his legs disappearing. Now Muzan, stripped of his appendages, eyes, hands, and legs, possessed nearly no lethal power. But don't forget me, the head, I will claim it. Third form, Night's Stellar Rush. The mightiest Hashira, the Eye Hashira, Uchiha 1. My, how the master thief of the night seems partial. One's right hand, wielding the Nichiren blade, pierced Muzan's body, while his left hand grasped Muzan's throat. Muzan trembled in fear. Kill me, and you shall die too. I am the Demon King. If I perish, none shall survive. One smirked. That is no longer your concern. Chapter 76. The Grief of Muzan. The blade withdrew from Muzan's body, only to turn and sever his neck. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Muzan's sightless eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the excruciating pain in his neck. Why? How could he kill me? Had I not overcome the weakness of my neck? Why? I cannot accept this. Scenes from his childhood began to materialize before him. Young master, it is time for your medicine. Young master, this is the finest doctor in all of Japan. He will surely cure you. Why? Why must I bear all of this? In his memories, after repeated treatments and bitter potions yielding no results, his patience withered away. Why must he endure such suffering? Surely, he was the heir of the Tsujikuni family. He was meant to enjoy the finest that the world had to offer. I, Tsujikuni Yahika, cannot die this way. Young master, there is a doctor. Yahika cast a glance at him, sighing. Hurry up, I have no hope left. He remained uncured. Finally, in a fit of rage, he seized a knife from the table and plunged it into the heart of the despicable doctor before him. Yahika killed the doctor named Otsutsuki Momo. Yet his heart felt no ripple of emotion. But a day later, I feel invigorated. The Blue Horizon flower? Yahika should now be addressed as Kibutsuji Muzan. The legendary flower that bears chakra fruits? Useless. Time and again, you disappoint me. I have been slain. Muzan felt an emptiness within, three figures materializing before him. First, a figure in a red robe wielding a Nichiren blade, a long-haired swordsman. 13th form, Sunlight. He fought desperately to escape. The second figure was the one he desired most in his life, Uchiha 1. Takuma Jiehara, the myth of Susanoo, the breath of stars, the breath of the moon, the breath of night, shadow of the blade, foresight of the future, overcoming sunlight. These are all that I yearn for. Yet, he had received none of them. If only I had learned the moon breathing from Kokushibo, I surely wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. Uchiha 1. He now killed himself. The third figure. Otsutsuki Momo. Wait, why does Uchiha 1 resemble Otsutsuki Momo so closely? Why? No, it is not merely similar. It's identical. Why? Why did he not perceive it sooner? This reeks of conspiracy. He had prided himself as a perfect being, only to find himself a mere pawn. Is this what humans refer to as a revolving lantern? I am dying. The self-proclaimed undying perfect being, Kibutsuji Muzan, ultimately met his demise. Even in death, I shall ensure my will endures. A demon unafraid of sunlight. The second Demon King, Uchiha 1. Muzan expended his final vestige of strength, silently extending his blood vessels into Wen's body, pouring all of himself into him. His blood, his will, his hatred, and his memories. Uchiha 1. The perfect being, transcending my pitiful pawn, Tsujikuni Yahika. Kibutsuji Muzan has perished. Chapter 77. Zero Reeds arrives, Zero Reeds vanishes. Zero Reeds felt immense joy, for the blood of these demons had significantly magnified his soul. Uchiha 1 suddenly found himself in a pitch-black realm. Before him stood a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Who are you? I am Zero Reeds. Uchiha 1's vision dimmed. As Zero Reeds seized control of his body, Wen now felt as though he were confined within a cage. Though he could perceive the external circumstances, he was utterly unable to command his own body. Gazing at the formidable presence beside him, he surmised it was this entity controlling him. Yet, he possessed no means to resist. Observing his diminutive consciousness against the backdrop of this immense awareness, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, a key-like object materialized in his hand. What is this? One wondered. Suddenly, this key erupted with a blinding light, shattering the cage that enveloped his consciousness. The entity controlling his body stared at him in shock, seemingly astonished that one had broken free. Wait, why? How do you possess such a treasure? Why do you have an ancestral artifact? This is impossible. You clearly lack. The key emitted another burst of light, tearing the entity before him into fragments. Do not come near. Do not come near. Stay away from me. One, filled with fury, watched as he obliterated the entity. In that moment of destruction, all his memories resurfaced. Yet, he still regarded himself as Uchiha 1. So what is this key? The key before him revealed a figure. Goodness. It was the driver who had sent him through time before. You? Wen tilted his head. Oh, it's nothing. Just call me Ache. Ache. To make a long story short, I was dissatisfied with Demon Slayer, very dissatisfied. Is it still called Demon Slayer with just one Hashira left? Thus, I have brought you here. Well, I am the initial deity, which can be understood as the first tier of the ancestral level. As for what lies beyond that, Let us just say it involves the spirit and the sky, and you need not delve into those intricacies. Now, I present you with 3 choices. Depart from this place and return to your original world. Remain here and spend your life with your little wife. Wen's face flushed slightly at the thought. Or traverse to other worlds. Heh, of course, staying here is the preferred option, Wen scoffed. Very well, I shall take my leave. Whoosh. Ache transformed into a beam of light and departed. Wen reclaimed his own body. I am unscathed, Uchiha Wen remarked nonchalantly. Everything has concluded. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement, embracing one another. The other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who arrived a bit late, were also filled with joy upon hearing the news. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, this trio of close friends, joyfully embraced one another. Koyama, with a flushed face, cast a furtive glance at Lindsay, who he noticed was also secretly watching him. His face turned even redder when observed this scene. A smile curling at the corner of his mouth, a traditional skill. No one had perished, only some sustained injuries. Oh, Murata merely fractured a small pinky finger. The achievement of a world where only Murata was injured had been attained. Yose's curse miraculously lifted, as the violet scars on his face gradually faded, and his chaotic eyes began to regain clarity. The curse vanished. All demons in the world disappeared, except for 4, Uchiha Wen, Tanjiro Kamado, Tamayo, and Yashiro. Chapter 78, Remastered Grand Finale. After some time, Tamayo finally developed a potion that transformed demons back into humans. Wen, Nezuko, and Tamayo all consumed it, finally becoming human. Yashiro was reluctant to drink. Then do not, Wen replied. On the day they became human, Wen sought out Tanjiro. Sigh, Master, is there something you need? Wen stared intensely at him. Kanaho is a good girl. Huh. Without further ado, Tanjiro was soundly beaten by Wen and sent to the Butterfly Mansion. He successfully wooed Kanaho. Inosuke, however, posed a challenge. Let things unfold naturally. As for Zenitsu and Nezuko, Wen helplessly gazed at Zenitsu, who was nearly melding into Nezuko's body. Sigh. Wen brother was inexplicably drawn to the Butterfly Mansion, believing he was hiding his infatuation for Kanaho well, yet everyone was aware, including Wen. He sought out Shinobu daily, unbothered by everyone knowing his affections. In a moment of reflection, the hesitant Kanabane, encouraged by Wen, finally removed the bandages from her mouth for the first time. She found Mitsuri and was about to confess her feelings when Mitsuri beat her to it. Mr. Ahei, I like you. As for Koyama and Lindsay, it has happened. Ju suddenly appeared lost, unsure of what to do. He then sought out his master. While Wen and Shinobu were out shopping, they unexpectedly encountered a girl named Shadoi. Wen introduced her to Jyomi-ai, explaining everything. And then Jyomi-ai became a monk again. Wen pondered the purpose of chanting scriptures and striking the wooden fish daily. However, Jyomi-ai seemed to have become the leader of that temple, commanding respect from all. Michiro too was in a state of confusion. Yose brought Michiro to his side, alongside Kariya, hoping for his improvement. Tenjin returned to his little house, living a carefree life with his 3 wives. Kayajuro and Shinjuro opened a gym, though business was poor. Who would want to work out next to 2 little sons shouting encouragement? Yet, they were not short on funds. It was merely a hobby. The street where the Shinjuro family resided became the liveliest. In essence, everyone was doing well. The Demon Slayer Corps disbanded, and they primarily engaged in commerce. Producing wisteria tea and wisteria fragrances came naturally. The swordsmith village no longer forged swords but shifted to producing kitchen knives, sickles, hoes, axes, and pickaxes. Their craftsmanship was unparalleled throughout Japan, earning them much acclaim. After an indeterminate period, Uchiha Wen and Shinobu were wed. Wind Brother and Kanaho, Kanabane and Mitsuri. Tanjiro and Kanaho, Inosuke and Aoi Kenzaki, Zenitsu and Nezuko, Koyama and Lindsay all followed suit. The new generation, including Uchiha Kawa, male, Ehei Toma, male, Shinazugawa Nanami, female, Tanjiro Yuro, female, Mitsuri Kanroji, female, Kaneo Tsuyuri, male, Shirakawa Izuna, male, and Shirakawa Izumi, female, made their appearances one by one. Koyama's surname is Shirakawa. The name Shirakawa Izuna sparked endless musings within Wen. Izuna, it reminded him of his own ancestors. Damn it. 10 years later. Wow, a single Tomo Sharingan. Wen stared in astonishment at his son, Uchiha Kawa. At that moment, a Tomo slowly spun within Uchiha Kawa's eye. This cannot be. Wen felt a surge of anxiety. Could his descendants truly possess the Sharingan? He feared his offspring would be sliced apart. Alarmed, Wen hastily gathered all his strength to seal Uchiha Kawa's Sharingan. The descendants shall never awaken the Sharingan. He was terrified. Such a power was not meant for the ordinary. In modern times, this is the era of the new generation. Wen smiled faintly, glancing at Kariya beside him. Hey, little Bai, you must not bully your sister. Wen glared furiously at his great-grandson, Uchiha Bai. Grandsons are nothing compared to granddaughters. Extra 1, Koyo Yoichi. Uchiha Wen stretched his body and gazed at the portal before him, narrowing his eyes. The purpose of the portal appeared in Uchiha Wen's mind. It would transport him to the Warring States period. Uchiha Wen understood that the Warring States era represented the pinnacle of the Demon Slayer universe, the age of Koyo Yoichi. The key in his hand was precisely what activated the portal. Was it Ache's doing? Perhaps it is for the best, as I wish to comprehend Koyo Yoichi's strength. Uchiha Wen checked the blade at his waist, then steeled his expression and slowly stepped into the portal. Within a bamboo forest, 3 figures stood solemnly. On one side was a handsome man accompanied by a beautiful woman whose eyes burned with fury. They were none other than Muzan Kibutsuji and his subordinate, Tamayo. On the opposite side stood a red-clad figure, serious in demeanor, wielding a sword, with fiery patterns adorning his face. It was Koyo Yoichi. Koyo Yoichi gazed at Muzan. And in that moment, his heart, which had gradually quieted due to numerous experiences of life and death, began to pound fiercely once more in the face of unspeakable evil. At this moment, Koyo Yoichi understood the purpose of his power, why he had come to be. He was born to slay the man before him. Before me stands a man, exuding an aura of violent vitality akin to the molten lava erupting from a volcano, relentless and unyielding. This is none other than the progenitor of demons, Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan cast a sidelong glance at Tsujikuni Yorichi, his eyes narrowing. The man before him possesses not a trace of fighting spirit, resembling an ordinary person who has just learned to breathe. With a dismissive smirk, he proclaims, I have grown disinterested in swordsmen who employ breathing techniques. Muzan's arm transforms into a whip of lightning, striking towards Yorichi. For the first time in his life, Yorichi, who has never tasted defeat, feels a chill run down his spine. A furtive glance behind reveals that the bamboo forest has been completely severed. Gazing at the man before him, Yorichi perceives him as having 5 heads and 7 hearts. In an instant, he discerns all of Muzan's weaknesses, simultaneously completing his ultimate sword technique. Breath of the Sun, 13th form. Yorichi lunges at Muzan like a released arrow, or rather, like a bolt of lightning, unleashing all 12 forms of the breath of the sun upon him. Puff! Muzan's eyes widen as he supports his head with a severed arm. Recovery is impossible. Muzan can scarcely believe what has transpired. Yorichi looks down at the fallen Muzan, a feral glint in his eyes, and cannot help but ask, what do you consider life to be? This question goes unanswered, for Muzan's face has turned from red to black, entirely disregarding Yorichi's words. Yorichi then shifts his gaze to the female demon beside them. Throughout the confrontation, she has shown no inclination to attack, and her eyes now reflect a glimmer of hope as she gazes at Muzan's shattered form. Yorichi temporarily ignores her, advancing step by step towards the beleaguered Muzan, intent on resolving the matter once and for all. Boom. In that instant, Muzan makes his final stand. Flee. Muzan's body erupts violently, fragments scattering at such speed that even Yorichi cannot react, his form disintegrating into 1,800 pieces that scatter in all directions. Yorichi's eyes widen as he instinctively swings his blade, severing 1,500 of the fleshly shards. The remainder, I shall handle. In the distance, Yorichi faintly hears another voice. This is the breath of the stars. A brilliant flash of light simultaneously sweeps through, obliterating the remaining tiny pieces of flesh, an occurrence Yorichi had not anticipated. He exhales, feeling a profound sense of relief. His gaze then shifts to the white-haired man before him. He states, Extra Chapter 2, Tsujikuni Yorichi vs. Uchiha Obito, 1. Uchiha Obito exhales, grateful to have arrived in time. The very one who just struck down Muzan is none other than he. Obito's attention then turns to the female demon, observing her form gradually dissipating. Shaking his head, he decides this matter does not concern him and redirects his focus to Tsujikuni Yorichi. Greetings, I am Uchiha Obito. Yorichi bows respectfully and replies earnestly. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tsujikuni Yorichi, and I thank you for your assistance. Obito waves his hand dismissively. I am also a demon slayer, but... He raises his blade, aiming it at Yorichi's face. I wish to test the mettle of the so-called strongest swordsman in the world against my own. Yorichi furrows his brow and replies, I have no desire for that. The first form of the breath of the stars, starry radiance. Without granting Yorichi further opportunity to protest, Obito charges at him with his blade. Yorichi's brow furrows in concern. He has not encountered this breathing technique before. He swings his sword, enveloped in a fierce crimson aura, parrying Obito's strike, inwardly astonished. This individual's prowess is not far beneath his own. Seizing the moment, Yorichi utilizes his ability to perceive the world clearly to scrutinize Obito's form, marveling at the immense power that surpasses all limits. After blocking Obito's attack, he steps back, a smirk gracing his lips as he muses. You truly are the legendary Tsujikuni Yorichi. Flipping his blade, he declares, I am Uchiha Obito, the strongest swordsman from 300 years in the future. In my time, I also vanquished Muzan, and I have come to learn from you, the strongest swordsman in history. With that, Obito charges at Yorichi once more. Yorichi's brow knits in confusion. What does he mean by 300 years into the future? His instincts tell him that Obito's words ring true, yet he dismisses further contemplation. Focusing intently on countering Obito's relentless onslaught. Drawing a deep breath, Yorichi unleashes the fourth form of the breath of the sun, illusory rainbow, instantly appearing behind Obito and thrusting his blade forward. Seventh form of the breath of the sun, sunlight radiance. Obito, with his back turned to Yorichi, bears a peculiar smile. It is time to give Yorichi a little surprise. In an instant, he shifts his breathing technique and executes a sword technique, transforming his blade from a myriad of colors to a deep violet. Fourth form of the breath of the moon, black moon calamity. He steps forward, pivoting to strike at Yorichi. As their blades collide, Yorichi's expression shifts dramatically, and he hastily retreats, questioning, how do you possess techniques from my brother? Obito smirks and replies, I once became a demon, naturally learning from Kokushibo. Upon hearing Kokushibo's name, Yorichi is momentarily taken aback, then shakes his head and inquires, if Muzan is dead, then. Obito raises a hand and interjects, no need to overthink it. Kokushibo will certainly meet his end as well. However, in my era, I was the one who eliminated Kokushibo. Yorichi's eyes narrow slightly, his expression dimming. Is that so? He then queries again, in your time, has a cure for demons becoming human been discovered? Obito's lips twitch, and he nods affirmatively, choosing not to reveal that the recently deceased female demon was indeed the developer of that cure. Yorichi reflects, your era truly is filled with remarkable talents. Had you not come to this time, I might not have been able to defeat Muzan. With his gaze resolute, he turns to Obito. Now that everything has concluded, let us engage in a serious battle. I too shall fight with my utmost. Tsujikuni Yorichi places his hand back upon the hilt of his sword, his fighting spirit surging to new heights. It is at this moment that he unlocks the full potential of his markings and transparent perception. Breath of the Sun. In Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, Yorichi appears as a radiant sun, illuminating the entire night. He understands that Yorichi has now become earnest in this endeavor. He intends to engage Yorichi in a fair and exhilarating battle without resorting to the powers of his Sharingan. Adjusting his breathing, Obito's Nichiren blade shifts color once more, transforming into a pitch-black hue that mirrors the depths of night. Breath of the Night. Extra Chapter 3, Tsujikuni Yorichi vs. Uchiha Obito, 2. Yorichi adopts a stance, unusually taking the initiative to attack. First form of the Breath of the Sun, Round Dance. As Yorichi charges towards him, Obito feels a surge of trepidation. The focused Tsujikuni Yorichi is not a foe he could compare to as he once did. First Night of the Breath of the Night, 10,000 Starry Nights. The dark red and pure black blades of the Nichiren swords clash, sending forth a force capable of toppling a person to their demise. Yet for both combatants, it is merely an inconsequential exchange. Second form of the Breath of the Sun, Azure Sky. The derivative breathing techniques of the sun breathing include moon breathing and water breathing, while star breathing draws heavily from the sword techniques of water breathing. Night breathing, on the other hand, is a synthesis of star breathing and moon breathing, thus sharing certain similarities with sun breathing. Star breathing manifests as second star, earth star, sky star, although night breathing is regarded as the most formidable technique. Star breathing is not far behind. In certain situations, it proves equally effective. Yuan E and when simultaneously executed a strike, the sharp clash of their swords resonating throughout the bamboo grove. Sun breathing's third form, Blazing Sun, Red Mirror. With powerful thrusts of his arms, he unleashed 2 consecutive arc-shaped slashes, reminiscent of the sun's reflection in a mirror. Moon breathing's third form, Crescent Moon of Resentment. Summoned circular crescent blades at the edge of his sword, executing a series of slashes that released 2 crescent-shaped winds, while numerous circular crescent blades of varying sizes emerged around him. Naturally, since moon breathing is derived from sun breathing, the techniques share certain resemblances. However, moon breathing lacks the intricacy of sun breathing, and with Yuan Yi's patterned blade and the amplification of his attack power, one, wielding only a high heaven-s wheel sunblade, found himself at a disadvantage in their exchange. Nonetheless, one relished this sensation, for it had been long since he last experienced such a thrill. Night breathing's third form, Starry Night, Celestial Journey, initiated the assault, unleashing 3 massive gusts of blade wind toward Yuan Yi, seemingly unavoidable, as he charged forward to strike once more. Sun breathing's fourth form, Illusory Sun Rainbow. commanded Yuan Yi's attention. With a swift step, he pivoted and appeared behind Wen. Sun Breathing's fifth form, Fire Train, was executed with full force, the blade and body merging as he spun around to deliver a powerful strike. Night Breathing's fourth form, Celestial Star, Lunar Spirit, presented an intense offensive from Yuan Yi, compelling Wen to employ defensive techniques in retaliation. In this instance, Wen, momentarily at a disadvantage, leapt backward, foreseeing the future. In an instant, the surrounding space-time seemed to undergo a subtle shift, and even Yuan Yi, having honed his perception to the utmost, sensed this minute change. Sun Breathing's sixth form, Burning Bone, Fiery Sun, foreseeing the future. By anticipating the forthcoming attack from Yuan Yi, visions of his movements materialized in Wen's mind, prompting him to transition to Star Breathing. Star Breathing's sixth form, Starburst, and Sun Breathing's sixth form, Burning Bone, Fiery Sun. This technique is specifically designed to combat demons, yet proves equally effective against humans. The two formidable strikes, one crimson and one radiant, collided, unleashing a force capable of incapacitating even a powerful swordsman. The mere residual waves emanating from their clash were sufficient to obliterate the vast majority of beings, both human and demon, in existence, attesting to the immense strength of both combatants. Yuan Yi flexed his aching wrist, reset his stance. Sun Breathing's seventh form, Radiant Blossom Strike. Moon Breathing's sixth form, Long Night. Solitary Moon, Unbroken. One, foreseeing the future, initiated the attack first, unleashing a flurry of blade winds toward Yuan Yi, whose expression shifted slightly. Although Uchiha Wen's swordsmanship was not exceedingly refined, his physical prowess had already surpassed his previous limits. He could scarcely fathom how a person could exceed him without even awakening their patterns. His figure twisted swiftly, evading Wen's relentless onslaught and positioning himself beside him. Sun Breathing's seventh form, Radiant Blossom Strike. It was truly remarkable. Even under a relentless barrage, he managed to find an opening for evasion. One was certain that with his current strength, even the likes of Muzan and Kokushibo would need to be cautious in the face of such an attack. One pivoted, swinging his blade to form a circle that deflected Yuan Yi's strike. Subsequently, the Heaven-S Wheel Sun blade in Wen's grasp elongated in an uncanny manner, akin to Kokushibo's katana, the crying god of death. Night Breathing's sixth form, Nightfall, Mirror returning to the stars. The extended sun blade swept across, 5 shockwaves trailing as they surged toward Yuan Yi. When executed another horizontal sweep, sending a massive gust of blade wind straight toward Yuan Yi's neck. Sun Breathing's eighth form, Flying Wheel, Fiery Sun. Sun Breathing's ninth form, Oblique Sun, turning. This assault was exceedingly fierce. Even Yuan Yi, bearer of the original breathing technique, required 2 maneuvers to match Night Breathing's sixth form. The ultimate breathing technique, Night Breathing. Yuan Yi, secretly astonished, raised his gaze to Wen and inquired, "Is this your own creation of a breathing technique?" Wen nodded, positioning his blade before his chest, and replied, "Night Breathing, the most powerful technique. Merges both moon and star breathing." Yuan Yi sighed, reflecting, "Indeed, I once told my brother, we are not extraordinary beings. We are but specks of dust in the long history, and as time progresses, there will inevitably arise powerful individuals who can stand at our level." Emerging from his reverie, he looked at Wen and chuckled, "Thus, this successor is you." Wen smiled gently, affirmatively launching a strike. Yuan Yi sidestepped, exhaling a plume of white steam. Sun Breathing's 10th form, Brilliant Radiance. Star Breathing's 8th form, Star Precursor, Stars Extinguish. Both were powerful, assault-style techniques. Upon colliding, they neutralized each other as Yuan Yi and Wen retreated. Yuan Yi chuckled lightly and addressed Wen, "Surely, you know what my next move will be. Please treat it with the seriousness it deserves." Wen's expression grew grave, for he knew that Yuan Yi's next move would be the most formidable of the 12th form of Sun Breathing. Sun Breathing's 11th form, Solar Halo, Dragon Head Dance. Yuan Yi's muscles tensed, his aura unrestrained, as the fiery red blade gradually emanated a powerful, flame-like presence. Hiss. Sun Breathing. 11th form, Solar Halo, Dragon Head Dance. A breathtaking fire dragon surged toward Wen, carrying unparalleled might. Observing this fire dragon, Wen felt his heart race. Adjusting his breath, he summoned his ultimate technique. Night Breathing. Final Night. Mid-Autumn Full Moon. Starless Star Appearance. With a strike akin to lightning, he thrust his blade, manifesting 2 formidable gusts of blade wind against Yuan Yi's fire dragon. Like ferocious beasts, the 2 gusts collided with the fire dragon's might, releasing waves that obliterated everything in their vicinity. Boom! The 2 figures were sent flying. Slightly disheveled, Yuan Yi rose from the ground, tidying his somewhat disordered stance. Wen too steadied himself, rising from the dust and debris scattered across the ground. Extra Chapter 4. Sukuni Yuan E versus Uchiha 1-3. Yuan E lowered his gaze, observing the 2 bloodied scars on his body, then inquired, "Is this your strongest move?" When smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a peculiar red glow, and replied, "For the time being, yes." Yuan E sighed, addressing one Uchiha. "You have taken a wrong turn on your path." When furrowed his brow, "What do you mean, a wrong turn?" Yuan E pointed at Wen's sunblade, saying, "Though I cannot comprehend the peculiar nature of your sword, if you would lend me your ear, I wish to share my thoughts." When clasped his hands together in respect, "I am all ears." Yuan E nodded, speaking earnestly, "Night breathing is indeed a powerful technique, perhaps even surpassing sun breathing. But it is not your true calling. In my view, star breathing is far more suited to you. Sometimes, the strongest is not necessarily the most suitable. If I am not mistaken, your breath of the stars has yet to unlock its ultimate form." When nodded slightly, Yuan E chuckled lightly, "Indeed, do not resist. I shall assist you in developing the final form of the breath of the stars. I am eager to witness just how formidable the ultimate star truly is. I assure you, the final strike of the breath of the stars will far surpass that of the breath of the night." When transitioned his breathing style to the breath of the stars, extending his arms wide, "Come forth." Yuan E tore 2 strips from his garment and bound them around Wen's wounds. 12th form of the breath of the sun, flame dance. He executed a faint strike, then swiftly aimed another blow towards Wen's neck. When observed the approaching crimson blade, feeling waves of mortal dread, and his body moved of its own accord. His figure vanished abruptly, reappearing in an open space not far away. When examined his form, sensing the overwhelming power, it was the ultimate form of the breath of the stars. He then spoke slowly. "Now, I implore you to unleash your 13th form of the breath of the sun." When spread his legs apart, assuming a stance, as if a vast sea of stars had emerged behind him. Yuan E looked at Wen in awe, exclaiming, "What a genius! Merely facing a life and death crisis has led to the development of your most powerful technique? Then I shall hold nothing back." 13th form of the breath of the sun. Ultimate starry night of the breath of the stars. The seemingly unremarkable strike passed through the air, yet it felt as if it bore the weight of countless blades, gentle yet ferocious like a raging torrent. Yuan E lowered his gaze, noticing the slight tear in his clothing. For Wen had held back. He felt no resistance from Yuan Yi's previous strike, indicating that his attack had neither been defended against nor struck true, merely evaded. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The ultimate star of the breath of the stars transcends the breath of the night, Yuan E mused. At that moment, he too felt a sensation akin to Wen's. "This is." Yuan E turned to Wen. "Please, unleash your previous attack once more." I too have perceived the culmination of the breath of the sun. Wen narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. "Very well." 13th form of the breath of the sun. Ultimate form, Yuan dance. Ultimate starry night of the breath of the stars. Their blades shattered simultaneously. Yuan E turned to Wen. "Our swords have both been broken." Wen smiled lightly. "Then it is a draw." Yuan E shook his head. "No, I have lost. I can feel that you did not exert your full strength." Just as Wen was about to respond, Yuan E insisted, "I can sense a power within you that surpasses the breathing techniques, yet you have chosen not to unleash it. Thus, this battle is a victory for me." Yuan E continued, "I wish to see the power you have withheld." Wen narrowed his eyes and sighed. Indeed, there was much strength he had yet to reveal. Susanoo, blade shadows, high heavenly origin, mythology. However, these powers belonged to the Sharingan. Without Yuan Yi's guidance, he could not have reached a stalemate with him. Wen replied, "Very well, I shall indulge your curiosity." Susanoo. Yuan Yi looked up at the towering form of the massive white Susanoo, which stood over 200 meters tall. Yuan Yi fell silent. He understood that Wen had concealed his strength, but he had not anticipated such a vast reservoir. Wen dispelled the Susanoo and waved farewell to Yuan Yi. "Farewell. I must return to my own era. The victory and glory of vanquishing Muzan belongs solely to you. Beyond you, I wish to leave no further traces in this time. Please, do not expose my presence." Yuan Yi returned to the Demon Slayer Corps, which was now a cacophony of voices, as the members had discovered the absence of demons. Yuan Yi's return informed them of Muzan's demise, and he was hailed as a hero among all. Yet, one night, Yuan Yi gazed up at the starry sky, extending his hand to point at the brightest star in the night. The tale concludes here. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.